Sonic Prime Episode 1. It already starts out uncreative by reusing Green Hill Zone for the millionth time. So already it looks half-assed and weirdly out of touch because the fan base is sick of it. Sonic runs past Big the Cat. I find it interesting that, again, just like in Sonic X, the first character other than Sonic who appears in a Sonic cartoon is Big of all people. They had just as little awareness of what the fanbase wanted to see here. Sonic nicely says sorry and says he's gotta help their friends. I'm glad he's got a voice that sounds like Sonic instead of sounding deep. I really hope this actor replaces Roger Craig Smith or someone sounding like him. It's definitely a different continuity than the games, because since when is Big one of Sonic's friends? He said our friends. Just because they're both playable characters and good guys. They don't interact much though. Big wasn't invited to his birthday in Generations. And they don't have enough in common as far as we know to justify them being friends. So this continuity has to have a different past where they did become friends. It has to be that when Big's eating, he watches some of the same TV shows that Sonic does when eating. I really wish Big sounded like an SA1, but at least they kinda tried. And why is he fishing here instead of in the Mystic Jungle? Sonic recaps that he has friends to the audience that all know this already. And anyone who isn't a Sonic fan watching this would find out who he's friends with anyway. Eggman threatens to conquer the world with a magic prism, and Tails catches Sonic when he gets hurt. Why is Eggman talking instead of using the prism? He'd use it while talking. It's weird that he says, your world. So in this show, he's an alien from Sonic's perspective. It makes sense since this isn't exactly canon to the games, and he's a human while Sonic's not. Though it makes the fact that Sega claimed the show was canon a bald-faced lie. Either that or whoever said that wasn't aware of the actual scripts of these episodes. Sonic asks Knuckles if he's okay for some reason when he's doing fine. I hate how deep Knuckles' voice is. Knuckles calls Sonic late even though it doesn't matter that he was. Sonic thanks Rouge. Amy also calls Sonic out on being late. But it doesn't matter because the fight with robots didn't start until after Sonic got there. So there's no reason they would even care. And really, how did they get things so wrong that Amy doesn't have any respect for Sonic and is very impatient with him? So it comes off like most of Sonic's friends don't respect him because it's not only Knuckles but also Amy. And wouldn't it be really dumb if the show never explained why Knuckles is here instead of guarding the Master Emerald? Tails tells Sonic to be careful because he doesn't know what the prism's capable of. And Amy says it can't be good if Eggman wants it. So naturally, Sonic would want to keep Eggman from getting it. So he runs towards it. Tails tells him to wait. So there's no reason Sonic would keep going. So the whole plot's forced from here because he has no respect for his genius friend's advice, or the advice of all of his friends who tell him no. Sonic can stop pretty quick in the game, so there's no excuse. He can destroy all of his momentum by doing a stomp in midair. Even if we're pretending this is a different continuity where he can't stop when he starts moving fast. The prism shatters and the story starts wasting my time. Why am I being shown big holograms of Sonic's friends talking? I already knew they were friends, it was obvious. Sonic says lamely that he has a sonic boom of a headache. Do they want me to take this seriously or not? There's no way you would make a joke in a situation like this. He wouldn't stay still. He gets hit by something moving that's made of metal, and he's not acting injured the rest of the story. So again, I can't tell. Eggman wouldn't have road cleaners. He doesn't care. He gets more slapstick with no consequences. He must have rings protecting him. Why does it take until now to notice his shoes are being weird, when he would have heard the electricity that inexplicably makes noise from them earlier? He wonders why everyone's ignoring him. That better be explained. I would assume it's because there's nanobots in them, but why would he waste all that time making that possible? Or why would they ignore him when they don't know just from looking at him that he's not supposed to be here? Eventually, robots fly over to him and say he's an unidentified citizen. Why would Eggman care about someone being an unidentified citizen when he's taken over the entire world? This would only make sense if he hadn't taken over the entire world, and so he wanted to punish illegal immigrants. But he wouldn't want that because he wants to be able to rule over everybody, so he'd want there to be more people coming into his country. This is literally just there as an excuse for some robots to try to fight Sonic, when a better excuse would be Sonic prevented some robots from killing a civilian for some petty reason. The robots have no charm or animal or insect theming in their design. Sonic says to give him directions to the council and he'll take it from there. Then why does he try to run away from them? And again, he lampshades his shoes being inexplicably different, which better be explained. He runs from the robots like it's sad AM, even though he was fine destroying the ones here earlier. Why don't they just show him try to damage the robots and fail, and say they're made of really tough metal? It's cool to see him hang on to something that's flying. He keeps avoiding lasers and falls, but he's fine. So again, he must have had rings. Kinda destroys all the tension involving him when it's clear that he's invincible right away. Either he got more rings when I couldn't see him, or the rings worked like they do in Shadow the Hedgehog, where he doesn't lose all of them upon getting hit. He ends up going so high up that he notices familiar places and realizes Eggman took over them. Then there's a flashback that wastes my time. I already knew Sonic's friends were fighting Eggman before. It's explained that Eggman wanted Sonic's friends separate from Sonic, cleverly. That was already a plan he did in Archie. Sonic would attack here, not do nothing. He's got no reason to do nothing. Tails finds out Eggman's not in the mecha and warns Sonic it's a trap. And Sonic doesn't get it because Tails was dumb enough not to be very clear, somehow. He's dumb enough somehow to just repeat himself. Why doesn't Sonic respect him enough to take his advice? This doesn't respect either Sonic or Tails. Eggman calls Tails mutant, two-tailed, and ugly. It's unrealistic that he never does that. So he should do it a lot more often. Unfortunately, instead of this being to establish that Tails deals with this all the time, and Eggman is just that much of a jerk, he's only saying this to gouge Sonic into attacking. Sonic ends up knocking the mecha down to make it fall really far, and there's this blue explosion sending a big shockwave away from it. Why does Sonic say he couldn't have done it without Tails? Tails didn't do anything. He shot lasers, but they were useless. How does Knuckles psychically know Tails is upset from so far away? He has to have magically good vision in this continuity. Cool. Eggman reveals he wanted an explosion to happen so that the earthquake could save him the effort of digging up the prism. An explosion would make more sense to dig up a prism than an earthquake, which usually don't involve fissures. Sonic was nice enough to bring Tails some comics. Tails thanks him repeatedly, and Sonic notices Tails sounds depressed and says sorry. So Sonic is a good friend here. It would feel even worse if they actually succeeded to make him look like a bad friend, because that would be completely out of character as opposed to only slightly. But it does make it frustrating what kind of lesson he's expected to learn. He'd know it's unlike Eggman to not be in a mecha from experience. So why is he saying, not really? Tails hopes Sonic didn't leave something behind, and the writing tries to make Sonic look dumb just because he didn't magically know to bring it to Tails. Logically, it would have already been told by Tails years ago to bring the remains of Eggman's robots and mechas every time so he could use them. Sonic humors him and there's exposition. Why should I care? He says a lame line when he comes back. I keep forgetting to mention it. I like Rouge's new outfit here. It's creative effort to give her a new outfit, and I like the color. I'd understand why someone would complain that it doesn't respect the character as much as possible because she doesn't look exactly like she did in the games. But it looks good, so I don't give a shit. It's not like her personality is off, so I don't care. Obviously what is off is the fact that there's no reference to Team Dark in this whole show. It's never explained why she's hanging out with Sonic and never Shadow and Omega. It could be that she's only recently started hanging out with Sonic and it's only meant to be a temporary thing. Rouge being a part of Team Sonic is creative. There's nothing wrong with it. So that's actually a good thing. I always liked that this episode of course got right that Rouge is supposed to be smart. So she lectured Sonic on Eggman playing like a fiddle. I hate that Sonic was dumb by asking how Rouge got in here, when he would have remembered he left the door open. And the story wastes time on Eggman saying stuff the audience was already told. Cubot and Orbot drag it out even more by interrupting him. It's such blatant, unwarranted comedy. They wouldn't be able to. Their free will never made sense. Because this is the same person who wanted to put animals in Badniks. He doesn't respect free will. Eggman's mecha falls, and he asks why those idiots didn't tell him how big the first step was. That plot hole is never explained. Orbot's not an idiot after all. We didn't need to see Eggman get to the prism. This is so boring. Tails says Rouge is right. There's more padding. Or at least I get to hear Sonic say Badniks. It sounds silly, but so does a fox that can fly, and that's okay. I take that for granted, but him saying it so late in the series is great because Sega Japan purists get pissy over even that because a non-Japanese person came up with the word. But this is appealing to the actual fan base. Only Sonic has the word Badnik. It helps give it an identity. It would do a much better job if the robots actually had animals in them, like real Badniks are supposed to have. There's a reason I'm only going to call them robots for the rest of the show. There's a long stretch of no plot progression where nothing I haven't seen before happens. It's just annoying to hear the high-pitched voice of the big mecha he's fighting. It turns out there's a baby Eggman here. Sonic once say won the name of Green Hill. That's so lame, and the series only got popular because his cool personality got marketed. Why did they leave the baby in the mecha that was so easy to control a baby could use it? Sonic stupidly leaves, and Rouge says he hates the egg. Sounds lame. So the new Rouge plans on recruiting Sonic, and asks when she ever steered her friends wrong and says rhetorical question. So at least it's not over-glorifying her by acting like she's never been wrong just because it pays respect to her intelligence by having her be the leader of a group of heroes. It looks like maybe they knew it was a Sally reference, and immediately wanted to address the possible criticism of her being a creator's pet. I've never seen Rouge be a leader of heroes before, so that's new and great. Sonic sees Tails and calls out his name, and he acts like he never heard him, which is impossible since he's not deaf or anywhere close to it. And eventually finds him in a lab and calls him Tails, and he asks what he just called him, as if he somehow never heard him before, and never got called that before. It shows he was smart enough to give himself awesome cybernetic tails to better protect himself from being bullied. That brings up the question of why didn't Tails do that for himself anywhere else? I guess because it's painful to modify himself like that? Painkillers exist, but they hurt to take anyway. I know the tails come out of his belt, but he still would have had to implant something into his body so that they could pick up signals from his brain so that he could control the tails. There would still be chips inside of him. While it takes great advantage of Tails' intelligence, it also shows that he's a little stupid or weak everywhere else in the series. Just because you don't need to improve yourself doesn't justify not doing so. And And the robot limbs from the back idea was already done by Eggman Archie long ago. He's got issues because he's ignoring that he looked sad and was nice. At least it makes perfect sense that he's paranoid and has anger issues. Sonic broke into his house, so he's got a reason to be afraid of him right away. The fact that Sonic knew the password to his lab would cause him to think someone told him the password and sent him there so that he could get his hopes up thinking he had a friend just to break his heart. He'd say what's wrong, not repeatedly say Tails. It may be a new idea to the series officially that Tails turned out evil because Sonic wasn't there, but this was the common fan assumption the whole series already because he had bullies in his backstory, and Sonic was what inspired him to be a hero. So it doesn't seem like it took any effort and was impressive to come up with, because the assumption made about Tails from not even a second of thought about his backstory. What does Sonic say Tails again? 9 asking what do you want is forced since he thinks he knows, and if he thought there was a chance he wanted something different than tricking him, he'd never hit him. He's told he goes by 9 and he tries to attack him. Why does he think he still thinks of him as his friend? He clearly doesn't recognize him. He says he has the best friends, being unlikely stupid as he keeps avoiding his attacks on a train. Foul and Heartless City is such forced, lame dialogue. It's like fanfiction. Good thing most of the show's dialogue is fine. I made it through all of Archie, so I know bad dialogue. He accused him of playing mind games with him. But who would keep playing the mind game with him this long? If he wanted to hurt him, he obviously would have already hurt him. He definitely has PTSD or something by this point, because this is not a normal level of paranoia. It should have explained 9's dealt with mind games before. Sonic saves him from getting hit by a train, and despite 9 saying this won't stop him from fighting with him, he conveniently lets him talk. So he's only halfway changed his mind about him. It would make a lot more sense if this immediately caused him to trust him. Because no other bully would have ever saved his life. At risk to himself, mind you. Who would risk his life to save someone that he only wanted to be friends with so he could break his heart later? Beating you back would mean self-defense. So if he means he's stopping until Sonic attacks, it makes sense that he stopped attacking him. My initial assumption was beating you back meant he thinks he still wants to keep fighting with him, which would make no sense, because he's clearly not tried to fight him most of the time. Sonic describes how he met Tails. It's distracting and weird that it shows the past in an 8-bit style way. And it clearly isn't necessary and suitable because this isn't the continuity of the games. Well, I'm expected to believe that no one has friends in this world. Wouldn't 9 have seen people standing around in the same place, talking like they're friends at some point? That's very unlikely. 9 explains what the audience already figured out from the fact that he turned evil and made himself badass. 9 doesn't look like he feels anything about what Sonic's saying. Well, it could be justified realistically because he's been through so much that he would have learned how to hide his feelings better sometimes, to get a poker face to deal with all the bullying. 9 tells him to stay still, and he does. He wouldn't stay still, because he clearly thought he was in danger. 9 would explain first, not just say, stay still. This could have easily resulted in him, Eventually, 9 uses a ray on his shoes and finds energy in his entire body in his lab. Sonic calls him amazing, but he doesn't appreciate it anyway because he's not used to it. Maybe he thinks he's overcompensating with his compliments out of pity. 9 just thinks it's because Sonic's crazy due to him thinking they were friends. Well, I didn't like that he called his shoes ratty, especially since they don't look like it. But at least it means that he cares. Otherwise, you wouldn't care that he has worn shoes. He thinks he deserves better. He eventually makes it so that his gloves and shoes attune with his energy so that he's no longer gonna slip and slide making smoke. Sonic thanks him. When Nine and him get grabbed by the mecha's hand, Nine tells Sonic he told him to keep a low profile, and somehow Sonic gaslights him about it, arguing with him over and over. This wouldn't happen. The theme of the episode keeps being that it's bad not to take the advice of your allies, which didn't need to be taught more than once. And the writer had Big at the start to portray as enough of an idiot to convincingly need to learn this lesson. So why did he still use Sonic for it? When he clearly was supposed to be cool, and him being too arrogant to take the advice of his friends is lame and annoying. The whole show comes off like the writer hates Sonic and wants to endlessly punish his justified ego because he got told that he's cocky, which is usually a bad personality trait. So maybe it wasn't given a flattering description of him and instead one that hyper-focused on his ego. Yeah, because his ego and attitude were the only things that stand out from the other platformer characters. If Sega cared about the series as a world, the people in charge would have prevented the show from being so hateful when depicting their mascot. Why is Sonic's vision blurry when he first wakes up? He gets greeted by a cyborg or robot called Rusty Rose. Amy has a good voice in this show, and so does Tails. It takes so long introducing all of the Chaos Council. They aren't a family somehow, and it's never explained how that makes sense, since they're all Eggmen. They'd either be family or clones, but they still have the same DNA. If Eggman can make a clone instantly grow to whatever age he wants, you'd think he would have made a clone of Sonic. This is really wasting my time with dialogue I don't care about that never establishes them with different personalities, and it doesn't point out their names nearly enough for me to memorize them. They all are the same as Eggman. I'm sure later each one will get an unfunny gag based on ageist stereotypes, but most of the time they're just lazy copies of Eggman with only different designs. After I watched this episode, I realized they're like the Deadly Six, except their stereotype is based on age. What makes them any better than the Deadly Six? The Deadly Six at least has more creative designs than them. Maybe they should have had one of the Eggmen look exactly like the one from Sonic's universe. It wouldn't feel as much like Eggman isn't in the show, even though he really is. Come on, it's the same personality. Eventually Sonic has to go through a test where he dodges even more lasers. So it's just more lazy repetition. It only tries to be entertaining with the different camera angles and music. Like, isn't doing anything new that I don't already expect him to be able to do. He hits a spring with the accurate sound effect. It's rare for another continuity to do that average quality thing. Why is there already a spring there? They didn't know they were gonna have Sonic to test until very recently. I guess they had nanobots make the spring so fast. Anyways, it looks impressive that he ran on a spinning fan. It's frustrating when he complains about Rusty having no compassion for him like he expects her to. He can't be that dumb. The whole episode is just frustrating because the people in charge of these writers think Sonic's impossibly stupid, to the point where his stupidity overshadows the cool aspects of his personality to make him unbearably lame. It also lacks self-awareness because the narrative only treats Sonic as stupid, even though all of the main characters are just as stupid as him to force the plot along. I get to see Nine get shocked. Sonic runs in the ball, and then gets shown another pointless bit of padding, just because Sonic spread his magic all over the ball. For no reason, he's told off by Shadow from another dimension for breaking the prism. Why wouldn't he be sent to the same world that Shadow's in when he's running so much that he briefly sees something from a different universe? I think he's being shown his friends' point of view, but there's so many camera angles that I end up assuming he wasn't. So Tails flies his plane over a smoky area and finds out he and his friends got here before Sonic, who uncharacteristically kept his friends waiting near Eggman by having chili dogs, but did have the good sense to collect some rings. It's really good to justify why he's able to survive all this slapstick. And then it ends with Shadow trying to attack him for no apparent reason. Why did the story keep showing flashbacks? What was the point of not showing the story in chronological order? which was most of why Sonic Live by Ken Penders was confusing and off-putting. It doesn't do anything good, it just makes the story a little harder to understand and emotionally be invested in. And I came into this review already knowing Sonic was an idiot in the show because I was warned about it, and saw a lot of the complaints about it. I appreciate whenever it does something the series never did before. What they did new with Rouge and Tails and Amy in the new universe was respectful to their characters. But it was all just ideas that were already done, and were just never done with those characters before. Rusty Rose is just Mecha Sally and the Badniks again. Rouge being a leader of a group of heroes is just her being in Sonic's position from the games and reminded me of Sally. I already saw an evil Tails and Archie, and it's just as off-putting and unfitting here. The premise of the show about going to other dimensions just made me think of Rick and Morty in the first Sonic comics and assume it'd be done worse. In this episode by Eric Waste, Sonic for no reason ignores his genius best friend and his other resentful friends when they tell him not to head for the magic gem, and runs into it when he could stop on a dime, all because Amy talked like he should keep Eggman from getting it, which could sway him to either attack Eggman as robots as usual, or go after the gem, to try to damage it, which is also out of character because it's not like he ever tries to damage the Chaos Emeralds. So if she and his friends had the functioning brains to be specific with him, he wouldn't have shattered the prism and gone into a universe where Tails never met Sonic and Eggman took over the world. Even the lack of Tails helping out shouldn't have mattered because Knuckles and Rouge were still fighting against him, and Knuckles in the classic days was just better Sonic except with a lower jump. So Knuckles would have effortlessly prevented Eggman from taking over the world because Eggman would have met him but not had Sonic to distract him from him. So you think Knuckles would have just killed Eggman long before this. Oh yeah, it also doesn't explain why the Knuckles in this universe isn't guarding a Master Emerald. There's a reason most of the other continuities have Eggman have to take over the world when Sonic was 5. So that it can fool the audience into feeling like it feels right that he and his friends weren't competent and brave enough to stop him back then. It's good that there's a serious tone in an action-adventure show. That's like complimenting Sonic on being fast. But half the reason the whole episode happened was Sonic's friends were just as stupid as he was. Sonic Prime, the Joke's on You. It takes a while to start the plot progression. I wonder why Shadow's breaking boulders apart, which he can apparently do with the Spin Dash now in this universe. I mean, he is the ultimate life form and Sonic isn't. It turns out he was doing it because he knew an emerald was nearby. But he doesn't seem to have an emerald radar. So it's a plot hole that he even knew an emerald was there. Maybe he does have an internal emerald radar. That would be about as creative as him being able to break Boulder through the Spin Dash. And him getting an emerald gives him a psychic vision? Well, that's plot convenient. It was lame when it had narration from Sonic talking to the audience directly. Shadow whines at Sonic, and the story wastes a bunch of my time with them running around with nothing new happening to justify this. It's literally just junk food to watch, where it looks a little nice, but there's nothing actually amazing of substance artistically here. I'm not getting to see him constantly smack Sonic around with his fist, so what's the point? I just wonder why Shadow isn't explaining himself. He's not an idiot. Sure, Sonic would have no reason to believe him. He would also have no reason to think he was lying. I like seeing Prime Sonic get smacked into a boulder and punched. The flashback ends with Sonic saying he can't remember a thing that happened right after that punch. What doesn't he remember? Him breaking the prism? Eventually, I see Rubble Rouge and Knucks watch camera footage of Sonic that's conveniently just zoomed in to showing him, where he talked about Green Hill Zone's trees. There's a flashback where I see Rouge sleep upside down for the first time. It's amazing it took so long to take advantage of her being a bat. I get to see Knuckles try to fight back against robots setting fire to Green Hill Zone, and Rouge saving him because apparently someone with super strength needed saving. Take our word for it. What was Knuckles even doing there? He's supposed to be on Angel Island. This is definitely a different universe from the games. I wouldn't be annoyed by this if Sega hadn't insisted, oh, this is totally canon. It should have explained why he was there, when he didn't have Sonic and Tails as friends to give him a reason to even leave Angel Island. The story wastes my time reminding me of Sonic's being tested. Rebel Rouge is condescending to Knuckles, calling the idea of him trying to be useful adorable. Why portray her as unlikable? The whole point was to make her cool. The story again shows me stuff I already saw in the past episode. Once again I have to hear Sonic's voice crack when he says hallucinate. Why make him sound lame? Well, I'll say one thing in its favor. The episode's more tolerable than the last one because Sonic's barely in it. Still boring though. The power went out in the city. Some normal people think they should join the resistance because the power going out gives them hope that it'll happen again. Eventually. It turns out that Nine figured out before the Chaos Council the obvious fact that Sonic used his own power instead of drawing power from the city. This is already a world full of people who have power without needing to draw it from the city. Why did they not know this instantly? Eventually Sonic asks to say his last words, and somehow he's given the chance to say them. He looks so pathetic, trying to nervously talk happily. He says it's about the friends he made along the way, and once again I have to listen to that badly acted Sonic wait. Sonic tells Nine about Knuckles, Amy, and Rouge, saying that one of them is nice and calling Nine buddy. He's obviously not doing a good enough job explaining why he should trust them to be his friends, because he never points out that they're okay with Tails having two tails. And then Rebel Rouge saves him and flies away from robots as some cool music plays. Rusty Rose can actually extend her arms to pin people down, which was cool but ripped off from Bunny anyways. And some laser ends up freeing the wheel Sonic was trapped in. I really do hate the pacing in this show. Sonic being trapped in a bubble isn't anything new either, that was done in Sonic the Comic. Nine presses buttons and saves Sonic, and he says he's woozy and smiles. Story having comedy at his expense. He sounds lame when he asks why do you have to hate on him like that? He usually loves being mean to Knuckles. Why is Sonic even able to get dizzy? He never gets dizzy when he spin dashes or goes through loops. So he can't get himself dizzy. But he can still get made dizzy? That's how it works? That's more confusing. Sonic being dizzy is important because it's the reason why he's completely helpless just standing around until Rusty pins him to the wall. And the story ends with that as the cliffhanger. This story by Eric Weiss followed Rebel Rouge and Knux most of the time until they start rescuing Sonic from a bunch of Robotniks. Because Sonic was hardly saying anything in the episode, it wasn't a horrible slog like the previous episode. It wasn't torture to go through like I thought it'd be most of the time. It at least made sense. And it was trying to be cool with stuff usually happening and it being action focused. It was still a little boring because the pacing was so slow, being mostly irrelevant to plot progression. Sometimes the story cared so little about whether it was progressing the plot that it showed me a completely irrelevant scene where Shadow chased and tried to hurt Sonic, because in this world, emeralds can conveniently give a vision of the future, which already happened in the novel adaptation of Sonic and Knuckles. And it was done better there because the vision was clear about what it showed. This time the vision showed Shadow practically nothing. So it sure sucks that inconveniently the emeralds must only have the ability to show him a useless vision. Because if it had been clear, Shadow could have talked him into not doing the thing that would have caused the whole show. Because Shadow didn't tell Sonic why he wanted to fight him, and fought him instead of just grabbing him, making sure he'd be still, the writer portrayed him horribly by making him a brainless bully who only exists to fight Sonic. And the writers will just assume fans will cheer just at seeing him at all. You could have had Metal Sonic do what Shadow did and for a different reason, and it'd be fan service that worked. Now this fight could have been satisfying enough to make up for it being insulting to Shadow and Force, but it was mostly running, which we've already seen before. Just have Shadow be hit by a brainwashing ray and then it'd feel justified. The only excuse for liking Shadow so far is because he's being an audience surrogate a little because he hates Sonic from thinking he's an idiot. Because he thinks Sonic's gonna do something that'll get him in some future hardship to deal with. But the Vision didn't even tell him what that was, so he couldn't say anything to prevent that. So he just has to try to beat him up really bad because it's his only chance of preventing it. Why didn't Shadow win considering the fact that he has Chaos Control? He warped multiple times without holding an emerald, so he has Chaos Control. Why didn't he freeze time without an emerald or a large enough amount of rings? It's not 1-to-1 with the games as it is, so the story should have made sure I was already aware that he couldn't freeze time without an emerald or 50 rings. Why didn't he warp in front of Sonic with his fist held out in front of him to guarantee that Sonic would run into it? He could have just repeatedly done that and guaranteed he'd win. What would have stopped him from freezing time and carrying Sonic really far away from the prism? It was a little cool to see Rouge and Knucks get to save Sonic. I just took it for granted because none of this is new. The story contributed nothing to the series creatively. Knuckles being a freedom fighter, that was already done in Archie. Sonic Prime escaped from New York. Again, it does a flashback to before the prism shatter for no reason. It constantly shows Sonic's friends complaining about Sonic's absence, not knowing that it was Shadow's fault. So I don't see the narrative purpose of this because it's not like Sonic's doing anything wrong. But it also doesn't mean Sonic's friends are bad friends or bad people because they have good reason to have an issue with his absence based on what they know. Then it wastes my time until Nine takes control of Rusty to save Sonic. In retrospect, why didn't he take control of a lot more of Eggman's robots? The Chaos Council do some running around. And as my time's wasted, I think then all the time they ruled the world, they could have given themselves some cybernetic upgrades or air shoes like Shadow has so they could run faster. Rusty closes the doors so they're all safe, and Sonic hugs everyone here, which is wrong because these grumps don't appreciate it. It's out of character for him to hug someone other than Tails, because it makes him look lame. You'd expect someone to hug someone he's been raising. You take it for granted that a good person would have hugged his kid before. Unless you're one of the people who was brainwashed into thinking dads should never hug their kids because they're men. I don't know why those people were able to stand a series whose whole theme is you should be pro-environmentalism. Just look at how evil Eggman is for being against it. The whole appeal of this character in the show is that he's cool, confident, and brave. But being willing to hug total strangers who aren't okay with that isn't cool. And doesn't even show him as a good person like any time he was a softie in the games. As Shara contests. But the good things about this are self-explanatory. It'd be okay for Sonic to show a realistic amount of emotion like shedding tears or talking more loudly because something horrifying happened because it serves the story making us care more and keep him from being impossible to relate to. But this doesn't do either of that. It happened out of nowhere with no foreshadowing and is forgotten. Most people would assume Sonic in the games would react with a normal amount of strong emotion to terrible things because he's got a conscience like us, and most people don't think Sonic's a sociopath or has a form of autism. But being away from his friends for a while doesn't cause Sonic to start hugging one of them upon seeing him again because he needed them around to not be sad. Of course, Sonic can't be literally cool 24/7, or he wouldn't ever try to get us to care about when things get dark. Like after Shadow fell to Earth and he reassured Rouge about it. That wasn't cool. He's a hero, and heroes have to show compassion sometimes, and that isn't cool. If he never had any softer moments of weakness, we'd hate him for being an unrelatable creator's pet, and he'd be no different than Poochie from that Simpsons episode, who he's already been compared to a few times by people who hate Sonic. Amy should have been with Sonic the whole show, because her hugging them would feel right. And if all the comedy was at her expense, it wouldn't feel as ridiculous. I'm not counting the slapstick as comedy because it's an action series. The dumbass moments and moments of someone wearing his heart on his sleeve could have been given to her and felt right. But I know they wouldn't have because thanks to the complaints of fans about her, Amy's never been Amy in this show. I say this because she never revealed she had a crush on him or acted optimistic and was just annoyed by the action instead of thrilled by it. It's annoying that Sonic keeps calling Nine by the wrong name. When in Secret Rings and Black Knight, he never had a problem with constantly calling characters who looked like his friends by the names of those friends. I took until now to complain about that, because I think I could give him a little leeway the first couple of times. It is unrealistic when you think about it that he basically never had that problem in the games. He just wouldn't have made the mistake more than twice. And that's what the show does. It's so baffling to me that they were fine with ruining Sonic, the main character, but cared about improving amiable people and Knuckles. It's about addressing fan complaints, but not understanding that people complained because they care about and respect the main characters in general as they are. I guess the reason they ruined Sonic was because they heard about the universal complaint about Sonic being a bit of a Gary Stu in the games. He's overly idealized because they don't really understand how to make him cool. So usually they go too far in the other direction by making him a bit too flawed. Sonic spending all this time happily introducing everyone else to Nine, who put in a program that taunts the Eggman, which Rotor and Archie already did. But it's obnoxious here because the face in it is shaped like his head that's smirking. So he's naturally got an ego problem from his life, where he tries too hard to give himself confidence. The predictable robot fighting happens for a while with nothing new. Why did it show Sonic slowed down doing a grunt? That reminds me that it's equally a waste of time that showed him and the heroes walking in slow motion. After Sonic beats a robot, he thanks Nine for the save and makes him high-five him, and Nine smiles after that, heartwarmingly saying high-five slowly afterwards. Sonic gets hit a bunch, but isn't really cathartic because I didn't get to see the impact when he got hit. Knucks shouldn't be confused when he says spin dash because he already saw him spin, so clearly that's what it's called. Sonic throws Knucks telling him to spin, and he throws Nine getting him to do that. So this is the first time I got to see this. We always assumed Sonic was the one who taught Tails this anyway. Nine explains that they can find where the prism is because of Sonic's shoes. And Sonic wastes valuable time proving this to them when they're still being chased down like an idiot. The council tries to shut down the doors in a failed attempt to trap them, and Rusty holds them open for them. And Sonic dodges a bunch of lasers as the story slows down to show the audience how fast he is, doing the same kind of thing he did in the movie. He uses something to block the lasers. I hate how slow it's going until he spin dashes something away. One of the council members says ow as it falls out of a hole in the building. Sonic runs away from flying robots alone, and then he jumps on something that's going along a monorail to try to get away for a little bit. He does get knocked forwards, and I guess he had rings since he's still able to go back to running and doesn't have a concussion. This is kind of boring really, because it's nothing but Sonic, so we know he'll be fine. Obviously, something the show could really use is not being afraid to injure any of the characters. Sonic's just cowardly running from robots that he could have just destroyed by jumping on them over and over, badnik bouncing them. Or jumping and then slowing down a little in midair so he would land on them. Instead of acting like Sad AM Sonic, except he doesn't look scared, so why is he not attacking them? He didn't have to get onto this to dodge lasers for a while, that he's lucky or shot so slowly that after he hears them get shot out, he has time to jump over them, even though lasers go at light speed, which is faster than sound. So they have to not be real lasers and instead a narrow, fiery substance that looks like them. But this applies to a ton of other instances in the series. He smacks down a mecha from a big height, and the story wastes my time with him remembering irrelevant things. Nine opens the door for the heroes as they reunite with him, and multiple of them are surprised he's still alive, which makes it confusing that Nine isn't upset right now from having once believed his only friend just got killed. So that proves that he's completely messed up at this point. Either that or he has one hell of a poker face. Maybe he was focusing on the idea that maybe Sonic was only pretending to like him, or only liked him for reminding him of his friend. So that's how he coped. It's just really weird. Sonic gets separated from some of his friends, except for Nine. Sonic sees the prism and he feels bad because all of this happened because he didn't listen to his friends. Why did it take until now to realize this and feel bad? And an earlier episode established that he didn't remember this because he forgot everything after Shadow punched him. Nine figures out that if the prism was shattered, then there's more of these to find. Sonic says Nine has the brains to put them back together, and Nine says that's the first thing he said that he agreed with. Which I find hard to believe is true, because that means he didn't agree with Sonic when he said that its mechanical tails are cool. Even though he chose to make them, and they benefit him, and people only look down on him because of his natural other tail, so he'd feel bad about other people for hating anyone different, not those tails. I'm guessing his mechanical tails draw so much attention that a lot of people don't notice that he has two organic tails, and he gets into the habit of trying to hide that he has multiple organic tails. So that would explain why we never get to hear anyone call him a freak or a mutant. That would probably be better writing for constantly taking advantage of its backstory, instead of us having to just take his word for it, and make him look like he's a little too melodramatic about this being a heartless, foul city, because for all we know, there were only a few people who were bullying and rejecting him. The story ends with Sonic's contact with the prism causing him to get sent into a portal. Nine doesn't go in right after him, which means he thinks there's a chance that Sonic got killed instead of warped somewhere else, so he's not risking it. Because if he thought it was just a portal, he'd follow him. It's weird and confusing to me that he shows no sign of being upset, as in completely devastated at the idea of losing the only person who liked and accepted him. I totally get him not caring about most people, but that's because most people consistently hated him for being different and did nothing for him even if they didn't, and that's not true for Sonic. He already recognized that Sonic's different from them, and that's why he decided to keep him around in the pilot. Sonic Boom doesn't have Sonic be an idiot, and it's much more creative than this show, having a different, usually new premise in every episode. This episode by Eric Wace had the heroes escape from the room they were trapped in because of Nine being able to hack stuff like Rusty Rose really quickly. And eventually a door separates Sonic and Nine from the rebels. Most of the story is wasting my time on uncreative robot fighting. Most of the episode was a little boring and very uncreative and liked to waste my time a lot. It's clear that there wasn't enough plot to properly justify an episode this long. Most of the episode was easy for me to put up with since most of it didn't have Sonic be dumb in it. And it was action-packed and trying to be exciting. This is one of the decent episodes because the stupidity of Sonic's not as obvious and constant as in the past episodes because it only comes up when he ran from robots and when he kept saying the wrong names a few times. This arc was just an imitation of Sonic Forces in SatAM, except without most of SatAM's problems, but not enough creative to have there be a real point to doing this, considering that like in SatAM, it could have done so much with the concept of a world run by Eggman, but we know almost nothing about what life here is like. Why are all the civilians just out and about instead of trapped in badniks or roboticized? That's not like him. I want to call it a poor man's SatAM, but that's only true in the sense that Sonic's so much dumber here, which is so frustrating that Prime not having most of its problems doesn't make it better. And Eggman's too incompetent to have roboticized everyone here, and it's not even scary enough to put everyone badniks like the classic games would have you expect them to do. So it trying to depict him as a threat falls flat with how soft he's being on the people for no reason. So the Chaos Council are Eggman name only, having only personality traits that are shared with him because he's a generic, evil, mad scientist roboticist character. They should have been the villains of a different world doing creative things, so then the show could still do the new idea to the official source of the franchise of Eggman of all different ages being in one place working together. The only new thing they've done is have unidentified people in their empire get chased by robots, which doesn't produce a new result because every Eggman has people chased by robots just for being in a place. So far they've completely wasted the concept of Eggman ruling a world. You know what would be really lame? If it was never shown. Here's a bunch of other cities all over the world that look really different, where Eggman also is ruling. You know, actually giving you a feeling that he's ruling the whole world instead of just one city on an island. Sonic Prime, Unwelcome to the Jungle. It starts in a jungle world where a different version of Rouge, Knuckles, and Big slide down some magically vertically hanging vines in a jungle. Just like in that jungle level in Sonic 06. I never got to see those characters do that before. Specifically, but sliding down vines isn't new, it happened in the games. At least it's gutsy to use another version of Big when he's so unpopular, instead of anyone else. It would be better to use someone in the chaotic since there's more demand. But if Big's used creatively, I'd say someone else here should have been replaced instead. Someone in charge really loved the idea of a Rouge that's a mature leader type who isn't dressed girly and isn't interested in jewels, instead of having any of the actual appeals of Rouge. Because it's used again. It would have been better to use Rebel Rouge more, but instead it makes it look to some people like someone doesn't respect Rouge as she was. Either that or the writers feel too much pressure to try to pander to people who would really hate the girly aspects of Rouge, and that's weird. She's looking for food, but freezes up in response to something hurtling towards her. I get to see Sonic land and moan in pain about it. He lampshades that his gloves and shoes have a new look. At least it's creative. It's interesting to see them look different every time. Big tells Knuckles he told him they were dangerous. So that's new. He's smart this time. I just have to assume he never got a bunch of concussions or had bad luck in the womb, since that's the only way someone with the same biology as Big could be cautious instead of willing to go to a dangerous airship unarmed. The fruit they found gets sent away from them by Sonic by accident, and somehow he's dumb enough to think those people are the same ones he already knew. Somehow, despite the fact that what he said made that obvious, and he hugged them, they somehow try to kill him anyway and think he's here to steal their supplies. So this makes no sense, and I can't wait for this nonsense to be over. It's insulting to my intelligence that I'm expected to think this is believable after he got the chance to refer to them by their names but with the word Rebel behind them. Like he's in a jungle instead of New York City. Why would he think the people from New York City would be here? Why did it take Sonic so long to figure out what's going on? It seems miraculous that these people ever stopped trying to kill him, since he never did anything differently from what he was doing earlier to make that happen, or said anything really convincing. He sees Tails fall and grabs him. He's made a joke out of because he makes a funny sound. There's no reason that after he clearly saved him, he'd get mad and try to attack him anyway. Like he's really, really stupid. It should be explained that he was bullied worse than Tails was. Because this really makes him look mentally challenged, like something really went wrong when he was in the womb. But it's much more simple to assume that it was just getting too many concussions. It turns out Mangy doesn't fly. You're really not helping with the whole Mangy coming off like he's really, really stupid and that's why he can't talk. It doesn't immediately seem like it makes sense that, oh yeah, of course he's a feral person. He's from the jungle. Because all of the other jungle dwellers around him aren't feral people. They don't explain why he's like this. These people have different names from the real deal, but they all have the same personality of being one-note jerks. So I don't care enough to remember their names. Rouge's name here is Prim. I get the feeling she'll be the only truly important one because she's like Sally. So I'm gonna memorize her name. Sonic asks if they know about the prism, and obviously one of the jerks was gonna say that they have no clue where it is. So when Prim interrupted him saying otherwise, Sonic would have seen through this as an attempt at manipulating him into helping them. And if this was well written, it'd be explained that he's humoring them and playing dumb because it's safer, and what other choice does he have? Prim says they're desperate for food at this point. And eventually Sonic says there's someone who could get them some food. And somehow they didn't immediately assume it was him, even though they saw how fast he was, so clearly you'd think he was unusually competent. They wait until night, and Knuckles keeps getting rid of the plant life in the way. I guess he's called Gnarling. Why did they name a Sonic character after a Mario level? Bet the writer didn't even know that. Sonic says he should take it easy on the plants, which is dumb of him, but also in character, since for once it reminds the fan base that Sonic's supposed to be an environmentalist, and that's supposed to be the theme of the series. So it only seems like it comes out of nowhere and is jarring because it's not nearly as obvious about the environmentalism theme as Sadie M is, because you're never told the Chaos Council did a bunch of pollution. For all we know, most of the greenery in the world is still intact. My point is, it kind of comes out of nowhere because Sonic hasn't talked like this until this point. Sonic's stupidity is lampshaded, and Knuckles starts talking paranoidly that he's on the plant side, as if that's somehow bad when plants aren't sentient monsters. If they were, then the world would be interesting instead of a cliché jungle. To be fair, I don't remember the concept of people desperate for food in a jungle being in Sonic before. So why is Knuckles really paranoid? What kind of bullying could Knuckles have possibly gone through? None of these worlds so far have acknowledged that Knuckles is the last Echidna. So come to think of it, you'd think at least a few people would mistreat him because he's the only Echidna, and so he's rare. He could have been bullied for that. It's not like it makes sense because he's a jungle dweller, because he's the only one who's ridiculously comedically so. They have to deal with a monster we don't get to see for a while. Once again, there's an extended period of time where Sonic's running away, but now he's just being a pussy unjustifiably. Sonic looks dumb by saying that the monster's no monster just because it looks like a giant bird. He still fights it, thankfully. I don't know why he keeps dodging instead of just repeatedly homing attacking it. He was clever by making sure it rammed into a tree. Sonic did that to Eve and Archie, so whatever. He only knocked out the monster's pet. And the monster ends up being Amy, who has a new design that looks impressively creative. I would have been more than slightly impressed with this pet for being a new idea for Amy, but it's still just a combination of old ideas. Because it's not only another reference to Amy's association with a bird in Sonic Adventure, but also reminded me of when Knuckles had a pet dinosaur in Underground. He cowardly runs away from the monster and is smacked into a tree from it. Then he somehow lets his guard down at seeing another Amy, even though she's angrily brandishing a hammer that she hit him with in Sonic Riders repeatedly. So he'd remember that and be scared. I already saw an evil Amy in Archie Sonic, and at least that had explanations for it, while this is just a little confusing and frustrating because I'm not told exactly what's wrong with her. What if Sonic thinks she likes him when he can see she doesn't? He wants to be helpless and get knocked upwards. Not that I don't appreciate seeing him suffer because he's an idiot. He remembers seeing the real Amy smile, and I hate the sound of the singing accompanying it as if this fake version of Sonic likes Amy. Clearly Amy was never deranged in his world. He gets knocked away again. He takes some mud off a bird, and Thorn seeing him be nice must be why she doesn't attack him again right away, and instead lectures him that scavengers like him took every bit of food the jungle had. So that's why she's bullying the people living here to get them away from here. She could look more on the right if it was proven that there was barely any food in the jungle as it was. So the only reason she's the bad guy is that she was too deranged to tell them this, to say there's tons of food somewhere else and point them in that direction. Even then they wouldn't like being forced to leave. Sonic wants to find a prism shard, so she decides to help him with that because she wants to get him out of the jungle faster. Even though she could just kill him for that, so clearly she's only being nicer because he was nice to some birds. Sonic keeps idealistically reasoning with her when clearly there's no point. It's just annoying to watch this because it's being demonized for the wrong reason. Eventually he spin dashes to dig just like an Archie and finds the prism. So that was competent of him. He's knocked away, and he says he should have seen that coming. To be fair, she gave him no indication that she'd want to take it. She expressed no reason for why she'd want it. She calls it the heart of the jungle, which makes no sense because jungles can't have hearts. This episode by Brittany Jo Flores, where Sonic wants to find a MacGuffin and puts up with violent morons in a jungle who do stuff for no reason, was a little more frustrating than the other plots because every character is stupid this time, And it's never explained why these characters all want to kill Sonic at first despite him being friendly with them. They have to be delusional to think he's their enemy after that. And how did they survive the jungle so long then? There's multiple characters in this plot that are frustratingly mentally ill, and it doesn't have the guts to explain that outright and explain why just because the kids show. Say that they fell out of trees a bunch of times because of the jungle. The idea of just confirming that characters with mental disorder are all as ableist just because it inevitably inconveniences them is why there's hardly any representation of them to normalize them. My point is, it's especially frustrating to see characters that look like characters we already know acting in such a dumb, irrational way. It's never explained why they are that way. It's justified a little because they're not the real deal, but still feels disrespectful to their fans. I would have been a lot more angry at this episode if it weren't for the fact that I know most people hated this arc, even when it first came out, when most people were worshipping the show, because the fanbase has no standards with the other continuities after Free Flynn Archie. Because they don't have all the same problems as the games, and they're tired of all the mistakes in those due to their attachment to the world of the games. So I would have been more frustrated with this show if I had reviewed it earlier. But I was so paranoid of the copyright system on this site. And I knew it was gonna suck, so I really didn't want to watch it. I'd rather these people not act this way at all, but it could make sense. The simple explanation is Thorn gave them brain damage since we already know she hurts them. And I know that's dark, but it's already dark that they're this dumb, and Meiji's a feral kid. So it wouldn't make it any more tragic to give the obvious explanation for why their brains don't work right that everyone already assumed. That's still a bit unsatisfying to me since I don't know if having a lot of concussions can make you delusional. Also, the story doesn't give the caveman counterparts any good traits. They're just cliché, violent hunter-gatherers, which is lazy and unlikable to write. And they're such jerks that the novelty of seeing versions of those characters depicted like this wears off right away, because nothing's actually done with it. They're desperate for fruit, but they would be that way even if they weren't hunter-gatherers. Because you don't need to be a hunter-gatherer to be desperate for food in a jungle where someone's beating up everyone who tries to further exhaust its food supply. A plot point that comes off as demonizing environmentalists, or at least parodying them, which is so against the theme of the franchise it's not even funny. The story feels like a waste of time in the end because I didn't see 9 again by the end of it, so it was a whole episode without a single tolerable character in it. And they could have easily cut some filler to make this faster. At least Thorn was an interesting creative character because of her motive. Sonic Prime, barking up the wrong tree. It starts out with repeating the last line from Thorn where she antagonizes them for wanting food from the jungle. If it weren't for Sonic's attachment to Amy, I'd say this fight should end in 2 seconds because of how hard Sonic would slam into her from how fast she is. Sonic remembers waking up in front of a palm tree, and there's cheesy moments where Amy tells him that his birthday gift is the palm tree, and Sonic says there's already a bunch of those trees over here, and all of his friends share some good memories they have with him. This is a cringy, sentimental scene, and it rings hollow coming from people who do nothing but rightfully criticize him before this point. Sonic's stupid again by just insulting his friends for being sentimental. He is supposed to have an attitude, and it was never established originally that he would never use it against his friends. Thorn keeps smacking the ground with her hammer that's got some extra impact and shockwaves because of the prism in it. Because the prism can do that now because it's got new powers that the plot demands. At least that's creativity. She plans to kill the other scavengers. She ends up trapping him, and I wonder why he won't spin dash through the cage or spin dash under the ground again. He climbs to the top of the cage and gets out. That is a little impressive because of how much effort he put into it. Why couldn't the cage have been magically summoned with a floor that he couldn't have gotten past? I get to see him get spun around hanging onto her hammer handle and fall to the ground, and he's knocked away again. He begins avoiding ground spikes that keep coming out of the ground, and eventually one of them sends him up to the scavengers, and Sonic gets to tell them he wasn't betraying them. He tries to convince them to find common ground with Thorn when he should know there's no chance of him succeeding in getting them to forgive her for trying to kill them. And all he needs to do is try to take the prism from her. But it makes sense because he's still supposed to be a good person, and a good person would rather not try to hurt someone resembling his friend, which is the only other choice, and would at least try to get the fighting to stop no matter how much he thinks it looks futile. And the show is clearly not the same continuity as the games, so there's no reason to think he can do the Sonic Tornado from Sonic Heroes, which would easily solve this problem, throwing her up in the air and making her fall down. He gets told that Thorn used to live with them, but just seeing a few fruits fall on the ground in front of her caused her to start screaming and running after them violently, when for all we know, they just started taking fruits. Who could take this seriously? It tried to be dramatic with the music, and no one's lampshading how crazy it was of her. At least the story makes a fool out of the scavengers again, but so mildly that I don't care. So awkward to watch Sonic talk to Thorn with a forced friendly attitude and then talk with his hands for way too long, and talk in a condescending sounding way by accident about how he wants these two groups to talk things out. It's a miracle Thorn doesn't just attack him and instead lets him go on for so long. Eventually, Sonic says that this is not as easy as Amy made it look. He never saw Amy do anything like this before, so he's referencing something off screen. The scavengers tried to kill Thorn anyway, and she ends up destroying their home. Boy, it sure would be unforgivable if the show never explained that she rebuilt their homes. I didn't think of that at the time though. He says they need to find a way to live together even though he didn't demonstrate why she needs to, and she inexplicably doubts he knows anything about togetherness. The story wastes my time for a while, since he fails to convince her anyway. Yeah, they definitely could have cut a lot of filler and made these 2 episodes just 1 episode. He taunts her that he's gonna go to the Great Green, and Thorn shows some compassion for a bird for overworking it. He runs around a big tree to get to the top like it's Sonic CD's intro. Why would she even try to take a shot at him when it clearly risks hurting the tree, and she acted like she cared about the jungle earlier? She wouldn't do that. It also turns out her hammer can extend really far because of the magic prism. The hammer gets sent through the ceiling created by the leaves, and she inexplicably feels guilty not for damaging the leaves above the forest. She whines melodramatically like she ruined the green, even though she only damaged a harmlessly small amount of greenery and opened up the way to some sunlight that she should know is good for the growth of the plants. So she should be happy she did that. There's gotta be something magical about this place to keep all these plants in perfectly good condition considering how dark it is here. It is a world with a magic prism in it, so why not? All of the plants look perfectly green, they look perfectly fine. So I was pretty confused when I read TV tropes and it was like, no, she's actually upset because she realized that depriving the grass of sunlight was bad for it. How was I supposed to know that from the dialogue and the fact that the grass looks perfectly fine? Just make it brown then. Maybe the grass should have been brown if that was somehow the intent. But people there can't even agree on what the ending of the show implies. She wastes a bunch of time recapping about what her motivation was to terrorize these people, and finally acknowledges that she's a monster. And the story has her cry to try to manipulate the audience into caring about someone who could have killed these people long before this and destroyed their homes. And somehow they feel sorry for her, which comes off as the story trying to manipulate the audience into sympathizing with her, and it just makes me wonder why the writer is doing this after she's so thoroughly turned us against her. I guess it's because he's so dumb he thinks we'll sympathize with anyone who's fighting with environmentalism as a motive and cares about animals in a series with those as its themes. Even though the story did no attempt at persuading us why we should care less about people than the preservation of food supply of a tiny part of a jungle. And maybe because she's a girl, he doesn't see her as irredeemable because she's weaker than guys, so girls aren't taking it seriously. It looks like I said this out of nowhere, but I said this because Amy's had a long history of the stories portraying her with unacceptable behavior towards Sonic that occasionally got violent, but then letting her get away with it with a slap on the wrist at best, and then playing it off as a joke instead of treat her like a villain. Even though if the genders were reversed, that wouldn't happen, so it's probably because she's a girl. And this reminds me of that. The story ends up letting her get away with it with no punishment and easy redemption, when she had practically nothing sympathetic about her before. But since she only did bad things because she cared too much about the themes of the series, it looks possible that the writer's just going easy on her because of that. I had to think about it and start wondering if it was for any other reason. I wouldn't have wondered that if the writer didn't use a girl for this, and worst of all, it was Amy. She's so ashamed she tells her bird to fly away, even though it's gotten used to being fed by her and likes her. So why would it never come back to her? It sucks that the story never has anyone tell her that she should have just looked for places other than the jungle that have food, and then told the scavengers to follow her there. Then Sonic teaches Mangy how to fly successfully, which means there's one less thing unique about this version of Tails, and it's weird that nobody asks Sonic why he thinks Mangy can fly. He'd only try to fly because of brain damage or something else that's wrong with his brain, because there's no reason to think he could fly by spinning his tails. That's impossible scientifically. He never told Mangy he knew another version of him, and he wouldn't believe him if he did say that. And Nine knows how to fly, but we always assumed that the reason any version of Tails knew how to fly was because a bully threw him off a cliff or he ran off a cliff, and so he had to spin his tails in desperation and learned how to fly. So of course Nine's bullying backstory would cause him to learn how to fly. You'd think, in a jungle, Mangy would have fallen out of a tree at some point and learned how to fly himself. So somehow Thorn and the others become friends, and somehow simply Sonic running fast enough has him get told by Shadow that he has to keep doing what he's already doing, without him going into Shadow's dimension. It's always such a waste of time when Shadow talks up for a few seconds because he's arbitrarily able to do that because the writer felt like making the prism energy that way, even though it really contributes nothing to the story. I think the writers think the Shadow fans get really excited at merely hearing his voice for a few seconds, and that's why this keeps happening. And when he reaches the prism, he gets sent back to New York City. I think it's new that he gets his fall slowed down to a crawl by the vine around his chest, catching him after he fell past a horizontal pole. He sees Knux going to fight some robots and talk in a way that encourages other people to do so, like in Sonic the Comic. So when it zooms in and Sonic acts worried, I'm just confused. First off, the concept of there being badniks to fight that he could kill easily is familiar territory to him, so there's no reason for him to be scared. Second, this whole place is familiar territory, so if anything, you should be a little relieved that he's in a place that's easier to navigate than an unfamiliar area. He should be grateful he's back in Nine's dimension because now he'd be able to reunite with him. Someone who could benefit him with his skill with technology and no one else he's met in the Shadowverse can. Assuming he did care about him, then he would have always worried about him not being able to handle being separated from the first friend he had when for all he knows it's permanent, and would be impatient to reunite with him before he'd do something stupid because he'd be worrying about how he's taking it the whole time. So it's bad writing that it only leaves it up to assumption and instead implies that he only cared about his own goals, which would be out of character. He had Mangy, but Mangy has other friends, while Nine never did, so Nine's the version of Tails who inspired the most pity in Sonic. Also, it doesn't look like there's anyone here that is encouraging to endanger themselves fighting robots they can't damage. And Knux would have to be impossibly stupid or sadistic to do that to people. If it isn't explained later what caused the shard to bring him back to a universe he already went to where he wouldn't get to find another shard, then it should have been. I assume the reason he was sent back here was that the shard knew he subconsciously would rather reunite with Nine. Or there's another shard here. What's a lot more arbitrary is the shard sending Sonic to the Jungle Zone instead of a different universe that'd be just as close to this one. I'd think there would be an equal 50-50 chance of him being sent to either the universe that's one above and one below the number associated with the universe he's in. The number associated with the atomic vibrational frequency that distinguishes every universe from each other to keep them separate. This story by Patricia Villetto was about Sonic tediously running from Thorn and doing an awkward, failed attempt to try to get her to reconcile with the people she unfairly tried to kill for feeding themselves, instead of wandering around looking for some food they don't know for sure is in that direction anyway. Logically, she tried to kill every wild animal that tried to eat the fruit too. Good thing they didn't establish that, or her love of her bird wouldn't mean much. The story somehow resolved itself when Thorn uncharacteristically tries to attack Sonic in a way that would risk attacking a part of the jungle too, even though that's against the entire reason she was fighting him. She sure is hypocritical to be okay with her bird eating the fruit, because obviously it is eating it or it would have died. So she literally does value animals over people. And it's unsatisfying that she gets away with everything somehow. As usual, the story sucked because Sonic was stupid and lame the whole time, which was a little frustrating and made me wish he wasn't the main character. Sonic Prime's situation grim. People get threatened by robots, and the story repeats the end of the last episode for no reason to pad things out. And the story mocks Sonic by having him whine lamely after he gets spun around. He's told off for being gone, rightfully so with what little info he has. And he helps him fight robots a little while explaining himself to him. The story wastes time showing the Eggmen pointlessly whine about the heroes. They aren't intimidating. They don't sound scary or look scary. So what's the point of the scene? At least whenever SatAM did this, Robotnik was scary. Better to try too hard than not try at all. These people are being comedy characters, but they're not even remotely charming. They're just annoying. Sonic gets heard saying he found another shard as an explanation for why he wants to know where 9 is. This is forced because it would have been assumed that he wanted to know where his friend was. Rebel Rouge is annoyed at Sonic deserting them earlier, since she thinks him doing that meant he never cared about them and was just using them. So what's the point of making them all jerks? I thought we were supposed to sympathize with them. One of them that I don't know with no personality wants to kill Sonic. It's understandable from their perspective that they'd be mad at someone for leaving. It just seems like a complete overreaction because I've already read Archie Sonic. There are far worse ways that someone can betray your team. It's not like he did anything bad to them. He didn't slap a member of their team. This would be like the Sonic the Comic Freedom Fighters hating Porker because he left. 9 took the shard and left the heroes to fight robots on their own. Even though they never acted like they judged him for having 2 tails, so they could have been the only other people who had any chance of being his friends after he just lost Sonic. But since the rebels were never nice to him, I guess it's not forced that he'd assume everyone thinks he looks like a freak, assuming that not everyone who ever sees him makes fun of his looks. Because why would they when he looks scary? I guess I can't fault him for thinking they'd never warm up to him because of that. And he just fell back into old habits. He thought he was lucky he ever got anyone accepting of him, so it'd be too good to be true if they did. Even if he thought there was a possibility. He might have just ignored that possibility to avoid being disappointed. And he's always not fought Eggman, so that he wouldn't have to risk being kidnapped by him. He didn't want to just be used, I guess. I like that he waited a little while before deciding to leave them, which means that he had to consider it. So it acknowledges that he thinks there's good reasons to do both actions. The story keeps annoyingly wasting my time dragging out the jerks being jerks to Sonic. To be fair, they could be worse. They never talk like he's never been useful and call him reckless or stupid so far. And are not supposed to ship any of them with Sonic in spite of that. It turns out he's been gone for weeks. What is the point of there being multiple different time speeds depending on the dimension? It doesn't actually impact the plot. Archie Sonic did this kind of thing first. They show Sonic the palm tree hologram as a representation of how they want the city to go back to how it used to look. Even though cities aren't inherently bad. These buildings have a purpose. a lot of them are houses, and a lot of them are businesses. I get them wanting more greenery, but it's going to inconvenience the people there. If something happens to the council, and then they're gonna, start blowing up buildings? The heroes will get into a robot fight. It's cool to see normal people face robots holding ray guns. It reminds me of Forces, but they aren't using lame Wispons this time. Sonic's effectively fighting the robots one by one, and is about to homing attack another one just the same way. So it makes no sense that he got smacked into a wall and rendered helpless, because he's supposed to be as fast as sound. But the robot didn't start its swinging attack until after Sonic had started to head towards it and was close to it. But he's moving at over 600 miles per hour, so it attacked him impossibly fast in a world where Eggman didn't program his robots to be as fast as Sonic to deal with him. And there's no reason he would, because he disappeared, so as far as he knew, he'd never see Sonic again. It would have been more believable if it was in the process of attacking someone else and he got in the way because he attacked it from a bad angle in his hurry. 9 goes to save them in an aircraft that came out of a portal. He doesn't act surprised at seeing that Sonic's alive, so he must have found out earlier from a security camera. I'd much rather have seen that than see the Eggman see Sonic. I suppose it makes sense that he'd have security cameras floating around, so that he'd know when robots are just outside of the lab he lives in. A lab that must have once belonged to someone else, and then he co-opted it. It's kind of sweet to see Sonic happily complimenting him when he got into his aircraft as 9 smiles. 9's interested enough to insist on finding out what Sonic had to deal with when he wasn't around him before he does anything for him. It is controlling. It's skewed priorities, but it shows that he cares. Sonic's adventures have nothing to do with him. There's a flashback that's mercifully short, and afterwards Sonic explains that he found him after that. So there was a time skip and implied that he told him everything. So that mercifully cuts down the padding. So it's merciful that it didn't take a billion years showing every word of Sonic's explanation to him. 9 reveals he made it so that he could go to any universe by flying his aircraft. It's a little impressive. It's the first time a version of Tails has made this. I would have been a lot more impressed if I hadn't seen Rick and Morty do this first. The real reason I'm not that impressed is that he needs the Prism to do this, which is only a show exclusive thing, so it's not really telling me that Tails could make this. It's actually nice to see him look happy when telling him that he can make this empty red planet with no people in it a clean slate from which to start a new world with the 2 of them if he got enough shard energy. There are actually places in the world with red rocky ground like this, so this doesn't necessarily tell me that the entire planet looks like this. Otherwise it would have to be magic that has there be breathable air here without plants to produce it. It's interesting to see a version of Tails want to make a world for himself. That's never happened. He should have known Sonic wouldn't want to stay with him all day, every day, in a place with nothing fun to do and no one else to talk to, with no proof that there's any DVDs for him to watch or video games to play, because he already knows he had a nice past with some other version of him in another universe. If he had thought this through for even a second, he would have realized that Sonic would get bored here minutes later, and so would he. He should have just assumed Sonic would rather go home because he had friends in that place. And I don't know why I'd need more shard energy other than to be able to make more things in a smaller amount of time, but he doesn't really need to fill the entire planet with stuff that he's made. All he'd have to do is make some nanobots and tell them to get to work. And then he could have the entire planet full of stuff that he wants them to make. But I guess he hasn't watched enough sci-fi to figure that out. It intuitively makes sense that Tails would want this if he completely gave up on the idea that anybody would like him other than Sonic by being bullied a lot longer before Sonic found him. Back when he had the impression that everyone would bully him but Sonic anyway. He hasn't gotten treated like a hero by anyone yet, which would get him to like people again. And for all we know, with how little we were told about Tails in his first game, the real Tails would have had the same plan here if he had just gone through Sonic 2 but hadn't found out he got the respect of the average person because of his association with Sonic. I guess a lot of people assumed that Tails warmed up to humanity right after Sonic 2, or maybe the second they freed an animal from a badnik together, just because he's a good person. But that's unrealistically fast. He kind of had no reason to be a good person at that point because he was bullied before he met Sonic by everyone. He'd have to be especially amazing as a person to still have a positive outlook on people at that point. Sonic's someone he idolizes, so he could have assumed Sonic would be the only person who'd ever accept him because he's just that great, and repeatedly thought of any normal person who approved of him as just the exceptions to the rule, until he'd have eventually understood otherwise. The show's so predictable, and it's instantly obvious at this point that it's going to keep using this desire of his to make a world with the things Sonic needs to get home. So it turns out it wasn't much of a spoiler to imply he deserves to suffer in the show, when it already gave away that he's a villain from the first season. He has a goal that is only ever given to villains, even though it's not an inherently evil thing to want to make a world. Nine hates the idea of protecting the Resistance because he was bullied in that city, so he owes it nothing. Yeah, I sorta get some people being offended at Nine turning out selfish without Sonic, because since we only ever saw Tails being nice, they have an idealized idea of Tails being pure of heart. But we were never told about his view on humanity and morality before he befriended Sonic. All we knew about Tails in the classic games personality-wise was that he was tolerable enough with Sonic that Sonic let him help him, and him being polite to Sonic says nothing about whether he was cynical with most people. I'm just talking about what was implied about his personality in the games. The manuals aren't written by the people who came up with the stories for the games, so they're just fanfiction. At first, he had no reason to care if Eggman took over the world, because his life would have still been the same. The idea that Sonic made him a good person again after he wasn't one makes Sonic's influence on Tails all the more important. It makes it so that Sonic did something a lot better than we thought. It really reflects well on Sonic. He's the main character, so it makes sense to be nicer to Sonic than Tails. It's not as interesting and easy to get invested in if Tails was inexplicably still a good, naive person, even without Sonic inspiring him to be better, which was a constant theme throughout the series with other characters that Sonic inspired to become heroes, or just better people in general, like Knuckles and Blaze and Elise and Chip. Sonic said that he wanted to help the heroes of a city that brought him nothing but suffering. Still, Nine's nice enough to open a portal to let Sonic go help those people. But since he's still evil, I have to assume that he only did this because he wanted to get Sonic away from him since he was mad at him, and he was hoping that he would survive helping them, and that if he finished helping them, he'd be cooperative with him the next time he saw him. Or if he needed his help, then he'd be grateful to him if he saved him. And he would use cameras to find out if he needed his help. That would be sending signals through a constantly open portal. I mean, he's taking a big risk with the only person who's ever liked him for who he was, by letting him go help a bunch of people, even though when he first met him, Sonic got kidnapped by a giant robot and needed other people to even survive the situation. It's kind of weird that someone so paranoid and pessimistic would have total faith that Sonic would survive being sent to fight robots alone. Apparently he's completely blinded by his hatred of the people in that city, so he's not letting himself pay attention to how dangerous it is for Sonic to fight without his help. There's some uncreative robot fighting, and somehow people as competent as Sonic and Rebel Rouge get knocked over and made helpless after all their experience fighting robots. But the aircraft from Nine saves them, which is satisfying to see. So I'm impressed that Nine actually realized that Sonic could get killed by fighting without him. Nine of course says that this is the last time he's coming back here, and he's gonna go back to that red planet as soon as he's done this. Nine having this aircraft would have been more satisfying narratively if I had seen him discover it and take it from Eggman. It's just not as impressive if Nine only has his lab because he stole a lab from Eggman that was abandoned. But it doesn't make any sense that a little kid would have made a lab for himself. That made no sense in Tails' original backstory. He would have to take a lab that someone had abandoned. He was just focusing on the flying robot threatening to shoot his aircraft, so he would have known where it was from the noise it made and stuff. So why does he look in the opposite direction from the robot that's about to shoot at the aircraft to make it start falling? He would have flown it up or down more, or turned it left or right so it could have avoided a laser. Why did he just do nothing for a few seconds when that's dumb no matter where the robot is? He's just made too incompetent to avoid it getting shot at because the plot demands it, when he was nothing but competent before this point. It's too damaged to even let him make a portal. It's also frustrating because the way it works out is that the story punished him for doing something good by saving Sonic, even though he did it for entirely a selfish reason. That he could be devastated if he lost him because then he would have to go back to being alone for the rest of his life. But now he knows what he's missing. I like that Knuckles punched some solid metal block into a robot. That's a little more interesting than punching it directly, and I guess this was new. A pleasant surprise is that the heroes forgive Sonic already for leaving them because he helped them with one fight that they would have won without him. Aside from one that we know nothing about, who isn't more in power than Rouge, so we have no reason to be especially invested. The story ends with Nine getting his prisms taken from him because he had to use them to power the aircraft at all, and so they're in the aircraft. It's more frustrating than dramatic because there's no way this would have happened. I guess it's karma. This story by Marcus Reinhardt was about Sonic fighting some weak robots uncreatively to help the Resistance, who make me put up with them hating him for abandoning them unwillfully, which stops being justified after he told them he didn't mean to. And Nine got an aircraft, so he saved them from a situation that there's no way he would have ever been lame enough to get into after all of his robot fighting experience. But then Nine's forced by the writer to do nothing when his aircraft's being threatened with damage by a flying robot he already knew about, so his prison charge gets taken because he didn't even try to have it dodge a potential attack. Surely you could have justified his aircraft being shot by a laser properly. The laser could have been shot by a robot that was behind him while he wasn't looking behind him. This was another bad episode because it was annoying how Sonic was being treated with resentment for the wrong reason. But it's the most easy to tolerate one so far, because most of it didn't have Sonic be an idiot. And it wasn't as consistently boring as the earlier ones. It still wasted a bunch of time as usual though. The most disappointing thing about this is that it's underwhelming that I never saw Nine's reaction to discovering Sonic was still alive. Sonic Prime, it takes one to know place. Even though the previous episode ended with Sonic being in the Chaos Council world, it disorientingly starts with Sonic in regular Green Hill dealing with Shadow and shows stuff that past episodes already showed me. The fact that I didn't see someone start remembering this to make the flashback start is off-putting, and made me wonder if the episode footage I downloaded didn't show the whole thing. Because what does this have to do with anything? It humiliates Shadow a little by having him actually fall for the look over there trick. To be fair, Sonic acted convincingly scared there, and it isn't like him to be deceptive. He could have assumed Eggman was behind him with an especially big and dangerous mecha, and for once Prime Sonic had at least an average level of intelligence. So that's great. It's the oldest trick in the book, so I won't say smart. But it's better than him being an idiot as usual. So I get to see him attack Shadow. Later, when Sonic's about to shatter the prism, Shadow says Chaos Control, and it looks like time's frozen. Wait, why didn't he teleport instead of freezing time? Or why didn't he do both? Couldn't he have warped to the prism? And later on, he's arbitrarily warped to some other universe where he's floating in space several seconds after he said Chaos Control. Which one makes no sense because he didn't imagine this place, so how did he get there without meaning to? And two, it sure is magical that there's still air here when it looks like he's in space. I wish it had some special zone structures around him to make it feel more like it makes sense that he's alive. Like a half-pipe. Why is his only reaction to being sent to this place mild annoyance with Sonic? He should be completely freaking out because now he can't fulfill his promise to Maria anymore. Wouldn't he have frozen time as soon as possible and then warped far ahead and kept doing that until he got to where the prism was before Sonic and then prevented the show? Again, the story shows me footage I already saw where the rebels are forgiving the Sonic who runs around, inexplicably stopping over and over for no reason when he could just keep calling out for him while running and still be heard. Because it already doesn't make sense, because him boosting doesn't destroy all the windows around him with the sonic boom. He inexplicably ends up being warped to another dimension just because he ran fast enough. I get to see Sonic fall into the shallow part of an ocean, and I have to put up with the tedium of him being talked to in a cliche pirate way for a while, and threatened by sword-holding versions of his friends over and over because he's trying to get away. At least I can forgive him not simply hurting them because they look like his friends, and that would ruin any chance of him getting to take advantage of them in a strange new world, where he's surrounded by an ocean and he'd need their ship, and he doesn't know how to manage a ship, so it's in his best interest to try to be nice to them. They could tell him where the nearest land area is. They just conveniently believe him that he's not a pirate, even though earlier they wondered if he was one just for being on this island. The pirates end up letting him sit in their canoe, and Sonic's somehow dumb enough to ask if they've got seatbelts on. Maybe it was sarcastic, but he'd know it'd just make him look weird because they don't know what those are. I already saw pirates a lot in Sonic the Comic in that AOSDH episode. The only thing creative about this is that the pirates look like Team Sonic and Rouge. And that's only interesting for a second if you don't give any of them distinct personalities, and instead keep just portraying them as one-note jerks just like the Resistance earlier. Which means there's no good story reason for making these characters look like Sonic's friends, because for the most part it's not using them in a way that's inspired by how they used to be by subverting your expectations completely, or exaggerating the traits that Sonic's friends had. It's only there for an excuse to reuse their models. Most of the time you could have the exact same plots in this show if they didn't look like Sonic's friends, and it'd only be better because Sonic wouldn't be calling them his friends, though he would have no excuse for not fighting them. Sonic used his speed to make the canoe get straight to the pirate ship. That's impressive. Sonic says Big must have eaten too many coconuts. Why are coconuts talked about like they're alcoholic or narcoleptic berries? Well, he's in a world with magic in it, so I can believe coconuts are magically different here. So this is a new creative idea. Sonic finds out the leader of the pirates looks like Knuckles. Why does he look shocked? He shouldn't care any more about this than seeing the rest of the people here looking like his friends. He acts like Knuckles is evil here. The rest of them before this point that he saw were also in an evil criminal position, so why wasn't he acting all betrayed and horrified earlier? He remembers Knuckles' fight with him in Sonic and Knuckles, which is a giant waste of my time. Also, people complained because the first time he ever met him was in Hidden Palace Zone. Since the show's so unlike the games already, why not? He says it makes sense that Knuckles would be a pirate captain as a result, which makes no sense because he knows that Knuckles wasn't evil back then. He was just tricked into thinking Sonic was evil. He pulls out a sword to threaten him, even though he's surrounded by armed pirates. How is he so stupid in this show? It's very convenient that after acting intimidating, Knuckles started acting friendly and saying that the fire's not to cook him. Why did Sonic think pirates would be cannibals just because they're pirates? Just because he's a nice pirate, Sonic says he's his favorite Knuckles ever. which is so disrespectful to Knuckles. But that is just like Sonic. He never likes Knuckles that much because Knuckles is a grump. Well, this one isn't clashing with him. So it makes sense in that respect, but he's talking in such an annoying way. I can't relate to this because Knuckles is so annoying here with the stereotypical pirate way of talking and the annoying pirate voice, when it makes no biological sense that he has a different sounding voice. So he cares so much about what people think of him that he's putting on a fake voice. And I hate the music playing here too. Sonic decides to tell them his backstory, and the story skips through it by showing a bunch of flashbacks for a few seconds, and Knuckles doesn't talk like he doesn't believe him about it. It seems unlikely at first, but not if this is a world with magical emeralds and magic already where everyone believes magical things could happen. But for all we know, it isn't. After a bunch of filler, Sonic puts his arm around Knuckles' shoulder with a smile, and I'm glad he's okay with it. Oh yeah, it's called Captain Dread. This isn't even the first time there's been optimistic acting Knuckles. It's just Boom Knuckles all over again. Having a stereotypical pirate voice isn't really enough to make him such a distinct character that I feel like calling him by his own name yet, because all the other people on the ship are also talking in a pirate voice. I think it's called Sails because I remember hearing about that. Sails is close to Tails, so it's pretty easy for me to remember because it's based on the fact that he's living in a place with a sail on it. It turns out Sonic's getting tired of Knuckles constantly trying to sing. He tells them about the shard, and that's magical, and they react like they never heard about it before, which is weird. I thought they were already told this. Knuckles arbitrarily discourages him from trying to find it. They get threatened by a pirate ship, and Knuckles ends up hiding, even though obviously that wouldn't protect him from cannonballs. So all he'd really do is try to escape the ship. Why is everyone on the ship a coward but Sonic? How did they get a pirate ship then? I shouldn't have to just assume they were magically brainwashed into this. Instead, Sonic gets some nice time in the spotlight because he's the only one being brave and standing up to the pirates who invaded the ship. I get to see him smack them around and taunt them briefly. The good times hardly last because he ends up running on a rolling barrel that sends him off the ship. Then he finds out his shoes are hover shoes, which is cool but was already done in other Sonic shows. Logically, why would his shoes be only turned this way because he went here? That's just the nature of his prism energy? It would be so much less convoluted and confusing to just say that he always knew about the hover ability because Nine gave it to him in the first place on purpose. Sonic's teammates finally get the courage to attack the other pirates, but they get to leave anyway to keep a PG rating somehow. And they brag thanks for the Sea Dogs, but then why are Knuckles' crew celebrating when they leave? Sonic gets made the new captain, and Knuckles tells Black Rose to tell Sonic that Knuckles used to be infamous. Sails wants to interject, but the story wastes my time with him being told to shut up. It's so cringy how seriously the story takes this and how long this is going on for. So a while ago there was a storm and the pirate ship crashed because despite his whole crew warning him to stop sailing ahead in a straight line trying to get a MacGuffin, he was rude to them and ignored their suggestion. And then the ship moved too fast for him to be able to steer it away from something it was heading for. So his former crew abandoned him, with one of them saying he didn't care about them. But this line doesn't make any sense since it wasn't that he didn't care. It's that he didn't respect their opinions and was stupidly optimistic about not crashing in a stormy ocean full of things to crash into. They should have always assumed a pirate captain wouldn't care about his crew because that's the norm. They're thieves, so why would they be expected to have compassion? A lot of pirates were just kidnapped. But this isn't Earth, so it doesn't have to be historically accurate. This is just Knuckles at his worst. It's like the writer only took inspiration from the one time in the game said he was stupidly optimistic and arrogant. The time he made a plan and forces that got a huge amount of people killed, even though he knew Infinite existed and was nearby. So he should have expected him to do that. I'm okay with using the name Black Rose because there are Black Roses in real life, and it's the same amount of syllables as Amy anyway. But I do hate that it takes longer to type out. So if I like the name enough and it's memorable enough, then I'll feel like using it. Eventually, because Sails asks to look at his shoes, talking in an annoyingly stereotypical pirate way, Sonic remembers that he could just use the shoes as a radar for a prism shard, so he's used to operating under the belief that they can't do that, so he forgot. But I'd rather he not have been stressed out making fake tension just because he forgot that. Then Sonic gets threatened by Rusty, who's standing on a pirate ship, even though it's not normal for the Chaos Council to have a medieval pirate ship instead of a futuristic looking ship or aircraft, which could still be made something that could float, but would also have the advantage of being able to fly. That would be better at showing off how much more advanced they are. The story ends with their ship threatening Sonic's. It is new to have a version of Amy in this position, but the whole time I saw her I couldn't be that impressed because it's just Mecha Sally again. I know it is still talented when the writer of a story did come up with an idea himself that only coincidentally was already done or sort of done in the series, and it's more likely that that's the situation. I still think it's legitimate to think that if an idea is especially creative, then it isn't going to be one that was done or sort of done in the franchise. It doesn't take even an average amount of effort to come up to the idea of portraying main characters as evil counterparts or robot versions in a series with a villain who can invent anything, especially because it's a cliche. How did the Chaos Council know which universe to send Rusty out to out of the infinite ones? The only way it's believable that she picked the right one so fast is there are only two that were the most likely for Sonic to be in. The one that's one digit above the universe's number and the one that's below it, one digit. So maybe Rusty got sent to the wrong one first, which would be the scavenger one, but she could go check here right afterwards anyways. So much just gets left up to interpretation in this show, but at least most of the time the audience could make sense of it with information from the show, so it makes more sense than the modern Sonic comics have for a long time. The most arbitrary stuff can be explained away because it revolves around a gem that's magical anyways that we don't know everything about. Most of the story was just shockingly lazy visually because they were on the pirate ship almost the whole time. The reboot already did that, and it did this better because this show's never gonna have these pirates do pirate things. Remembering that makes me want to compliment the show on not having most of its new characters look like they're self-indulgent fan characters. The new designs look like Sonic characters without looking like fan characters or looking ridiculous like a few of the Sonic Boom ones, because they usually have realistic colors for animals. Of course, it's still unprofessionally attention-seeking when it has characters be an unrealistic color, but usually they look normal. It is lazy to make a lot of the characters in one place look similar as if they're just reused models, but it doesn't break the immersion, because I never see enough people in one place for it to be impossible. And it is more likely that a bunch of different people of the same species would have decided to stick together in a group. This tedious story by Omar Spahi was about Sonic joining and becoming the captain of a crew of pirates who are inexplicably cowards that need him to stand up to some real pirates for them. What is the point of having versions of Sonic's friends who are pirates if they don't really act like pirates because they're all pussies? I thought they were going to be actual pirates and we would get to learn why they became pirates when they have the same genetics as the original versions of the characters. It could have been interesting. Just because they're orphans doesn't justify it because they weren't pirates originally. It's not like every orphan back in pirate times became a pirate, so you'd have to have an interesting reason aside from that to justify them becoming pirates. But the writer was too lazy to do any world building to make this worth it. It turns out that Captain Knuckles once had his crew abandon him for being a jerk who couldn't stop his ship from crashing. That was a new premise even though it was half-assed. Sonic's not a massive idiot or a loser the whole time, but he has his moments like considering trying to kill Knuckles with a sword before he actually told him his life was in danger and before he had been told which direction the ship should be sailing in to get to land faster. As if it was even in character for him to consider killing Knuckles or think that he would go through with it. The story was boring, not just because of all the wasting of my time with hardly any plot progression, but also because he had the characters talk like pirates, which made it feel even more cliche and silly, which contrasted with when the story tried to take itself seriously. Once again, the only character that isn't almost one-dimensional is Knuckles. Everyone else is a one-note jerk, and nobody's likable here. And he's a jerk too. He's just... Their idea of making him not one-note is that he's also a massive idiot. Never saw that before. But it did have one great scene where Sonic was Sonic, but I shouldn't have to compliment that. There wasn't enough action in this episode to make it better than the previous episodes, because I mostly just remember it as the characters standing on a pirate ship talking. Maybe they should have cut a lot of the filler out and made the next episode a part of this one. Sonic Prime, there's no R in team. So for no reason, it depressingly starts with 9 being forced to walk up to and get threateningly talked to by the unintimidating Chaos Council, and it's boring how needlessly dragged out it is. It's pretty dumb that they keep having the baby one in serious scenes. I don't know how 9's fearless enough to just be snarky with the most feared dictators in the world when in a helpless position after all of the times he's been bullied. He would have been scared that any moment he was going to get hurt again. I know he's used to it, but he's better at defending himself by this point because he has mechanical tails. It would have obviously felt more true to his character and be better for the tension to have him be terrified. But instead he acts like Sonic with Eggman in the Colors era. If you make the characters scared, that does half the work of making it seem scary. I don't think they look scary, but 9 won't be affected by their looks because he grew up in a place being ruined by them and they managed to overpower him effortlessly. It's never explained why he didn't fight back with his extra tails and prevent them from handcuffing him. Wouldn't it be a more exciting looking scene if he tried to save himself and he got hurt instead? Sonic saves the pirate Knuckles from lasers, and it wastes time with Rusty's predictable threatening of them. Why would she call the multiverse the Shatterverse? No one got told that's what it's called. They just want to call it the multiverse. From the perspective of everyone there, the multiverse was always that way and they'd reject the name. It looks cool when Sonic knocks a cannonball away. It's convenient that he never gets hit by a laser after all the time he stands still flattering sails. He calls him a beauty for being smart. That's weird for him, and no one lampshades it. He usually has better social skills than that. Rusty sees Amy and acts shocked, even though she would have seen her way before this. She somehow responds to this by telling the crew to sail away with the excuse that her ship's gonna sink anyway, even though the whole reason she was roboticized was so she would do whatever Eggman would want. Just have her get hit in the head before this point, at least it would sorta try to justify this. I really hate how long it's taking on Sonic trying to convince Knuckles not to abandon them in a canoe. It's so lame. Predictably, the speech convinced him to come back, and it gives him advice that only he'd know to give. But why didn't they know to do all of this? Their experience with being pirates. Why were they despairing? Are they new to this? Even if their ship never got damaged before, they would have already been told how to react to this. They prevent the ship from sinking, as I think that it was such a waste of time to show Dredd almost abandoning them, especially since we already knew he was a coward, and he decided not to abandon them 2 seconds later. He sounds menacing, saying that his plan's gonna be legendary and there's dramatic music, and Sonic looks suspicious. The story wastes time with 9 talking to the council for a while. It's up in the air right now whether 9 really thinks Sonic isn't his friend because he abandoned him or not, because he was paranoid right from the start. Maybe his standards for a friend are just that high, because he's naturally very entitled when it comes to what a friend should be, because he thinks of it as life making it up to him for all the suffering and loneliness he went through. Or he's just lying that he doesn't think of him as his friend, so that Eggman won't go as hard on him just to spite him. If he doesn't treat him like he isn't his friend anymore as soon as he sees him again, then that's gonna call whether he actually believes this into question. He gives them some useful information. He tells them Sonic's a living shatter battery, so they need him alive. It seems to frame it as him betraying him because he spoke rudely about Sonic and he's giving the villains info, but he is helping Sonic by convincing them to go easy on him. I get to see him get shocked. Knuckles gets a plan that has Sonic running around in a circle, which creates a tornado getting the ship to float. That's new. Cool. The music really wants me to take this seriously, but I just can't because of the generic pirate speak of Knuckles and his over-the-top, hoping everyone would know his name after this. I was just embarrassed to be watching the show because of how cheesy and kiddie the pirates are being. Of course, I still appreciate that it's even trying to be epic, in the same sense that I always know it's good that they make Sonic's fur blue. Having a Sonic story be cheesy while taking itself seriously is still way better than not even trying, because it was serious from the start from the things its villain did, and that gets you more engaged than being comedic or just having the characters stay still and talk. Knuckles acts rude, putting him under some pressure to do what he wants, and throws him in front of the ship, where he takes an overly long time for no reason before running while pulling the ship behind him from holding a rope. That's new, but since when is Sonic strong enough to pull the weight of an entire ship behind him? So he's unusually strong in this continuity. One time exerting that much force on a tiny part of the ship only caused a small part of it to get ripped off. I guess the material of the ship is supernaturally strong. Knuckles keeps having his crew fire stuff out of cannons at the ship, which knocks over the robots on it. I already saw robots on a pirate ship before this show in Sonic Rush Adventure. Rusty slips because of the thing fired at her, so it's creative what kind of things get fired at the ship. Rusty rips off Bunny by standing really tall because of extended legs. Why is Knuckles just standing there instead of fighting the robots? Why does Sonic wait so long to destroy the robots around him? The rest of the crew starts fighting the robots uncreatively. I like that Tails attacked one with something that he took off it. I guess that's new. Sonic generously tells Knuckles to get the treasure himself after Knuckles inexplicably told Sonic to get it, even though his ego is really set on finding it himself. At least the action scene hasn't been boring. I liked that Sonic spin dashed along the extended arm Rusty had. He gets saved, I get to see Sonic smacked off the ship, Tails gets to save him and is thanked for it. Why are the heroes doing nothing when Rusty heads for them trying to finish them off? Sonic runs away and then destroys the robots from behind because then they wouldn't have their guards up. But it was just as easy for him to kill these exact robots earlier by just jumping at them directly. He didn't have to make the crew think they were all screwed. It could have easily made sense by having those robots have force fields around them. And Rusty was just waiting for them to turn off the force fields after she had handcuffed all of the pirates. Rouge sounds impossibly stupid by asking if it's just her to think that Rusty looks like Black Rose. Sonic runs over the surface of the ocean and catches Knuckles near an island, and the prism warps Sonic away without following him to that universe. Sonic gets sent to Shadow. I hate the stilted laughter right after he got warped away. I get to see Sonic smack his back against an arbitrary giant floating crystal. The story ends with Shadow saying that his home's gone because of Sonic, and I get to see him rush towards him when he's scared and attack him. Too bad the story goes straight to a faraway camera angle and has a bunch of blue light appear afterwards, so it removes the potential catharsis it could have gotten. Well, at least it was good that the pirate Knuckles caught Tails earlier, proving that he does care about his crew now. Because it's not like he really needs Tails, he's not super important. He's not just doing it because he would benefit from him not getting hurt by falling. Because even if he was hurt by the fall, he could still invent stuff or whatever it is that... We're never even told that he invents stuff. That's really lame. This episode by Justin Pineston was about the pirate Knuckles thanks to Sonic's pep talk, giving orders to make sure he and his crew survive a bunch of lasers from Rusty's ship. They all seem like dumbasses because they never come up with the obvious ideas on their own and just act helpless unless they're told what to do by Dredd. Even Tails being good with technology goes nowhere for now since he does nothing with it. Even though it would feel new and impressive to see a technological pirate. because the show's given me no reason to think it has the guts to injure or kill anyone. The danger the crew was in didn't stop the story from being a little dull from all the filler and repetition in the cliched situation of a pirate ship being threatened with getting sunk by another one, like the reboot already did. It stopped being boring at the start of the last action scene because the plot progression was fast enough that I had an easier time staying invested. Still, it was always a bit tough to keep taking this seriously because of the annoyingly silly way the characters talked just because they're pirates. Not all pirates talked the same or even looked similar to each other. Sonic Prime Season 2 Episode 1. It starts with Shadow and Avoid hearing huge holograms of Sonic's friends bragging. I hate Amy's voice. She still sounds too high-pitched. It has Shadow try to run into a force field and get knocked back so hard that he lets go of the emerald like a moron. He punches the force field a lot, and it shows Nine saying that the energy in Sonic's shoes is a mystery, which is supposed to imply that the origin of the energy is from Shadow doing that. Otherwise, there'd be no point in us being shown him saying that right as Shadow's doing this. It also shows a bunch of clips of Sonic doing stuff with a bunch of time in between them, so Shadow's experiencing a much smaller amount of time than him. I guess the speed of the Chronotrons is different. Eventually, after all that filler, he finds Sonic, who finally doubts that someone he sees is the real one. And I get to see him start fighting him. If Shadow's just thinking logically here, he wouldn't try to kill Sonic because he'd know he's his only hope of restoring their world. But since he already went through what he thought was the worst thing that could happen in his life 50 years ago, it makes sense that he would have lost hope that the world could be restored because the world being destroyed would be another worst case scenario happening to him. Shadow conveniently stops fighting him pretty quickly after he tells him again that he got rid of their home. The story wastes time after this with Shadow saying exposition we already know for minutes on end. So, arbitrarily, this universe is different from all the others because it isn't fully formed or it's decayed. Arbitrarily, this universe is different from all the others because that's the way the prism is. So it glitches out and makes a bad, useless universe. Why don't you say it's a special zone? That'd be so much simpler. Why does Sonic keep acting like he was brought back to the same world he used to be from, considering how washed out the color is? How does he know this isn't a universe that's only coincidentally similar to his own? Why does Shadow never point this out? He keeps hearing holograms say the things he already got told by them. They do nothing but repeat themselves. Rouge saying you may not like the way I do things is just annoying because it only reminds me that I've never ever seen Sonic disapprove of the way she does things to be helpful to the heroes. And only once did I see him whine about her being a thief, and that was in IDW. The series never takes advantage of Rouge being an anti-hero, and it's just mocking us about it accidentally. It's clearly annoying right away, and I'm supposed to just think it's sad. Why did he think it was cool that they're repeating themselves even once? Eventually, Sonic finds a cave, and he's told that he has to put the prism shards in something to get things back to normal. Sonic gets told Nine can't be trusted, even though he hasn't seen enough of Nine to fully know. And since Shadow doesn't give him an argument for why he's untrustworthy instead of just, he's not Tails for real, even though he doesn't have any actual proof that Tails' consciousness didn't get sent to Nine, of course Sonic doesn't believe him. Because Nine is the most like one of his friends out of any of the other people in the Shadowverse he's seen so far. I can only assume he doesn't trust Nine because he looks obviously evil, because he's of course become a contrarian and depressed because of his rejection from everybody, which of course caused him to dress like a goth. That doesn't necessarily require being evil. Apparently he's watched enough TV and movies to recognize the obviously evil trope. Just because these people aren't literally the same people as Sonic's friends doesn't mean it makes sense for Shadow to think they're untrustworthy. Because all Sonic's friends were at one point not his friends, and he still became friends with them and they still turned out to be trustworthy. Sonic says Nine's like Tails, but just angsty. He should have also said Shadow's angsty too. It's just so frustrating. How is Shadow too stupid to just explain why 9 isn't trustworthy properly? He doesn't even have to not be a terse speaker. It would still be an irrational, emotion-based argument. But that's all he's really got. Shadow says Sonic can't be trusted to get things back to normal, and wants to take Sonic's tech to save the day. It's annoying that Sonic refuses to let him do it. Maybe he would succeed. He doesn't know. Shadow's got all the same powers as him and more, and he's smarter. It would be the logical thing to let Shadow do this. Why doesn't he say, 9 would really miss me, so maybe we should take turns? Shadow is being completely unlikable to him recently, so of course he wouldn't feel like humoring him. This would be annoying, but I hate Sonic in the show, so good. Too bad they just run around instead of me getting to see Sonic smacked a bunch of times. Good, he does get thrown against a rock. The music does most of the heavy lifting here with trying to make it exciting, attempting to distract me from wondering why they don't just punch or jump into each other in one place. Because they've got no reason to keep moving all over the place. Because they're both as fast as each other, so Sonic trying to run away from him won't stop him from fighting him. It'd be better if he just committed to trying to knock out Shadow in one place. Like he did in Green Forest. Why does Shadow think he's got them when it turns out he doesn't? He's stupidly telling Sonic this instead of instantly running off. If he cares about restoring his home, he won't waste any time risking getting hurt. Hard to believe this was the same brilliant mastermind who instantly thought to get Eggman to find him the emeralds when he met him to get granted a wish. I'm halfway in and Sonic barely got hit. Shadow knocks Sonic into the ground and takes a gadget off him and throws it upwards, risking getting broken, and it looks like he's just doing it to look cool uncharacteristically. Because there's no reason to throw it to keep Sonic from preventing him from putting it on him when Sonic's still lying on the ground. Shadow could just run away and put it on while he's running and it'd be more likely to not backfire. It looked a little cool but wasn't practical. And this is the same character who used the gun and vehicles because it's practical. It's overcompensating to make him look cool when you don't need to do that. The only situation in which Shadow doesn't look cool is the trailer for his own game, and that's only because almost everything else is so much cooler than him. So the cutesy aspects of his design stand out and make him the least cool thing in a trailer that's overwhelming the audience with 100% cool stuff, and then there's Shadow with his snout and big anime eyes and giant Mickey Mouse gloves. This is a situation where Shadow is already the only cool thing here. He stupidly stands still bragging that he's got them all, which risks Sonic taking them. Sonic runs after him and remembers being told when he runs fast enough he collects enough Prism energy that he could open a portal. Wait, so there's Prism energy all over the place, so every time he runs around he gets more and more Prism energy? He falls, but doesn't take any fall damage because he has rings and does enough running that following his advice reunites him with Shadow in space where he uses momentum to fly through it after him. And again, I wish it was explained that there's an extended atmosphere, so that's why they're still breathing. They find out the Chaos Council's got a spaceship here, even though there was no Prism Shard for them to find here. And this is a void that they'd think is useless to them. You know, Mario games also have Mario able to breathe in space, but not underwater. Should we really be making Mario's rival like Mario? The force of something exploding knocks Shadow back into something. And Sonic gets worried and focuses on trying to find him by using momentum to get to him a lot. He eventually grabs and carries him and spin dashes upwards to get somewhere. Since when can Sonic spin dash really high, almost directly upwards? I mean, he did in Archie, but I'm talking about him doing so through the sky. Sonic stupidly stands still, taunting Shadow instead of taking his tech back. Eventually, Shadow asks why it didn't work, and reveals that he wasn't able to escape the void with his tech. I mean, it was still stupid to taunt Shadow because, for all he knew, Shadow would attack him any minute because of how stupid he was being recently. Sonic says he's special. It makes Sonic unlikable to watch that he's smug to Shadow because he needs him, even though he was right about being mad at Sonic. And with the information Shadow had, he was right. So, Sonic's the only one who can be the hero of the whole show because he shattered the prism because that's just the nature of the prism. And that should have been explained so I know for sure I'm not just giving the show too much credit when it's really just that Sonic is the only one who could fix this, even if someone else shattered the prism because he's the main character. That's just the nature of the prism is used to justify way too many weird things about the show that narrowed down the amount of people who would like it. It's just so frustrating how this turned out because obviously the show would be better if Shadow replaced this dumbass as the main character. Wouldn't it be interesting if there was a plot where he spent the whole time with 9 as his ally and go from hating him to seeing him do good and show good traits occasionally despite his dark demeanor? Which he also has, so even he would grow attached to him because he'd see himself in him, feel sorry for him because he also had a traumatizing past. Only his trauma was on a daily basis for 4 years, while Shadow only had 1. I'm guessing he'll never spend enough time with 9 to find out he's anything more than what he seems at a surface level from the first few episodes. It'd be pretty lame if 9 never revealed he was any better a person and any more deep as a character than the jerk he's been in the first few episodes. Because he's the only thing really interesting about the show. It would also be stupid if after all the build-up from Shadow not liking 9, he never really got to have a lot of satisfying hits on 9. This episode by Eric Weiss and Logan McPherson had a whole plot about Shadow fighting Sonic because he wants to be able to take his place to do a better job fixing the Shadowverse. And it's only wrong because Sonic's the only one who can escape this void. Shadow was in the right before he knew that because he is less of an idiot than him. So normally he'd be the one who should succeed here. I'm impressed that he wasn't being an idiot for fighting him. I thought he'd only fight him out of anger for causing the show. Normally I'd have a bigger issue with an entire story wasted on them fighting without Sonic getting any more prism shards, but because Sonic's so horribly written in the show, it's always cathartic to see him get beaten up. So it's not padding in concept. The only reason this was disappointing was how few times I got to see Sonic get hit, and when he did, it usually didn't do enough to come off like it really hurt. So most of the story was padding because most of the time he wasn't getting hurt. Sonic Prime Season 2 Episode 2 Battle in the Boss Cage. It'd be fine to see New York City again, because there's a lot of ways Eggman could be a bad ruler to the people there. But this jungle caveman world didn't look like it was going to get any more interesting, and there was no reason for there to not really be any world building in the first episode that took place in a new dimension. And why would I have faith it would when the show has such shallow world building with every world and it's been several episodes? There's no excuse for not even trying to establish the history or world of this place, or any world. In the first episode it appears. After some dragged out filler, Thorn finds her hammer with the prism shard still in it. Then the story wastes my time showing that the Chaos Council's younger clones, or whatever, are gonna search in the jungle world. And they're complaining about it because it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Obviously it's relatable that one of them plays video games. 9 gets told to work for them and says he needs access first. Why didn't they know that and give him it? He's clearly planning to betray the council. He even says that everything's going according to plan. They would know this from him saying that. How did the writer not cringe at such a cliche line no one takes seriously? If 9 had joined the Eggman side willingly because Sonic didn't stay with him in his new world, or especially if he had always been with him, it would have been a proper use of his concepts because it actually showed how badly Tails would have turned out without Sonic, but instead the only reason he clashes with Sonic is because there's a prism that could let him do something that Sonic wants for something else. Which of course is only there because it's in the premise of the show. The closest there is to the prism in the games is emeralds, and the story never explains if he'd do anything evil with the Chaos Emerald instead. And I don't see why 9 would use any magic gems to power stuff to get back at his bullies, because he hasn't been thrown in jail years ago for using his mechanical tails to kill everyone he sees for hating him for having two tails. Getting revenge would be going with the obvious fan idea, but he's still got some good in him for having no plans to do that. It'd be a better showcase of the concept of the worst case scenario of a Tails that grew bitter without Sonic if he wanted to work with Eggman to get back at humanity without caring about the bad things Eggman does. And while we can assume he doesn't care here because he never seems to, it's not confirmed. The story wastes a bunch of time after this, since it already establishes in seconds that the Council's looking for the Prism Shard. Why did the Scavengers try to hurt Sonic as soon as they saw him for no reason, just to stop trying to antagonize him right away for no reason? He was on good terms with them when he left. It wouldn't be as confusing if they didn't look like Sonic's friends. It tries to mock the Knuckles here because he says the Metal Men have eyes everywhere, but that could be the case because of cameras. And of course they'd be terrified because they never saw technology like this before. I thought when Sonic stood on top of the robot and it tried punching him and hit itself, it'd be a clever plan of his to damage it. But no, Eggman was competent when making the robot's skin as tough as possible. Sonic saving Thorn is good because she's acting like a hero right now. Her bird catches her to let her fly away from the aircraft as it flies away from Sonic. I can't believe it still hasn't been explained if they're clones or counterparts. Why would Eggman want to share power with anybody who's not Wily? It's not like him to be so desperate for friendship that he would clone himself. He was fighting with Rebel Rouge and Rebel Knuckles, so why would he have the spare time to make clones of himself here, but he didn't do that in Sonic Forces? 9 tells Sonic through the robot that he's up on the ship with the doctors, and Sonic says, sounding upset, that he's working for them. When he tells them he's only kidnapped, there's not drama anymore. Good. 9 talking to Sonic through a robot is like when Chuck talked to Sonic through a robot in Archie, so it's not that new. He tells Sonic he doesn't want him to save him, and he has the robot make it so that Sonic would be able to talk to him through the tech on his glove, which I like because it's probably because he still wants a friend. And he makes it so that it'd be able to track down the Prism Shard without risking teleportation. If the teenager behind 9 heard talking to 9, why would he not punish him for what's obviously him trying to talk to someone not on his side for his own selfish reason? It was never established that the teenager has bad hearing. There's another uncreative robot fight, and the Scavengers join in with no explanation of why they changed their mind. Sonic tells Thorn it's the shard they want, so if he gets it, he'll be able to lure them away from the jungle. Somehow she didn't immediately agree, so the jungle would stop getting damaged eventually. There's an unnecessary gross-out joke, because the shard has to get thrown up by the bird instead of Thorn simply keeping the shard in her hammer like before, even though they were still after, so it was pointless. Obviously jokes like that don't belong in Sonic. It's really bad dialogue to have the teenagers say hashtag uh-oh. I heard that getting made fun of in a YouTube video in high school in the 2010s. Because the center button on the baby's mecha doesn't work, the baby ends up having his mecha destroy the robots around him out of spite, even though the hero he's supposed to fight is right there anyway. This was already done by Grimer. It's only new because this time he's in a mecha. Sonic goes back to try to save Thorn and puts the shard in the ground, which makes a shockwave damaging some robots. Why didn't he have faith in her that she'd be able to survive? And he stands still talking with it like a rookie, so he gets grabbed by the robot behind him. It's so frustrating because there's no way Sonic would be this stupid. He ends up using his speed to get up in the sky, so it wouldn't be so bad if he got to single-handedly make up for the humiliation. But because of the exhaust under the aircraft, he falls and gets caught by Prim, and then gets a ride on the bird anyway, so there's no point in Prim being here. He gets through a portal to the void, and 9 tells him not to save him because he's been working on a way to steal their prism shards, and has been downloading their technology. Why isn't the sheer fact that he's communicating with someone enough for them to investigate? He hasn't made them think he talks to himself all the time. Why won't they deprive him of his ability to communicate with Sonic? the only person he would be doing that with. There's really no point in having them foreshadow multiple times that Nine can't be trusted. And then I get to see Shadow attack Sonic and send him flying away. This story by Marcus Reinhardt was another unimpressive plot centered around the search for a MacGuffin. It was the least bad episode I've seen. It wasn't usually boring even in the filler because it tried to be exciting and take itself seriously. And Sonic wasn't an idiot for a huge amount of it. It's still annoying how blatantly padded out for how little plot there is. It could have started with Sonic and Thorn fighting the mechas and only been better off for it, because what was before it was worthless. Every time I see the baby Eggman again, I wonder why they keep using him, because he's just an annoying character who clashes horribly with a serious tone. I hated when Sonic was forced to be stupid enough to stand still near robots and lose the prism, so the whole plot was pointless. Sonic Prime Season 2, Second Wind. So the story wastes my time with the pirates discussing what I already know happened near them. We should have seen when Rusty got tied to something. Then I could have congratulated whoever did that to a robot somehow when Knuckles wasn't around. Sonic falls into the shallow part of the ocean again. And then the story goes back to blatantly wasting my time. It's so hard to watch this having to listen to the annoying pirate talking at the characters. It was cool to see Knuckles fire a blue beam, but then he immediately got knocked down and lost the prism. Not much of a fight he put up. The ship got shot at, and out of complete nowhere, Rusty gets abandoned because she failed the council too much. But she only failed them in exceptional circumstances she wasn't meant to deal with, like Nine reprogramming her, and then her getting outnumbered. This is an idiot ball to force a redemption, but it's worth it for taking her in an interesting direction. Because there's nothing really new to do with her in her original position. But again, it's a predictable plot twist from the minute she looked shocked at seeing an Amy and took mercy on her. And there's some padding again. And Sonic's talked to by Nine and jumps onto the pirate's ship. Rusty offers to fix the ship. Once again, her head looks like it's glitching out just because she's annoyed at being betrayed, even though there's no way in hell this would ever happen, and no way she'd ever be able to exert the free will of trying to do something that bad guys wouldn't want. Why did they roboticize her then? She insists that she's helping as a means to an end, and she's lucky nobody questions her on that very threatening statement. She says technobabble as she types into a keyboard, saying that she's going to reboot the energy drive, and that reactivates a ship that got damaged. Amy says angrily that she did a lucky guess. She might as well be Amy. And somehow Sonic says they're a lot alike because of that for no reason, even though Amy's never acted like this ever. It's not like Rusty was a rival for affection with Sonic. Amy's never been Amy in this show no matter what universe because she's never been affectionate to Sonic and had a crush on him. I don't know how they get that wrong by accident, so they must have made her weird on purpose, trying too hard to pander. Anyways, after a bunch of padding, we get to see the pirates shooting lasers at the airship with the cannons on the ship. It's cool that not only was the show allowed to say devil, but killed too. How is this more gutsy than IDW Sonic? Eventually, the old Eggman makes the aircraft go underwater. So that must be the best made airship ever to be able to work properly underwater. That's a huge credit to how competent the council is. Too bad the writers are still too lazy to differentiate them from each other most of the time, so they're all just Eggman but lame and annoying. Sure, it's convenient that the hero's ship can work as a submarine. I do appreciate the sort of change in scenery, but Sonic was already in a submarine in AOSDH episode. It's not really trying that hard. Rusty keeps shooting lasers at the airship, as they keep wondering how that's possible because she never would have worked for them at all if she had free will. I guess she was given amnesia when she was roboticized. Apparently all they did was erase her memories and change her opinions so that she agreed with everything they did and were okay with doing. Which seems like a lot more work than removing free will, and was open to the possibility of her turning on them when she got surprised at them doing something for the first time. so there's no way they'd do it like that. But if Rusty was okay with how the council ran things before being roboticized, she wouldn't have been roboticized in the first place. Yeah, I'm calling it roboticization because the show never cared enough to establish a term for what happened to her, so they wanted us to keep it simple. And Rusty Rose has the name scheme and look of an Amy Rose, and is treated like an Amy the whole show. It has the roboticization aesthetic from Sonic Underground. It should be obvious to everyone by now that Sega's okay with roboticization in the franchise. It's weird that Lost World having a roboticizer wasn't enough to get this clear to people who reject SatAM for that idea. The story really drags this out when it's just the same thing repeatedly. Sonic hopes Dread's gonna turn, but he doesn't. It's cool that the glasses of the old Eggman lets him zoom in to see Sonic, but he would have been able to guess it was him anyway. Use this idea better and way more often. He's got the ability to invent cool gadgets. You'd think he would be using gadgets a lot more often. Sonic gets to attack some robots and run around more. He says nice shot and Rusty says my pleasure. So that was sweet. That tried to endear me to a character whose name was so generic for a robot that at first I called her Rosie in the script, because she's just another evil Amy at first, but with Mecha Sally's personality. Now she's finally a little interesting. And it's only in a novelty sense because she's still just doing the same things the fake pirates are doing. But there's no more creative potential with this because she'll just keep fighting for the pirates. Sonic jumping unusually high to fight the robots was cool. And inaccurate and uncreative. But so were other things. This is respectful of him at least. A bad guy goes over to Knuckles and has him knocked over from the speed, and that knocks him over so that he could grab the prism. Why did Knuckles just stand there letting the guy taunt him so that he could get away with the prism? It was frustrating when one of the pirates just assumed Sonic's turned on them. Like he can't figure out what someone's personality is. Sonic does some cool fighting against the council members. It was nice that Amy did a high five with Rusty. Sonic goes back to the pirates with a smile saying that's how it's done. So it's really insulting to my intelligence that I'm expected not to question that the pirates are all acting like he's betrayed them and can't be trusted, even though he blatantly acted like he was on their side a second ago. Because if he had stopped being on their side earlier, then he wouldn't have felt comfortable returning to them. This ending is lame, and the writers should have known the audience would be tired of seeing people turn against Sonic too easily by now for the wrong reasons. This episode by Charlotte Fullerton was again a lazy MacGuffin plot and involved pirates, which Sonic already used as a concept, fighting Eggman's robots again, but I guess it feels novel that they're using lasers shot out of cannons for it most of the time, except it gets boring in seconds from the repetition. And it had a few really frustrating moments in it too. What's the fucking point of an alternate continuity that does the same type of plot as in the games? The whole appeal of them was that they usually gave plots to us centered around more than just one of the 3 plots most of the games have over and over. And the games did the MacGuffin plot more interestingly than literally just having the plot be about nothing but looking for the MacGuffin, but this show tends to do that. The one great thing is it was cool that Rusty joined the pirates because the Eggman abandoned her. This is something I could understand happening because they have the emotional reasons for being spiteful and in a bad mood with her, and they didn't think the heroes would keep her alive instead of just smashing her because they smash every robot. They couldn't have anticipated that anyone on the ship would be able to reprogram her, which is what would have been the more logical and believable way to redeem her, but wouldn't have felt good, because it would have felt cathartic and earned from her. This has never been done before technically, but I wish the story had her get hit in the head and have someone say she got her free will back from it. It'd be easy, and I'd be a bit baffled if it was that easy for Mecha Sally, but it'd be worth it for the plot actually justifying her being able to turn on Eggman, even though the entire point of robotization is it makes it impossible to go against him. Because if it was just about upgrading, then he'd only make people more capable of getting back at him and immediately get punished for it. You could say there's a thing on her head that has her under his control, and it got destroyed. Sonic Prime Season 2, No Way Out. At first it blatantly wastes my time, boring me for nothing. Why is Nine dumb enough to taunt one of its bosses when he could get punished again for it? Why isn't he punished? So Nine knows the council won't punish him, so that's why he did it. Because apparently they're fine with people talking back to them with free will. Please ignore all the times Eggman put animals in badniks because he's not supposed to be okay with free will. You'd think the Eggman would be evil enough to slap anyone who annoys them. Because Eggman's evil and slapped Ergo in one of the games. This doesn't help in making them intimidating proper villains. The music's doing all of the heavy lifting on them. He then leaves Nine unsupervised. Why? If he was under surveillance the entire time and he found out about it later, that'd be cool. Because he'd just be intentionally keeping him unsupervised so that he could record what he was doing so he could punish him for it and plan around his attempt at betraying him. Even then, that's a risk. This seems insulting to my intelligence. That's just so easy for him to communicate with Sonic and send their data somewhere else, even though he's in the same room as these people the whole time. It was better with Chuck because he didn't have that problem all the time. Then he tries to call Sonic unsuccessfully. Again, I like when he cares enough to do this instead of being sinister 24/7. But the story should have started here, and I've already seen him try to do this. Nine hears about the situation Sonic's in, so he got himself worried over something he could do nothing about. Which I guess is good, because he's evil. The story wastes my time after this, with Sonic being threatened by the cringy talking pirates. How are they dumb enough to still be mad after he tries to reason with them that he didn't leave them? He should just run away from them and never talk to them again. And the story wastes time again. At least it tried to develop on one of the characters. But why would I care that one of the Eggmen does yoga? There's no reason that only one of them would do that when they're all the same personality. Yoga has health benefits, so there's no reason only this Eggman would do it. I'd like to know why he's the exception. There's so much filler in this episode that there's nothing to say anything about. The teenage Eggman gets told he's needed to fly the ship, even though he could do it. Why would I care about the scene? It establishes that the members of the Council in the Void got their aircraft shot. Nine warns Sonic that he has to hurry and stay on mission, and Sonic agrees. Since Sonic can move at the speed of sound, why doesn't he just get away from all of these people instantly? It sure is convenient for the plot that the ship can keep up with him in a medieval world. Is this the ship that Rusty Rose arrived in? It would still make no sense that it'd be able to keep up with Sonic no matter what, because again, the Chaos Council has no experience with Sonic and literally just met him a day ago. I'm expected to believe that's hard to get up to full speed over water. Bullshit, this is disrespectful to Sonic. There's no physical reason for this when he's already using hover shoes anyway, so he's not interacting with the water at all. The pirates really cement themselves as villains by trying to hit Sonic with missiles a bunch. At least I never saw pirates and Sonic do that before. But missiles are nothing new. Most of the story is just nothing new. Black Rose asks Rusty if she's okay, and she says she's never been asked that and should be treated like a tool, and she's related to. This sure happened fast. This isn't character for Amy, but if she's this idealistic, how is she still a pirate? And why did she ever start being one? The counterparts in this world have the same problem as the evil twins in Archie, where it should be explained why they ended up so different when they've got the same genetics. And it takes especially extreme circumstances for people to end up as pirates. I see the reason she'd be sympathetic to Rusty though, because she looks like her, so it's easy for her to come to the assumption that she's like her in a lot of ways. Why does it keep showing me the council bickering? It's so blatantly incompetent of the writer to think anyone would care. They're never more menacing. Other continuities constantly had their Eggman do evil things to get victories, like roboticizing people or taxing them. A missile breaks a giant rock sticking out of the ocean, and somehow Sonic turns around while still having himself keep going forwards just to taunt him, even though anyone would know it'd risk him running into one of the boulders he's surrounded by. There's being confident, and then there's being stupid, and he isn't really stupid in the games. Then the shockwave right in front of him sends the prism back to the ship, which is just frustrating. And so is Sonic just standing still and talking to the pirates for no reason despite taking them seriously. He could have taken it from him and left the boat before it got filled with robots. It's exciting to see them all fight over the prism, but the music and camera work is doing most of the work. Sonic kicks away a robot to protect Rusty, who thanks him. But where did she learn the word? Why is he scared? At least it looked cool that one of the council members was at the fight personally and was wearing something he could fly with. There's no reason only this Eggman should be doing this. It would be cool if all of them were doing this. They all have the same personality basically, so why not have all of them do this instead of only this one having the bare minimum of this being his thing, when Eggman has always been identified by being okay with fighting Sonic himself. Finally, Sonic and Knuckles leave the ship, and the Eggman tries to be threatening, but gets cathartically told he should just attack already. It just keeps undermining the tension with these villains. This is just what Colors did with Eggman. Eventually I get to see Nine shocked in front of Sonic, but again it doesn't have the full emotional impact or make the villains feel threatening because he doesn't fall to his knees and become immobile. He conveniently has rings every single time he gets hurt, so it doesn't even matter. He says, "Make me." I thought he knew he had to give it to them or else they'd kill Nine. Why didn't Eggman just say that? These Eggmans should wear name tags. Nine shakes his head at Sonic, and when Sonic talks like he plans to give him the shard, Nine tells him no as if he cares more about him than himself, which is out of character at this point. But Nine's planning on taking the shard from Eggman anyway, so why would he care what happens here? Sonic's really fast. He could just run over to Nine, pick him up, and run away in a second. He can hover. Sonic throws the Prism Shard away and fights some robots. The story keeps wasting my time after this, and ends with us seeing that both Sonic and Captain Dread are hanging onto the aircraft as it's flying away. So it's a good thing that either they're going slower than you'd expect, or they've got superhuman strength so that the momentum doesn't send them flying off the airship. Maybe they've got magnetic gloves. I mean, magically, why not? This padded out story by Patricia Villetto was about Sonic running from lasers and then fighting robots uncreatively the whole time, making a worthlessly uncreative plot, and somehow he loses the prism twice despite having super speed and the ability to run over the ocean with hover shoes for as long as he wants. Because he's impossibly stupid, so he turned around while running away from people trying to shoot him in a place surrounded with things to run into. Apparently the technology of a group of people who don't have a lifetime of experience making stuff to outpace Sonic and just met him already have tech that can keep up with him. The story was a little boring because of how little actual plot progression there was and how uncreative it was, and it was insulting how obvious the filler was at times. It's weird because the episodes don't all have the same length, so there's no excuse for padding and some being longer than others. Most of the time you could just have the normal Eggman and have the same plot. You could combine the personalities of all of the Eggman into one character, and have a better Eggman because he'd be a deeper character. I appreciate that the story used the teenager and baby Eggman once because it was new, but the novelty value ran out right away because they suck, and the story hardly ever justifies the worth of having so many different Eggmen. They're just there to pad things out by talking to each other. At least it tried to be exciting most of the time, and I didn't know for sure how it would end. At the very least, what the show could do, if it's gonna constantly have the same plot over and over, with looking for a MacGuffin and fighting robots, is have the robots always look different and look like animals or insects. So at least we'd always see something new, and it would be creative and charming. That's the bare minimum that I would do. Is anyone gonna really remember what most of the robots look like after watching the show? I don't think so. You could make it interesting by basing what the robots do off which animal or insect they're based on, like the classics did a few times. Sonic Prime, a madness to their methods. It starts in New York City, where Rebel Rouge looks happy for once because the people around her are enjoying themselves. The supposed kids playing with some garbage on the street for fun. Dread falls from the aircraft and Sonic slows down his fall and falls in a dumpster for his trouble. Good. I always have to just assume he survived falls like this because he had rings. It really drags things out and people get threatened with robots, including Knuckles. He won't say coconuts as a curse. That's lame. The story wastes time with the council bickering. If they're always going to be working together, there's no point in this. Somehow, Sonic's told by Rouge that he always makes things worse when he comes here to help. And she's not called out on being blatantly wrong, despite the fact that he was nothing but helpful. There's more of a waste of time for a while. It's cool to see a normal guy shoot blue lasers at a robot. Knuckles rudely grabs Sonic and tells him to tell him where he came from. Why does he say he hates pirates as if he has a reason to have a uniquely huge hatred for them? He's never seen them before. The rebels have the good sense not to trust Nine, so they don't want to help Sonic with his plan. Sonic wants to focus on finding the shards, but then asks why he's running into battle. What would really happen would be that he'd choose to help save these people without even questioning it because it's in his nature. If he did question it, it's not unforgivable, but he'd be like, it would make more sense if I didn't get involved, but who says I have to make sense? Conveniently, when he saves these people, who somehow stand still without even fighting, Rouge decides to follow Sonic to the council and insists on it despite the fact that now he's not okay with it. One of the Eggmen smartly says they should just get rid of Nine already, which makes sense because he doesn't have the ability to help them out with anything else they couldn't do, so he's just redundant at this point. At least to their perspective. The other Eggman shows him they're harnessing the power of 3 shards. Why is he saying they're doing that as if it's any more impressive than what he did with that one? Of course he could do that. Wait a minute. Why don't they try to get him to tell them how he made those mechanical tails so they could take advantage of them? They used the shards to make a bigger robot. Wow, they made it slightly bigger. They would make a bigger robot anyway. How do they have no imagination? Fleetway Robotnik actually had an imagination with his reality-changing power. This person really can do anything the plot demands. You'd think one of them would wonder if it could do literally anything and at least try. The words Paradox Prism don't tell you anything about what it can do. It implies that it can do something related to time and space, but it's never used to time travel. No one even tries for some reason. What does that have to do with paradoxes? This is the worst named magical MacGuffin in Sonic history. So it's lucky anyone even found out what it did. Knuckles saves someone from a train. Why does Nine just calmly say that this won't be enough to beat Sonic? He's had a hard life before this, got lucky even met him, and Sonic needed saving by him when he had to deal with a giant robot in the past. Nine gets taunted that he's stupid for wanting to have a friend. Which I guess is meant to give us the information that he's going to agree with him, even though that's stupid, because they both should know that it's bad for your mental health to deal with loneliness for too long, and it's dangerous to have nobody you can turn to if you get hurt or sick. How did he know that he wanted to have a friend when he said earlier, Sonic isn't my friend? He just assumes that he still wants a friend, because he's upset that he wasn't his real friend. Why would someone think it wouldn't make Nine a real genius to want a friend when he was suffering from not having one his whole life? It's kinda sweet to see Nine smiling from the giant robot getting destroyed. Sonic saves Knuckles from another robot, and Nine's told he has vision and imagination, but then he's told that maybe he does, or maybe he's just pathetic. So he's so obviously trying to just manipulate him. The so-called genius doesn't see through this after all the bullying he went through. Nine conveniently has the confidence to tell him off for how uncreative he is, when he could be shocked at any moment.
Why does he have the guts to keep taunting him when he's being threatened with electrocution? How did he not end up shocked later on? He ends up accidentally giving him the idea that he'd have to think like Sonic to have a chance at beating him. There's no way he'd even say that, because, in his opinion, he's the smartest person in the world, not Sonic. He has no reason whatsoever to think Sonic's smart. He had to save Sonic from a giant robot, which is usually his field of expertise when it comes to fighting it. Wouldn't someone pessimistic think that wasn't the exception that proved the rule? He was never told that Sonic was really smart when it came to beating giant robots and stuff. Why would he think that you had to think like Sonic to be able to beat him, when thinking like Sonic wouldn't have you be able to think of a way to beat him because Sonic doesn't know how to make giant mechas, let alone one that he wouldn't be able to defeat. It would be blatantly common sense, as in any idiot could think, make a robot that's made of material that he wouldn't be able to damage. Maybe it'd be better if he did come up with the idea and he just let Nine think he was responsible for it. Nine panics and regrets giving him the idea. It makes that version of Eggman look smart, but if he was really smart, he would have already known what to do himself. He tries to warn Sonic and gets spotted, and this time he gets in trouble, so what took so long? When Sonic hears Nine's voice, he wonders why he talks weird, talking in a weirdly stilted, happy tone. Then he would have never thought it was really him. He should have assumed he was being given a deep fake voice of his, because Eggman could make anything. I have to see Sonic have total faith that this isn't a trap and call him a nice guy, even though he didn't want to help protect people in this city. I hate this version of Sonic. It's so disrespectful. It's not like they should never have him be flawed or make mistakes, but almost all the times they did this with him in the show have been making him stupider than anybody could be for no reason. The story ends with him being faced with a metal Sonic, except a blue screen with red eyes lights up on his head, which looks lame. It makes you wonder why that design choice was chosen the entire time. I don't know how anyone thought this was a good idea to go with. So because it's bad looking, it's just not worth it that it's a new design. I wonder if some people were trying to sabotage this show, either because the writing sucks or because it's not exactly like the games to begin with. It's not impossible that some of the people working on any given alternate continuity of Sonic were game purists. This episode by Justin Peniston had Sonic and the Rebels fight some robots in the same train area as before, with nothing new being learned about this place. And then one of the council members has to trick Nine into giving him an idea instead of being smart enough to come up with Metal Sonic himself, like Eggman did in every other part of the franchise. At least this is new, and because he's not literally Eggman, it props up the game one as smarter than him. It's just another episode of the show that's just a little boring because it's got no creativity, and there's nothing about the plot that the games haven't already done. It keeps itself engaging with the way it does its action scenes. But Sonic Boom had a bunch of times where it had something creative happen with them. And it had better looking robots, because usually it had robots that looked like bees. And you never knew what kind of plot you were going to get from it, and it was usually something new. Sonic Prime Double Trouble. What an annoying high-pitched voice from this thing. He's also got an ego problem at being insulted. He's really got the same personality as Archie Metal Sonic, except he's probably not gonna do a bunch of puns. He says his name is Chaos Sonic. I wonder why when there isn't any proof there's Chaos Emeralds in this world yet. Logically, they'd all be in the hands of the Chaos Council, and that's why they'd be called that. Sure would be lame if it was never explained why there weren't any Chaos Emeralds in the show. The story wastes time after this. Generic forgettable badniks flying towards some people in a flashback. And then the council bickering over who gets to run the city. Why didn't they agree on who would get to run the city beforehand? Wouldn't they all have the same opinions? And so they wouldn't fight over who would get to run the city because all of them would have the same ideas of what laws should be put in place. That's what running the city is. Unless they're genuinely fighting over who gets to do the mountains of paperwork, they could easily make this interesting by just establishing what they disagree on, instead of it just being an ego thing. Somehow they understand what the baby's saying. Divide the city, so each of them gets to run a certain part of it. The only way they can understand the baby is if he's wearing something that translates what he's saying to them, because they've got a translator in their clothes or brains. That should be explained too. I'm glad there's slapstick against Sonic. The robot throws Sonic really far down into a dump again, and I guess his rings protected him. And he keeps annoying him and throws him onto the floor and stands on him while bragging in a comedic way. Too bad he looks terrible and has a terrible voice. He could have been entertaining and brilliant because this is what Sonic would be like but an evil robot. Well, at least when it comes to one personality trait. And because he's like this so Eggman could parody Sonic, it makes sense that he's the least flattering depiction possible. It makes more sense than the original Metal Sonic because he's silent and only has a personality in one game, so there's hardly any point to making a robot Sonic like Metal Sonic, when Eggman already makes a bunch of other robots as fast as Sonic. It's kind of fun to see Sonic get insulted. Knuckles jumps on top of Chaos Sonic and attacks him. And at first I thought he killed him in one hit and was disappointed. But then it turns out he didn't even look damaged. So why did it take so long to get out of the ground? He should be shown looking progressively more damaged as the fight goes on. I get to see Nine get taunted for getting Sonic in danger and look sad about it. Obviously, it's always the writing being surprisingly good when it shows Nine feeling guilty about something. The council keeps wasting my time after this. The normal Eggman wants smokestacks. One of them wants a museum with colonies and archways and buses, while the teen wants a theme park like Eggman's supposed to want. And they all talk about what they want instead of any saying that they want smokestacks too, or they all want theme parks too, which would be in character. You could do a lot of elaboration on how different they are from the one guy who wants smokestacks. Because it seems like they would be very different from him if they're not crazy about having smokestacks everywhere. How would any of them have turned out different from each other if they all have to be clones made by one of them? Uncharacteristically, Eggman says he doesn't have to conquer the other worlds, just make them how he wants, even though their plan is still to conquer them. Nine eventually insists to them keeping the portals open forever would have consequences on the whole universe, just because they aren't supposed to be open at all. And he thinks he knows that because he invented the Shadow Drive tech. Of course it's not listened to because he didn't provide evidence. So it looks like he's just arguing that because something's not natural, it's bad, which is a logical fallacy. So I wish that was pointed out, because that would do foreshadowing properly instead of every twist being predictable from a mile away like it always is in this show. It's a very minor criticism to say that a surprise in a story is predictable, because if it's predictable, because it naturally follows from what you already got told about the stories, that's just good writing. So a twist being predictable doesn't even look like it's bad compared to the much worse alternative of a plot twist that has no logical excuse for happening because that's the only way it can be a surprise. But a twist has barely any emotional impact if the surprise was ruined because the second it got foreshadowed, you knew it would happen, so you had time to prepare for dealing with it. The best way to do foreshadowing is by foreshadowing for two different outcomes so that they both look like they'd make sense to happen. But the show's writing is so bad, I kinda can't take it seriously, so I'm just thinking that Nine's probably not wrong. Just because the people who didn't believe him are the bad guys, so they're always morally wrong, and they constantly bicker, so you're not supposed to take them seriously. I like that Sonic says that if he's as annoying as Chaos Sonic, he needs to change. Prime Sonic's annoying, but not because of constant bragging. In fact, I have a hard time thinking of any time that he bragged. This robot was in brag mode 100% of the time, so he's a shallow parody of Sonic. So I don't mind that he got hit by a bus because Sonic was clever enough to have that happen.
to be fair, the other flaws that Sonic has would get in the way of the robot being effective at killing him. A laser's fired, and Thorn sees buildings rise up as dramatic music plays and does all the heavy lifting in trying to emotionally manipulate us into opposing this. Even though this isn't necessarily bad. The pirates see a bunch of metal stuff rise out of the ocean around their ship, too. Okay, but buildings aren't bad. They could provide free homes for homeless people. We're not shown a faraway view of the planet, which would show us that there's buildings all over the place. Why should I care about a few empty buildings showing up? It turns out Chaos Sonic's still alive. It's so lame that he's called Chaos Sonic when he's not gonna look like Chaos Zero or anything. And he's not using magical powers. That name is gonna be forever wasted by being copyrighted to this show when it has nothing to do with him at all. He gets to spin Sonic around and throw him onto the floor. Why can't every episode have as much slapstick against Sonic as this? Rebel Rouge saves Sonic, but then the rebels get attacked, but eventually use a sword to knock away the robot, and stupidly turns away to Sonic and talks to him, even though he hadn't confirmed that the robot had gotten killed yet. And in fact, he's still able to fight them. The two Knuckles fight the robot. I hate that one of them unironically said, "Shiver me timbers." How can any writer write that in a serious story? I thought Chaos Sonic got killed, but again, he's still alive. Now, this would be cool if it was actually scary, but the story keeps having him brag in a way that's annoying Sonic. There's an earthquake in both Shadow's world and in the place around the Eggman. And the old Eggman tells them 9 was right, but if it was really so bad, they would be in constant earthquake mode. Why would the earthquake only be temporary? Why wasn't the whole tower destroyed? The portal is always there. 9 unironically gets Rin to call them fools, and assumes they're going to destroy the multiverse, even though the earthquake didn't do any damage. Well, it makes sense that someone already established to be paranoid would just assume things would get worse. He easily deals with the robots around town with jumping and using his tails in a way that doesn't look like it caused damage in a satisfying, painful looking enough way, so I'm feeling like he did this too easy. I guess he shocked them. If he did this in a way that was cooler, I wouldn't have been confused by it being so easy. Maybe the issue was he didn't make a loud enough sound when he attacked them. Him walking with all those tails rips off Invader Zim, but is new for the series, so I'm torn about whether this was impressive to come up with or not. Yeah, this really isn't impressive, because Tails can fly a lot faster than he could move along the ground with mechanical tails like this, so why didn't he fly instead? He tells Sonic which ways to go, and Sonic hugs him and spins him around. I love that I got to see him hug him again. He's stunned for a few seconds after being apologized to. He says he knows he's not a hugger, so it makes it a little confusing that he hugged him anyways, because it was shockingly selfish of Sonic. Sonic's really happy to see 9 again after he spent a whole season kidnapped. It makes sense that the average person would want to do this because he cares about him and he's grateful he's alive and hasn't been hurt. The reason Sonic doesn't hug in the games is because it's not cool. It also wasn't cool when he comforted Rouge about Shadow falling to Earth by saying he was a brave guy who gave his life for the planet. And it wasn't cool when he said Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog after that. And it's such common sense that Tails is the one exception that's in character for Sonic to hug. Even if this was out of character, that doesn't change that it's obviously good anyways. It's a good thing 9 doesn't complain about it or look annoyed, and just looks stunned. He says he's sorry to Sonic and gets told he's a good friend, because he still had his back. They put a bunch of the shards in something, and Sonic tells him to do a high five, which it takes a few seconds to know to do, even though it's a very simple concept, and he would have remembered the last time pretty clearly. The story ends with him saying he hates this place just because he got threatened by a bunch of easy-to-destroy robots and a bunch of helpless humans, only one of which is holding something that could shoot at someone who could dodge it instantly anyways. So he's got no reason to be scared into humoring him. And there's also no way he'd be dumb enough to risk getting shot by just staying still and whining that he hates a place that's got all of the same problems that he's effortlessly overcome since Sonic 1. Why does it almost never have the characters look threatening non-artificially? We never see them arresting any civilians. This episode by Marcus Reinhardt was mostly just about Sonic getting smacked around constantly by a ridiculous-looking robot who says nothing but braggy and annoying voice, until he reunites with Nine. It's not like I liked this episode, because that guy was annoying, but I enjoyed it more than I thought I would, because most of it was about Sonic getting given a hard time, and it gave him more slapstick than he had in any other episode. If it was trying to be dramatic in any sort of way, it failed. Not just because of the annoying voice, but because it immediately had him get attacked in a way that should have killed him. It didn't even injure him in the slightest. Establishing that he's invincible immediately, and he isn't getting progressively more bruised over time. Maybe him constantly bragging would have been fine if he had a deep voice. I get why someone would call this robot disrespectful as a knee-jerk reaction to them not simply using Metal Sonic, because Metal Sonic's actually cool and he's just obnoxious. But this isn't meant to be Metal Sonic. It's meant to make fun of Prime Sonic for us. And if doing a new idea instead of plagiarizing the source material without giving credit to its original writers was always disrespectful, that'd make every instance of creativity disrespectful, which would be really bad faith framing for a critique. And we're all sick of Metal Sonic. It's used too much without being used creatively. As usual, there's a lot of worthless filler, like bickering between the council members. I can't believe only one of them really liked smokestacks. If any of them do, they should actually use that in the show then. They never see any pollution anywhere. People say it was a waste that the show's Metal Sonic got killed in one episode, but they don't know what they want. He was really annoying to listen to. It wasn't that good anyway because the plot was paper thin. Another thing that's annoying about him is how insanely one-dimensional his personality is. Well, he's only supposed to be for one episode, so if he did have a full personality, it would feel like even more of a waste. And the other flaws of Sonic, according to Eggman, like his compassion and impatience and stupidity, really wouldn't make him more effective as a fighter. Sonic Prime cracking down. It starts with Nine alone in his spaceship instead of with Sonic like at the end of the last story, so that's confusing. And he drives it into the void, and it drives into something and starts spinning. Which would only make sense if that thing moved into it while he was driving it. And it was faster than he expected it to be. He should be able to see that he's driving towards it and dodge it. But it wasn't too damaged for him to fly it like nothing happened into a portal and land in a red desert. He says it's empty just because he looked at the horizon. And he has to be talking about only sentient life. Or else he wouldn't think it was good, because no life means no plants to eat. And yet he says it's perfect because there's no one here, even though he says it's grim. So why did he call it grim? I guess because he knows that if you're lonely for long enough, it'll damage your mental health. So he's only considering this place because he wants to live here with Sonic. And he's so selfish, he doesn't have any experience considering other people, so he didn't consider that Sonic would immediately get bored of this place. Even if he built a robot Sonic native to this place, he would immediately run out of things to do and get bored after he explored the entirety of this world. Because there'd be no one to talk to and nothing to watch for entertainment. He shoots lasers at a giant crystal to get inside and finds a glowing crystal and lasers it with his mechanical tails, and then lasers something else and ends up with a big seed in his hand. So he can just make anything. And it's sweet that he says to himself that Sonic's gonna love this place. Because he's not just saying, it's good that he'd love this place, because he wouldn't put up with it if he didn't. And that would suck for me. He's talking like he actually cares about him. Then it goes back to the present, and he tells Sonic he hacked into something so he could block the council out of the system. and Nine says it's all going according to plan. Another cringy line because it makes him sound like an unrealistic villain. And Sonic says they're gonna finally fix everything. And Nine says it's going to be perfect with a smile. Which is completely in contrast with what Sonic said, because he's talking about that planet he took ownership of. What does he think Sonic means by fix everything? There's obviously only one thing he could mean by that, and it's restore his world. Isn't Nine still planning to make his own world? So he thinks he can still do that after letting him fix everything. It's pretty obvious that he's not really responding to what Sonic says, and he's contradicting him. Why isn't Sonic taken aback by this? It's going to be perfect. I mean, of course it's going to be perfect. There wouldn't be any doubt that he wouldn't be able to restore the world properly. It's more like he's talking about something else. Why don't they talk about this? Sonic could very easily say, and after I restore my world, you can show me what your new world is gonna look like. He uses his tails to get into a room and shocks some robots, which looks cool. I really don't understand why Tails can't use gadgets to do this. Why can't he always carry around something that can do that? He's excited to show Sonic what he's got going on in the Grim. And Nine puts a prism shard in something, gets told there's a fourth shard and a blueprint thing there. Sonic and Nine fly away in the spaceship towards the portal. A bunch of filler happening here, during which they could easily have a conversation. Nine doesn't trust the green portals because he thinks they look unstable, just judging them by their looks. But that's really hypocritical for him. Why does it matter what the portal color looks like? So green portals represent space-time being weaker in fabric? Sonic calls him his best buddy, and it's sweet to see him smile while looking away from him. Sonic calls what he's doing epic, and it's sweet that he says yes it was. Then because the aircraft gets shot, Nine's stressed out enough to tell him to stop saying stuff like this. He had a rough life, so I can forgive it, but he was being totally unfair. The ship crashes, and the Council gets inconvenienced in Sonic's favor because of the airship owned by Rusty and Black Rose. Sonic runs while pushing a crate Nine is riding on, and Nine tells him where to go over and over. Sonic's so fast that he would have found where he wanted to get to on his own eventually. Sonic tells Nine that the unstable portals are safe because other stuff went through it and they are fine. And conveniently, Nine trusts him even though he's paranoid and had a rough life. He could have just as easily thought, maybe only inanimate objects are able to survive the portals. But, you know, they don't really have a choice, so it makes sense, I guess. They go through the portal, and Nine gets flung ahead in the air, and Sonic uses the hard metal thing to catch him, and somehow he just thanks him instead of being in pain. I guess he's ignoring the pain, because he's just thankful he's not drowning. Good thing he had rings? Sonic tells him that's what friends are for, and Sails sees them and says stupidly that anything that floats is a boat. And only now does Nine end up looking at him all stunned, even though he saw that he looked like him seconds before this and didn't react like that. The Teen Eggman spaceship gets hit by colorful explosions, so that was nice looking. And Nine flies while carrying their crate to get them into the portal. Sonic says the cheesy line that this is what you get when you have friends, which is bad in the games too, because he's supposed to be cool. There's a point where Sonic said Nine's gonna love Tails, without elaborating on it. So he's still under the assumption that returning his world wouldn't end Nine's consciousness. And he's especially running under desperation and delusion, because any unbiased neutral party would assume Nine would hate Tails out of jealousy. And he's just thinking, if he talks to him long enough, his optimistic, cheerful friendliness will warm his heart. Dread tries to betray Sonic, and Nine immediately says sarcastically that it's great having friends. It would be unrealistic if they never argued. Thanks to another Knuckles protecting them, they end up being able to get away through the portal to the jungle world. This is such blatant filler that they keep going to worlds that don't actually progress the plot, that could just be cut out of the story and it wouldn't matter. Because it's not like they had any real character interaction between Nine and Sails. There's no way you would call Nine Tails 9. He still remembers he doesn't want to be called Tails at the moment. They hear an earthquake. Sonic says that's not good, even though it isn't clear what he's seeing. Nine says their powers are intensified because of their close proximity, so the case won't hold them much longer. So that's new. I think Sonic X basically already did this with the Chaos Emeralds. Again, this is just arbitrary. It just happens because a writer can make a magical gem do whatever it wants. This is the problem with fantasy. Thorn's pet bird uses its wings to fight back against the robots, and Thorn helps fight them too. Sonic runs while pushing the crate with Nine on it into the void, and he lets go of the crate while stopping from arbitrary forced exhaustion. Shadow puts his hands out to stop the crate Nine's on that was heading towards him. He hates Nine, or at least doesn't trust him. So why would he stop the crate's momentum to help him out? When he thinks it's inevitable that he's going to betray Sonic, and he doesn't know that he needs Nine's help. Well, I guess because he assumed Sonic would punch him if he didn't help him? They end up going to the place where there's holograms of Sonic's friends repeating stuff. Shadow calls it sycophantic wish fulfillment, being very relatable right now. Sonic's sentimental enough to like this place instead of finding it sad like I'd expect. Nine walks out of earshot at them and calls this world an embryonic Shatterverse, like he got stuck in the blueprint while forming. Well, isn't that another arbitrary thing that only is the case because that's the nature of the prism? He says it could be useful in finishing his new world, which somehow he decided to call the Grim, even though it's an obviously evil name, or at least a name that reflects the nature of how solitary confinement would take a toll on your mental health. And he wouldn't really consider the Grim to be depressing if he's planning on living in it with Sonic, so it wouldn't really be Grim anymore. The fact that he calls it the Grim anyways is one of the things that makes it really obvious that it'll become a villain. Or it could be that he had exposure to emo or goth culture through television, and so he identified with that because he sees them as being rejects too. But there's no indication of that, we just have to assume it based on the clothes he's wearing. But that's the assumption you'd come if you were in good faith about him, and it's hard to be when he tried to kill Sonic as soon as he first met him. It's a lot easier for people to assume he's only wearing black clothes because he's evil. He hears Tails' hologram say that as long as he's around, Sonic will always have a win-in. It was hard to understand what he said at first. Nine says they're nothing alike, and sadly that's the end of it. I just have to assume it's because Tails looks cheerful with total faith that things are gonna go well. But Nine's had moments like that with Sonic too. He's talking as if Tails doesn't have a relatable to him reason to talk like this. What should have happened in the story is, he had some free time when he was flying the spaceship, so he should have been written to ask Sonic to describe Tails to him in detail. Or more likely, Sonic would have told him what Tails was like unprompted, which he could have easily done after he said, "You're gonna love Tails." Instead, he's got a flimsy reason to think he's always cheerful. Him having no respect for Tails because he's not as optimistic as him, the same thing Shadow hates about Sonic, gives him an emotional reason to be reluctant to do something so that he can meet Tails. Eventually they open the box, and Nine says the alignment must be perfect because the slightest variation could be terrible. People and places could be ripped from existence. Ripped from existence as in destroyed? I thought that was gonna happen anyways no matter what, if the only way to restore Sonic's universe would be to make it so that none of the worlds we saw keep being the way they are anymore, and that's why it's called the Shatterverse, because it's one universe shattered apart. I hope it's just that we were overthinking it. My point is, he's talking as if he can prevent people from dying when they restore Sonic's world. He says if he doesn't do this right, then reality could be changed forever. But it'd be changed forever no matter what, because doing what I just said would do that. For him to go along with Sonic's plan, he'd have to mean he thinks he could do this so that the people and places in the show would survive the show ending. And so that happening would only be a result of him screwing up. I assume this won't be the case, but right now, it looks like it'd be a lot eviler than I expected for him to not restore his world, because it'd be purely out of spite if he could do that without causing the end of 9 as we know him. If that was all they had a problem with each other over, that would make perfect sense. He says he could do it with some calculations, and he tells them he needs to be alone to work to have no distractions. Sonic thanks him and calls him Buddy and says they're a good team and they high five. And he shows his character development because this time he's normal about it. Yet again, Shadow says 9 can't be trusted. What's the point of doing this again? If you foreshadow something too many times, won't it just increase the likelihood that the audience hates it if it actually happens? It doesn't get any more dramatic. An airship belonging to the council shows up in front of Sonic as the story ends. This story by Patricia Valletto spends most of its time with Sonic running away from his enemies with the prism shards until he gets them to the cave from before. It's a little boring with filler all over the place, but at least it's trying to be exciting. It's just very repetitive and bare bones as a plot. It has the most sweet moments between Sonic and 9 though. So it's the least bad episode by far. I think it's actually the best episode in the show. Speaking as someone who watched the whole show. Obviously, when I first write the script for a review of an episode, I just watched it, and I haven't watched the whole show. But by the time I started recording my commentary, I had watched the whole show. So occasionally I talk like I already watched it all. But that's just improvisation. But yeah, this is clearly the least bad episode. I don't remember Sonic coming off like a complete idiot this time. For the most part. He was overly optimistic about 9 liking Tails. Even though it's obvious from a mile, he looks like an evil Tails. It kept seeming like the prism could summon anything people wanted. But if that was really the case, he would have used the prism shard to summon the rest of the prism shards. He didn't use it to create a portal gun that would warp Sonic to him. I guess he just didn't have a good enough imagination. I mean, if the characters were really smart, they would use the prism shard to summon a portal gun that would have the prism shards on the other end of it. It's too bad this genius character didn't think of that. And if that's not possible with a prism shard, the show should have explained it, because it really gave the impression that anyone could create anything they wanted with the prism shards. Sonic Prime Ghost of a Chance. The show wastes my time by showing the council's perspective where the leader says something predictable, and the robots get sent out to look for the shards. But the dramatic music is just dumb, since of course Sonic's going to be able to destroy them effortlessly. Shadow says they can't just leave 9 alone with the shards. Even though as he's reminded, he's the only one who can fix reality. Yeah, so what is them being with him gonna do? They still can't brainwash him into only doing what they want. And they don't know how you're supposed to put the prism shards to restore Sonic's world. So they can't make sure he does what they want because they don't know what he has to do. He has to think 9's planning on rewriting Sonic's universe to make him the ruler and everyone else miserable. Because otherwise he has no reason to worry because 9's trapped in that cave with nothing else he can do but do what he said he would, and 9 cares about Sonic. Why was Sonic grabbed by the robot when he was jumping towards him? Somehow it was fast enough to catch him and throw him. Also that Shadow could catch him, and Sonic teases him by saying he hurts him too, which he clearly only says to tease him, like he's done in the games tons of times. I guess I could understand saying that the exact way he said it was out of character. Sonic separated from Shadow, and Nine takes a needlessly long time trying to bring the red shard to the top, considering that he can fly and has multiple mechanical tails. The Green Hill Zone gets its color restored. This is just a ripoff of Sonic Generations. Sonic's friends get returned to normal, but it's only temporary. Sonic acted like his world was restored, even though the holograms didn't disappear, so I guess he was under the assumption that the world being restored would necessarily require that he would be sent to the past version of his world. Sonic gets told by Nine that this is harder than he thought. Sadly, he doesn't explain why, but he's not lying. I just have to assume this was because putting the red shard where it was created a shockwave that sent Nine away from it, and that moved it away from where it's supposed to be along with the tail holding it. So then, he could get around this problem right away by just repositioning so that he's directly above the place it's supposed to be put into. This seems so arbitrary. A bunch of uncreative stuff happens, not worth describing. Why did the Eggman and the flying mech suit take until now to start fighting Sonic? I get to see Sonic get smacked into a wall. And Shadow smacked too. They really should play louder sounds when the characters get hit. Sonic's knocked away, and Nine's threatened with some lasers and asks to fight in the temple. It's creative that there's a temple in Green Hill Zone. I thought it was just some cave. Heaven forbid we learn anything about the ancient people who built that temple, though. That'd be effort. That'd make me care about this temple to get people emotionally attached to this new concept a little. Eventually, I get to see Sonic smacked into the floor by a shockwave. Sonic asks him if he's okay. He puts his hand on his shoulder, and Nine says happily that he's almost done and needs him to buy him time. Sonic says the council is using shard energy to power up, so since he's full of it too, Nine could give him a boost. Nine says it's dangerous because too little energy or too much and they lose. But he's pressured into it. One of the Eggmen calls himself Daddy. That was weird. He arbitrarily has to not move. That's just how the magic of the prism is. At least he told Nine he's outdone himself though. Sonic can make after images of himself, ripping off Archie, along with him making a giant tornado that sends the aircraft of the old Eggman flying away with him in it. It's cool to look at. He has to save Shadow after he gets hurt. He has chaos powers and he never uses them. Why? The aircraft fires lasers directly upwards, and that creates what looks like a hologram of modern Eggman. If any of those Eggmen think this looks like the pinnacle of all creation, then why aren't any of them wearing his outfit if they think that outfit is the most respectable thing ever? It's a hologram that's able to destroy the loop. Sonic screaming no about it is melodramatic because it's not. We were never told he grew up here, and fans are sick of this place, so it's lame. Anyways, it's creative that there's a giant Eggman that looks like a hologram here. It's some charming childlike wonder that Nine just thinks this is cool, being in awe of him being a Titan. He has this weirdly apathetic response to the possibility that his idea for powering up Sonic wouldn't work. He says just in case it doesn't work, it's been a slice of reality. Like, I think he'd be really motivated by a fear of death since he's a kid and almost got killed a huge amount of times by bullies. I guess he's just suppressing his feelings and trying really hard to look tough, to the point where it's absolutely effortless for him and he isn't feeling that fear. All Sonic gets to do with his power-up is ram into the giant Eggman and he falls over. And Nine looks depressed. So they go back to the cave with Sonic looking forward to getting his world restored. He says there's still a shard missing from this and the last one's in the Grim. Sonic lampshades that he could have told him that earlier to save them the trip here and back. He's not usually snarky to Nine without being snarked at first. So it's a lot more likely that he wouldn't have said this and gotten the reaction he did. Nine's actually confused by the words "and back," even though in an earlier scene he clearly said they're gonna fix everything. So what could he possibly mean by that other than restore Green Hill Zone, when he has literally no reason to care about Ghost Hill because he's clearly not from there? He says the only reason he came here was to use the Prism's impression to see which pieces went where, so now they can rebuild the Grim to be what we've always wanted. Why does he think there's a we when Sonic already made it clear that he wanted his world back? Sonic just says in response, yeah, to rebuild Green Hill. I don't know why he says that instead of my universe. Clearly there's a bunch of other Green Hills already and they're called the same thing. And it would be ridiculously out of character if Sonic only cared about Green Hill when it comes to the places on his planet. It's frustrating because he could have easily had a good response to this. He's confused and says they're making a better world instead of remaking his. Sonic just says he doesn't need to make a clean slate and wants his old home back. Why would he think his old world was literally perfect? Why doesn't he want Nine to get rid of cancer from his world at the very least when he's supposed to be a good person, not just a jerk who wholeheartedly wants Eggman to be still causing trouble so he can have fun fighting him? He has faith in Nine to not be a monster because he's trusted him the whole show, which means he doesn't think Nine's idea of better would be an evil idea. And that's the only reason he wants to trust him right now. He's not even considering the possibility that Nine would agree to anything other than a world that's just how he wants, which is forced because he just said, we've wanted. What's wrong with just going with Nine to the Grim, letting him do what he wants with the Prism, and then saying, hey, why don't you try to restore my world as a fun little hobby now that you've done all of that? And if you don't, then I'll just have to try to do it. That's all I'm going to be able to do because there isn't anything fun to do here. What a real person would say here is, okay, as long as you restore my friends to exactly how they were before so that you're actually restoring my friends and restore the places in my world. And then we can start making it better. How is he too brain dead stupid to just respond like a normal person to this? There's being surprised in the moment, but that doesn't make you stupider than anybody on Earth and incapable of even the slightest common sense. Why doesn't he assume Nine's idea of a better world is one without any diseases or tyrants in it? Because that'd benefit Nine too. I'm sure he's had the common cold before. Nine doesn't care about his home, and then he says it's gone, even though he never showed any indication that he thought that way before. If he didn't plan on fixing his home universe, why would he even try to put the prism shards in certain places? It's really confusing that Nine wouldn't try to restore his home dimension as a personal favor to Sonic, because it's not like he explained that he thinks if he does that, Sonic will immediately ditch him for Tails because he would like him better. If Sonic thought logically, he'd believe him and not argue with him. Nine says, you're wrong about that. We need to build a new home. It's not a very persuasive argument, because Need isn't backed up by any sort of evidence. He's supposed to be a genius. He wouldn't be this stupid. Why doesn't he just lie to him? Well, maybe he is lying to him. That's not explained, so it just seems like he's insane. He calls him Little Buddy, and Nine yells at him to stop calling him that and shoves him. So I have to assume it's because he thinks he's being condescending by calling him Little. He should have said, stop calling me Little. It's only jarring because he's never acted like he hated being treated like a little kid before. It makes sense that he would be sensitive after he was bullied so much in the past. It is pretty brilliant that him treating him like a little kid would backfire on him. Nine rants like a spoiled brat that Sonic never considered what he wanted. And Sonic says he assumed he wanted what he did because of what they'd been through together. Sonic says just like the real Tails would, and is naturally called out, I am real, just not your real friend. That was cathartic and surprisingly great dialogue. It makes sense that he'd say that. Of course, the idea of this would be really hard on him because it's an extra kick in the face after everything he went through before he met Sonic. That when he finally found a friend, he was only liking him because he was projecting Tails onto him. But it's still frustrating because he could have easily not said the real Tails. Sonic never said that to Secret Rings Tails or Black Knight Tails. Then he asks what Sonic thought would happen to him after he got his friends back. This is cathartic because it's acknowledging what the audience was worried about. But there was no foreshadowing that Nine ever knew he'd be killing himself if he restored his world. This is just so frustrating because this could have easily been all they were fighting about. Sonic just says we're all in this together, and he thought he'd grow to love his friends. So he always assumed Nine was gonna survive. How is he this unpersuasive? I thought he was gonna say, I never thought you'd stop existing. That's horrifying. And then reluctantly try to convince him to sacrifice himself because billions of people would be brought back to life if he did so. And then it'd feel totally understandable that Nine would flip out at him. That's what I imagined this would be like. Instead he says he thought Nine would love meeting his friends. But even this gets Nine really mad at him. And it's confusing because Nine never said that he thought he'd hate his friends, and there was never even any silent implication of that. By showing him picturing meeting his friends and being annoyed. He didn't hate the rest of them, so why would he think he'd hate them? He could have been written here to say that he doesn't believe Sonic that he's gonna survive. Well, I guess he's paranoid enough to assume they think he's a freak for having two tails. But it's abysmal of the writer to not have Nine explain this because the show sucks so much that I don't really feel like it's a guarantee that the writer thought of this. Nine says that what he hates about him is that he just jumps into situations with no idea about the outcome. It's a horribly written line because of how vague he's being. Because he's not saying that he thinks he's still gonna die. Because he's not explaining why he wouldn't like his friends. Why do I have to just assume that this is all about him thinking that Sonic would abandon him for them, and because they would be off-put by him being an evil version of Tails? He fires some lasers that send Sonic flying and walks towards the portal. Sonic says we can make this work, trust me, like he's trying to keep a girl from breaking up with him instead of running towards him instantly like an actual person would and pushing him down. I hate that he doesn't simply smack into him and start fighting him before he could even go into the portal or something. Sonic's supposed to have an attitude. I'm not sure if it's really in character for him to even risk letting Nine leave when that would destroy his chances of saving his world. Because there's no reason he'd be able to follow him. Nine says the only person he can trust is himself, even though he could trust Sonic to save him earlier. But this is because he betrayed his trust by saying he wasn't the real Tails, and he's very sensitive. And he goes into the portal. And it makes no sense that Shadow just stood there watching as Nine left with the shards. He thinks he's the greatest because he's the ultimate life form. So he'd think he could beat him by just spin dashing into him when he wasn't expecting him to smack him into a wall, which could just knock him out right there. And then smacking his head against the floor a bunch of times. Or he could have thrown a Chaos Spear at him, and then spin dashed into him, if he was really that afraid of his mechanical tails, despite him being the ultimate life form. He was very arrogant. Nine would already be knocked out by the time Sonic could react to him. I can only make sense of it by assuming that he thought Sonic would beat him up, but he would at least let him take the Prism Shards from Nine. So he would get chased by Sonic afterwards. It's not the first time he's had to deal with that and he survived. Maybe he thinks he can't attack Nine with full force without killing him, and he thinks Sonic might turn into him or go crazy if he goes through what he did with Maria. That really should have been explained. Even if he has rings, he could just keep hitting him until he's run out of rings. This story by Marcus Reinhardt Had Sonic get a power-up from the conveniently all-powerful Shard Energy so he can ram over the giant Eggman projection that barely does anything anyways, and then Nine leaves them with the prisms to make a new world that he, for some reason, doesn't want to make on Ghost Hill that also has no people in it. And it's so forced how the scene was executed as a result. If you just look at this for what it looks like on a surface level, it looks frustratingly petty and silly of him because he assumes he'll hate Sonic's friends for no reason. It doesn't make it clear that he still thinks he might not survive the world being restored after Sonic reassured him. It would be so much less confusing if that was all the fight was about. I hate how vague the dialogue is here. It couldn't get any lazier than this. It's frustrating that he's being so stupid by giving up his only possible friend just because he doesn't want to share him. The scene is just barely acceptable, because it just barely justifies itself, and I've seen betrayals that make no sense in Sonic before. At the end of the day, the twist doesn't feel forced, because he's been through so much that it makes sense that he would be so entitled that Sonic not measuring up to his standards would make him freak out. That Sonic saying he's not real would really make him freak out. Because technically, by saying he's not the real Tails, he is sort of saying he still thinks of him as a freak of nature. Not because he's a mutant, but because he's a weird aberration instead of what he wants him to be like. I wish he explained that's how he came off. Nine thought Sonic was the only real person who would ever act like a friend to him, and someone as universally hated as Nine is, I'd have expected him to decide to settle for anybody who even acts like he likes him. Okay, it makes sense that he thinks that would make him insecure out of shame for how desperate he is, and that he can't handle any more insecurity. This should have been explained. He should have said that if Sonic had Tails back, he wouldn't bother with him anymore because he'd compare the two and think he's just an unlikable grump. And why bother with him if Tails can do almost everything he can do? In fact, he could just tell Tails to make mechanical tails for himself, and then he'd be totally useless to him. Their conversation should have been a lot longer, which they easily could have accomplished by getting rid of some of the robot fighting. I would have liked to know exactly how Nine's better world idea was going to look like, because we don't really know much of what Nine wants when it comes to material things, other than a seed. I'm assuming it involves a bunch of robots? Why did this whole fight only happen because he deluded himself into thinking a hero who insisted on helping some strangers fight some robots in another world from his own would happily abandon his world? Why didn't he say to Sonic, "Sure, I'll try to get back. I don't know if I'll be able to perfectly recreate it like you remembered it," and actually just remake the world the way you wanted? That'd make a more interesting Season 3. Him discovering how not really restored his world was. It's distracting when some dramatic thing happens when things could have easily gone differently if they had different dialogue. Because Sonic could have just as easily not said that he could have saved him the trip here and back and gotten their arguments even started all. He does have an attitude, but he's been nothing but nice to him until this point, but here he snarked at him unprovoked and revealed that he had a different goal. It's very disappointing in its dialogue, especially if you don't care enough to think about enough to realize there were so many different ways it could have gone, and the writer chose the worst possible, laziest one. Sonic Prime Season 3, Grim Tidings. Why is there a minutes long previously on in a Netflix show? You have to go past the earlier episodes to find the new ones. They have to think the show is just so forgettable that by the time Season 3 came out, people would need a refresher on what are clearly the memorable parts of the show. The music that plays right before the episodes start is always cool, but it's so forgettable and uninteresting, so I never mentioned it till now. It's always lame when Nine says "fool." I just don't buy it. He's right though. He uses his tails to put the prism shards together and shoots lasers at it, wanting to transform the Grim. The show has him smirk to make him look evil for doing something that's actually neutral. He has to be smirking because of his hatred of the people he had been disappointed by. So a laser is fired into the sky, and eventually trees from the washed out green hill fly out of it instead of warping, which would be faster. He has to have made this happen on purpose. I'm guessing he wants materials? Shadow and Sonic run away from purple light. There's a blatant waste of time scene with the council. Anyways, Shadow says if they run fast enough, they'll warp out. It's like Sonic CD, but without the time travel after they run past those things. Well, it was nice of Shadow to reassure him by reminding him of something that he should have assumed he already remembered. Well, I guess he was doing it because he thought Sonic was so stupid he forgot he would do that. Sonic wastes time being sentimental by being sad that he has to leave behind some holograms. Eventually they jump a lot as some average exciting music plays, until they end up in space standing on the purple platforms. I just have to assume the platforms have a magic spell that gives them all enough gravity to keep them standing on them. They find out there's nothing left of the world they were just on. Good thing the place they're in is apparently so magical that there's an air bubble for them. They really should explain that. 9 uses lasers and yells no from failing to make something, and he moves some things from a distance and says he needs to send out more energy. He makes an evil-looking Sonic robot, which is inexplicably not identical looking to Sonic while he's at it, and says hi with a smirk. Why would someone with a traumatic past make a robot friend of his that doesn't look reassuring and harmless? It would, if anything, be a much better way to mock Sonic if he had it look exactly like Sonic, because he would show him how it feels, because he's treating him as a replacement Sonic, like how 9 was treated like a replacement Tails. I guess he didn't want to feel like a hypocrite by making it too obvious himself what he's doing. He finds out the Grim's decaying with not enough energy, and finds out Sonic's responsible for this because he's got the same energy that powered his city. And he's too stupid to use the prism that can summon anything according to how the plot wants, to just summon a portal gun that, with the press of a button, would summon a portal that would have Sonic fall right into his lap. After some padding where Sonic's made fun of again by the story because he doesn't have a perfect memory, they start jumping a lot, and Shadow gets thanked and called Buddy for protecting him. They end up going through a portal to the Grim and see a giant purple building. I guess it makes sense that it's purple because 9 has every reason to be rebellious, so he's being rebellious by choosing a girly color. He says that's far enough. First off, that doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't he say that's close enough because he doesn't want them to come close enough to attack him? Shouldn't he say that because they're running away from him? I like that he's not surprised they're alive at all, because it proves that he wasn't leaving them to die. He just assumed they'd be competent enough to survive because he knows what they're capable of. Why does Sonic think it's worth it to say, "What are you doing? We had a plan"? As if that's a persuasive response that an actual person would give, when every second counts when he needs to try to reason with him. How is he so stupid? Why is he acting like he just got betrayed by him? Why doesn't he just say, "I'm sorry about what I said, I shouldn't have worded it like that"? It'd be believable for him to still be mad at him after that because of how recently it happened. He could have responded by saying he thinks he's only sorry because it backfired on him, and he never really liked him for what made his personality different from Tails, just settling for a replacement until he could throw him away. There could be some real emotional dialogue instead of just generic cliche villain bragging about how powerful he is. He doesn't even give an excuse for why he wasn't careful enough not to be insensitive. That he didn't spend enough time in school and spent most of his life running around exploring instead of talking to people. And then Sonic could say, "I'll make it up to you," and be told there's no way he could do that. It makes sense that he's not reminding him that everyone he met hated him for being a mutant, and that's why it really hurt that someone he thought finally cared about him for who he was didn't. It makes sense if he thinks there's a good chance he'd start to cry from saying that. He knows Sonic already knows his backstory, so he'd assume that he knows that's part of why he's acting out. Sonic reminds him they're friends and can still restore his home without giving him a reason for why he should that he knows he needs to hear, since he said it was impossible earlier. Why does he think this is going to convince him? He basically said this earlier. Of course, trying to reason with him is the way to go, because that's the only way to fix this. Because apparently 9 is the only way to get things back to normal. But I don't blame Shadow for having no faith in that as a possibility. 9 points out he was only using him to get what he wants. Yeah, he was also with him because he reminded him of Tails. But that's also a form of using him. It's not like he'd have no empathy for him if he didn't look like Tails. He became friends with Tails despite him not being someone who reminded him of someone he was already friends with. But of course he'd be cynical enough to assume that after his backstory, because he didn't really have any charisma at all when he met him. He has every reason to actually believe that he was only using him because of how he disappointed him earlier. And this is why it's hysterical to say he was gaslighting Sonic as a way of calling him a terrible character who's ruining the 3rd season. Gaslighting means actually trying to make someone doubt his own memory and perception on purpose. 9 sticks a robot Sonic on them that does nothing new. So a robot with the same personality as Metal Sonic still in the show. What were purists bitching about? Granted, it looks inferior to Metal Sonic. It's also defeated really easily in a forgettable, uncreative way. Why does Sonic think saying it's over is gonna end this, instead of saying anything reassuring, or apologizing? 9 sends robots that look mildly like Sonic's friends, except intimidating. And somehow Sonic says, "What have you done to my friends?" instead of just thinking of them as robots that are based on them to get back at him. Once again, nothing creative happens here. Until Shadow rides on one of them as it's flying, but it's very temporary and pointless. 9 criticizes Sonic under his breath for being quick to rush into things, with no idea what he's up against. Sonic tells 9 he'll be spending the rest of his life alone this way, with no real friends. 9 doesn't really respond properly, saying at least he can trust them, instead of saying that his robots are his friends. So it's good writing that he admits this isn't ideal to him. So he still makes sense, and it's being consistent with what he always wanted. He's smart enough to know that the robots aren't real friends, because they only like him because that's how he made their minds to be. Maybe it'd be better if we did see him treat a robot like a best friend, because it'd really look like he had sanity slippage. It could be creepy and tragic. And it'd make more sense that he's acting like a villain, because he's clearly not in his right state of mind. And he says once he's rebuilt the prism, but then it says he has. Who edited this script? The story expecting me to be intimidated of 9 himself is a real laugh. Only what he can do looks intimidating. I'll admit that is one of the biggest problems with the season. 9 doesn't like the idea of Shadow taking Sonic away from him. I know what he means, but he sounds like a clingy ex, which clashes with the tone. I thought he didn't want him around. It was cool to see this huge yellow light tornado. Shadow and Sonic get thrown really far. Really, why should I care about when the characters are in danger when they never have any consequences from getting hurt beyond a very brief moment of acting in pain? I say this because this is supposed to be really dramatic, and it's not. Is it really unacceptable to show a bunch of bruises on them? The series got away with it before. Sonic has a pain tolerance of a fucking god after all the punishment I got to see him take in this show. And eventually I get to see Shadow get smacked twice and hit into a rocky thing and fall into the ocean. This would only have the intended effect in a series where the characters can die. We all know the currents will just conveniently carry him to safety fast enough that he'll survive, because it's a series for children, and the show never had the guts to even injure anyone. He can't swim either, though it would make sense if he had taken swimming lessons. Because he's supposed to be smarter than Sonic? In theory? What a waste of time episode. This episode by Chris Milan was a little boring from the almost complete lack of plot progression and creativity, while being almost nothing but Sonic and Shadow fighting robot doubles of the main cast, who don't talk or do anything new, that got magically generated. like Worlds Unite and Worlds Collide combined, when I had no reason to think these invincible characters would be written to get injured. And with that being all that happened, and all the stakes were, I got nothing out of it in the end. It's all pointless until Sonic got thrown to safety. That could have happened right away and saved us a lot of wasted time. It was so frustrating when Sonic was talking to Nine, and he was just saying the same things he was saying to him before that didn't work the first time, and Shadow was dead silent. Nine did some cool stuff with the Prism, in a way that really had a strong presence, being epic in the way anyone would take for granted from the end of a Sonic game. But it's held back from giving you the full emotional experience it's going for because it's being done by so many looks and sounds like Tails. So while it's tragic, he's barely threatening. Eggman's generated 1 billion robots. You're not going to make him look scary by making him do the same thing just as fruitlessly. Sonic Prime Dome Sweet Dome. After a waste of time where we hear the dialogue at the end of the last episode again, not seeing the animation of it, Sonic plans on rejoining the fight, and for some reason he runs from some robots instead of jumping in place so they could fly into his spin jump and be destroyed. So instead he gets made to smack around as he panics like a wuss. He sounded cool by calling it a hunk of junk while taking it seriously, but it's pathetic that he's afraid of what's just another one of the many small robots he used to destroy, except they actually look threatening instead of ridiculous. The silly looking way that Badniks look is supposed to be made up for because of how competent Eggman is, because he managed to put a huge amount of animals and robots. Nobody in the show gets as many victories as Eggman in the games did, so I guess it's forgivable that they have to compensate for how pathetic the villains are by making the robots look scary. He actually gets the good sense to realize he should get some backup to fight Nine to have a better chance of winning. He says it's terrible that everything's collapsing, not that it showed it that well. Nine points out that it seems hypocritical of him to act like he cares about another world than his own, and says that the council started the destruction of this place, so it's not really his fault, even though he's continuing the destruction of that place clearly. It would only make sense that he says the first thing if he's still under the impression that fixing his own world would destroy all of the other worlds. He's still under the impression that Sonic never believed for a second that Nine would survive him fixing the Shadowverse, and so that's why it's hypocritical of him to act like he cares about another world. Sonic catches the falling civilian and sets someone down, and the Florizon turns around and he runs away as some stuff falls behind him as some exciting music plays. He's told that if he helps Nine, all of this will stop, and he saves some people. Telling him what he wants to hear wouldn't work as a long-term solution, because if he said he'd join him, there's no way he alone could get him to restore his world, so he needs to build up an army first. It could have given the story more emotional impact and nuance if it had Nine point out that all of those people bullied him, and showed the times they did. Maybe I could take this seriously if he wasn't a kid, because yeah, the fact that he's a kid means it makes even more sense that he's emotional enough to lash out so much and do nothing but stuff that feels good at the time, when really could have avoided having to go through all of this if he just told Sonic he'd restore his world in the first place, but then made a similar copy in its place to fool him. If he really wanted Sonic to go back to his side, how is he stupid enough to not say he'll give him what he wants a lot earlier? Eventually, after a bunch of padding, that at one point is Sonic given an I told you so. Man, this is such a boring scene. The music's doing all of the heavy lifting here. There's really nothing intimidating about Nine's head. At least he doesn't sound antagonistic with him and just sad instead of being obnoxiously evil. Like he sees how sad it is that Sonic's against him and wishes it would stop, but he's barely feeling like that because he's still spending the whole story lashing out at him out of spite anyway. The council explains that they barely have enough resources to protect themselves. Real threatening. So they actually can't protect the people here. That's surprisingly good writing. It'd also be good writing to regularly show them actually doing something wrong to the civilians, instead of never doing that, so they might as well not even be tyrants. Why do I just have to assume the reason Rusty's the only Robin is because it takes that much more energy to roboticize in this world because the technology is such a prototype. There's a bunch of time wasted with Sonic running from robots until he fights them generically at the last minute and goes back to running. 9 tells the robots where Sonic's going because he's smart enough to assume it accurately. Why is Sonic panting from running? He never does that, and we already knew the story was serious. And it's not gonna make us buy that he's gonna get killed or hurt anymore. Eventually, the old Eggman gets his counselors to fight Nines, and the music's underwhelming. Sonic really shouldn't be surprised at this after all the times Eggman himself did a truce with him. They'd have to be idiots not to take advantage of him here. They bicker, so it's cathartic when Sonic tells them to speed this up. It did look cool to see a counselor throw shurikens at a robot to defeat it. It rips off Espio, but it's doing it for a different character. It's never explained why any version of Eggman would even be interested in shurikens, however. Why did they ever have the baby have dialogue in serious scenes? The force field around the Grim malfunctions. Not like I was told why I should care right now. Sonic reluctantly tells the rebels and the jungle people that he had to partner up with the council without explaining why he needed to in the same sentence. It's a relief that he didn't have to fight with them because of this. He really should have known better, because he can't be trusted not to hurt him. Anyway, eventually Mangy does something with the energy extractor and efficiency increases. So, he's not able to talk, but he's still genius, even though it makes no sense that he can do this, because he's had no exposure to tech. And if he's really a feral child, he doesn't have the brain structure to even learn how to read. So he wouldn't have any way of knowing how to do this. It has to be that Tails' tech prowess in Sonic Prime is a magical ability because he innately knows how to do it right from birth. But that means there's nothing to be proud of with it because he didn't earn it. A bunch of time gets wasted after this with dramatic music. Eventually Sonic runs in place again and builds up energy for the city. It's cringy to see the story failing to portray Nine as scary without looking any different. It's not like he's wearing a black mask that covers everything but his eyes. He could have started wearing it after getting hurt. It takes a long time until the force field gets turned on to protect the castle. Mangy and the Jungle Knuckles help bring Sonic back into it because he's tired for no reason. It's not like he got exhausted after beating the boss fight in Sonic CD where he had to run on a conveyor belt. It's fantastic that the show is trying as hard as it was to be taken seriously. That's what Sonic's supposed to do, but I still can't be that invested when there's no reason to care. It's not like it's constantly killing off characters. This episode by Patricia Valletto spent the whole time with Sonic running away from robots he occasionally fought with where almost nothing creative happens, nothing that matters to the plot, and no real accomplishment of Nine. And it ends with him generating power to the council's house to make a force field to protect them and all of his friends from Nine, who the story constantly makes a mistake of actually showing in the plot, which only clashes with a serious tone it's otherwise got as its biggest appeal. It was a little boring and offered nothing to the series, but at least it tried almost as hard as it could to be exciting and serious. It didn't try nearly hard enough to damage the city, so I didn't really feel like it was getting the destruction it was depicted as getting. I'm never told that it inconvenienced anyone in any way that's varied and interesting. I guess I don't want to see that happen to them, but they really should have brought it all the way back to the beginning by having him say that these are very specific people who bullied him in the past. I know anybody who really thinks about Nine as a character could figure out his excuses for his behavior, but it would have better emotional impact if they actually explained his behavior by relating it to his backstory. Sonic Prime, No Escape. It starts out wasting my time showing some crappy recreation of Sonic Advance 3 where Sonic and Tails' sprites could have been better looking. And according to TV tropes, the excuse for this was that Sega arbitrarily didn't allow them to use the same sprites from the game. It's like they're deliberately trying to sabotage this show. I can't believe the episode started this way. Because what does this have to do with anything? This is obvious incompetent pandering. Why not start the episode by having Sonic be reminded of Sonic Advance 3 for a very good reason, then flashing back? I don't see General escape from the Eggmobile. He blew up instead. This proves Sonic Prime takes place in a different universe from the games. It doesn't matter what dumb shit anybody in charge says. The person in charge of a series could say, the character with blue hair actually has red hair, and it wouldn't change reality. He still doesn't have red hair. Why did Sonic just stand there and get rolled into by the Eggmobile? That would never happen. Even in the so-called tribute to the games, it's completely disrespectful of him. It's not like every single time Sonic does something that one of the members of the Chaos Council hates, he points and laughs. So why does he do this so often like it's a parody of Sonic and Lost World? How did the Eggmobile get destroyed in one hit? He's been fighting Sonic for years. It makes Eggman look completely incompetent at building things. The only explanation is Eggman was really drunk or high when making a part of this, so he picked a lame material for the Eggmobile. Or he had to resort to some lame material because he was out of the good stuff. I could be nice by assuming that the point of this was to make Sonic look really strong, to compensate for how dumb he was a second ago. He's supposed to be cool. Sonic still jumps multiple times in Celebration, even though General died. So in this universe, General didn't used to be someone he cared about. He was just some robot Eggman made, programming and all. If you're gonna try to pander to game purists, don't even try without a perfect knowledge of what you're trying to plagiarize. At least this means this isn't so uncreative that there was no point in writing or seeing it. This kind of thing just makes it obvious that it's just a bad idea to try this hard to pander with game references that you do stuff like make 2D Sonic animations that are wildly out of left field in a 3D show. It's pointless because the game purists hate the show anyways for not being from Sonic Team. The normal people are just confused that they're even there, even if they liked them at first. And the people who make the show don't have a perfect knowledge or memory, so they piss the purists off when they get things wrong and make the normies roll their eyes. Nobody ends up being grateful because at least they got to see some things that were from the games and were totally accurate. Despite people knowing enough to make this animation, they didn't know everything to make it accurate, and didn't think they had to research any further, because it is more intuitive to assume General blew up too if you don't know the story of the game. Anyways, after this, we see Sonic in the present staring at a grid. 9 shoots lasers at the prism, and then the robot, and tells a bunch of small robots to bring the pirates to him. Why would such small robots succeed in doing that? The music tries to make me take this seriously, but they'd have to have been uncharacteristically pathetic to have lost to these robots, because they fought robots successfully before. How are such small robots supposed to carry and fly with any of the pirates? The story wastes a bunch of my time. With the people in the council room doing predictable arguing, why am I supposed to believe anyone tracked mud on the floors? That never happened. They never stepped in any mud. I guess the old guy is such a bad faith arguer that he'll unashamedly lie, just to annoy the people around him. Sonic eventually stops their argument and wonders where most of the pirates are, and he says they're still in No Place, which is shattering. Why would they call it No Place? You'd think, if anything, Ghost Hill would be called No Place. The council don't want Sonic to leave because 9 might get his hands on him. Why does he stop when Rebel Rouge stands in front of him? This happened too fast for him to stop. He eventually guilts them by saying he'd do the same for any of them. Why does he keep staying still? Eventually, the pirates reveal they were planning on going with Sonic to help him because he needs their ship. Rusty projects some red light from her eyes, which rips off Sad AM and says she's detected heat signatures. So at least it did something new. The ship needs some defending from an army of robots, and it flies over a mountain, making Sonic fall and have to run over the ocean. The show still hasn't learned that 9 can't look intimidating. 9 says it's still too unstable. You don't need to keep repeating exposition. The the more you keep explaining the same things, the less emotional punch they pack. I get to see Sonic get knocked down. Why does he just stay still when a robot's in front of him? So Rusty shoots it and does a friendly wave. Good thing there's such dramatic music, or this would be more than just a bit boring. Sonic eventually rides away on the giant bird with Thorn, and Rusty shoots the robot. It's really trying its damnedest with the music and visuals to make it look exciting instead of boring. But I'm still impatient for the plot to progress. The story pointlessly shows Nine state the obvious that he won't give up as he's shooting lasers. The ship starts falling because it got damaged. Sonic gets grabbed so he won't fall into the ocean, and they all end up in a portal. The story goes back to wasting my time, and Sonic says nice moves to the council members. Sonic says this was a win and gets told that the fleet is damaged and their troops are spent. Sonic offers to give himself up. He's shown loyalty from his friends and gets stupidly told by the council that they'd love to betray him. And he says Nine isn't like the council members, which is kind of frustrating after all of this, when he's continuing the destruction of the world. After a while, he tells Nine he'll give himself up if he agrees to spare his friends. He agrees, and then Sonic tells him to promise he'll rebuild their worlds back to how they were. And Nine's smart enough to agree. Then why didn't he just say this in the first place? Either this means he knew he was lying when he said he couldn't restore his world, or this means he changed his mind about being able to do that for no reason. The story wastes time being sad with Nine just trying to guilt him, and he still calls Nine Bud, and at least he doesn't complain or call him a liar. It's cringy to see him act like this because of how much the writer wants us to hate him by making him talk like a typical villain. He'd be cynical based on his past for sure, but this is too cliche in the way he's depicted, where he's more smug about how things are going the way he planned. Nine rants cynically and says that he always wants to save people, and he says it's because he's a hero, but he thinks that the truth is that after Sonic destroyed his home dimension, he's only saving people to feel less guilty about doing that. I guess this is what was meant by the gaslighting accusation he got. But again, it doesn't count as that if he thinks he's telling the truth. And it's obvious it'd be in character for him to think that if you're in good faith enough to remember his backstory. The way at least one of the fans who hated him the most went on about how he was manipulating to Sonic or something just isn't taking into account that Nine wouldn't be neurotypical by the time Sonic met him. He never would have made it past the trust versus mistrust phase of his life that everyone goes through. So even Sonic making a relatable verbal faux pas would have just made him go back to the old thinking pattern that nobody cares about him and made him think he was right to not trust him at all at first, which would pander to his fragile ego. Of course he's still in the wrong, but there are some real evil Sonic films out there, because they act evil without clouded judgment.
Why doesn't he sound a lot more mad that Sonic thinks there's a chance they both might not make it out of this? He's not trusting him to be able to restore the multiverse to normal out of nowhere. He's even more insecure than Tails, so shouldn't he be even more mad at him for this than Tails was about this in Lost World?
Nine generously says he'll let the other counterparts live like they want if they leave him alone. So that's obviously good writing that he's being in character to how he was being from Season 1. Sonic says he'd have done the same thing for him. Nine accuses him of lying paranoidly. Sonic tells him that he's still his friend. And Nine looks sad, which would have to mean he feels like he doesn't deserve this after what he put him through, and actually believes him and is impressed by what a good person he is. Which was impressive of the writing by having nuance and reminding us what he was originally like and motivated by. That he's more than just a villain. But it's also a bit confusing that the same story that depicted him as pure evil still knew to have this one moment like he's two different people. Because it's weird that he didn't react like this when he called him Bud. He only started to believe it because he cared enough to bother calling him his friend after calling him Bud didn't get him to be nice to him. So he thinks he proved he wasn't just talking like this to suck up to him, because he kept trying. Sonic's shoes glow, and he obviously acts surprised in a way that's clearly sincere before the Council aircrafts and Sonic's stupid friends show up to attack. It's frustrating because it looks like this will convince Nine that he was never going to give himself up, despite how sincere he was obviously being. Nine could have easily not seen the army coming if they did this inside of his building, which could have very easily been the case because he would have been right there next to the thing he could have used to restore his universe. To be fair, an ending without a big fight would be anticlimactic. And after everything bad Nine went through before this, I guess it's believable that he'd be paranoid enough to think Sonic was faking surprise. Sonic was already warned that his friends wanted to go here, so while he could have tried harder to discourage them, I doubt they would have listened. Maybe Nine wouldn't have taken this so hard if Sonic had the sense to warn him that they might come here against his wishes. But as usual, he's ridiculously stupid to the point where I doubt it's even possible to be. He had no reason to trust any of these people after all the times they turned on him on dime. It'd be common sense of him to just tell the army to go here instead of deal with that for some reason. So it makes sense that Nine would think that was his plan, because the alternative makes no sense. Because it means he went to him with the risk that he wouldn't follow through on his promise. Sonic could have given himself up at the start of the second Season 3 episode and saved us a bunch of time. This mildly boring episode by Marcus Reinhardt was about Sonic and the pirates having to deal with some boring robots that die in one hit in an uncreative way on the pirate ship for almost the whole story for nothing. At least the presentation was exciting enough to be engaging, but I still never stopped being aware that the story was wasting my time until Sonic gave himself up to Nine alone, even though the reason he went to that dimension was to get an army to fight him. And now he's given up on that after one battle that he was proud of his success in, when it would have made more sense and made him look clever if he did plan on having the army secretly follow him. Then it could keep going with the theme of the show where Sonic's not trusting in his friends enough because he didn't trust Nine. And so it's going to backfire on him that he had the army secretly decide to follow him into the portal because it turned out Nine changed his mind about using his prism energy and risking killing him. The episode was worth it because he got to see Nine look guilty when Sonic told him he's still his friend. Only one great moment this whole episode, and a scene that was hard to watch otherwise. I think more of it was easy to put up with than any other episode, but it still had almost no plot, and everything about it is really just the same stuff that you can say about most of Sonic, so it's still not good. The whole show is just nothing. Sonic Prime, Nine's lines. After the story reminds us that the allies of Sonic are heading for him and Nine to fight, Nine tells Sonic in an annoyed voice that they're here because they figured out his location based on his energy. I'm surprised he sounds calm when he thinks Sonic planned this. Sonic says he'll be back and runs up to some of them, and Nine says predictable, which makes this even more frustrating because apparently there was somehow a chance of him not turning on Sonic again that Sonic squandered. It would be common sense of Sonic to stay here with him. Why can't I just tell Nine, okay, let's hurry up and restore my world, and then I'll tell the army to leave you alone. And you can go to my world in case I can't talk them out of it. That way, he'd have no reason to think he was actually just going to them to tell them how to kill him. Sonic's supposed to be cool, not a complete idiot who just does stuff with no actual intelligence. Sonic tells the allies to leave them, and logically he would immediately run back to Nine after this, because it would go with how he trusted them earlier, and then him going back to Nine would reassure him, because that was way too quickly for him to give them battle plans. After filler, somehow Nine still accused them of lying when he would have heard all of the stuff they said that was clearly an attempt to justify them going to protect him. I guess since he's always been paranoid, it makes sense that he convinced himself they already rehearsed all of this as an act in front of him so that he'd go right up to them, and they'd get to catch him off guard in a painful way. The problem is Nine doesn't explain that he sees it this way. So it looks like the whole story only happens because the writer either made Nine deaf for a minute because he was off screen, or didn't consider that he was within earshot the whole time, which he was because he immediately talks to Sonic after all of this, and there's no reason he would have taken until the last second to go close enough to them to hear them. Even though Sonic tells him he's just as surprised as he is that they're here, and looks and sounds sincere, Nine still doesn't believe him. But he would have heard Sonic scolding them, and been able to see from his body language that he didn't want them here. Instead of him telling him, "I'm just as surprised as you are," he could have once again told them to leave because you're scaring him. Sonic at least tells Nine that they don't have to fight, and they could laugh all this off over chili dogs. At least he tried harder than normal to be persuasive by trying to bribe, instead of giving him no reason to humor him in his bad mood. But it's so obvious that simply telling him to humor someone he's mad at for some food wasn't going to be good enough when he's in a paranoid bad mood, worse than anything a normal person could be in. When he could generate chili dogs with the prism shards anyways. Since Nine looked annoyed with his eyes looking away from Sonic, I think he did consider it and only turned him down out of spite and lack of trust for being responsible for disappointing him twice. A believable response would be, "Why would I think you would actually want to have chili dogs with me after everything I put you through when you would have Tails at that point?" Nine reveals that he hates chili dogs, and Sonic gasps, which clashes with a serious tone. It's counterintuitive that someone with the same DNA as Tails would hate food that he likes. But I guess it's believable that he hates spicy food because he had a horrible life that weakened his ability to put up with such things because he feels entitled to have it easy. Also, the chili dog he had could have had a lot spicier chili on it than the chili that Tails usually eats. That's all Nine says to justify turning him down, which sucks. Because he really looks stupid for deciding to go through the effort of fighting with them after he was given an out because he gave such a petty reason for saying no. Because it could have just told him what he'd rather eat, and he's clearly not thinking rationally by not trusting Sonic. And it'd have actual emotional impact if he explained why. What's the worst that could happen if he agrees to Sonic's demand? They all psychically kill him? They'd do that anyway if they could. If they try to kill him, he could just run away. Nine summons a menacing army of robots, and somehow he waits for a long time for them to stop talking first before sending the army against them. And basically the story does nothing but waste our time with the lack of plot progression after this, because nothing happens but uncreative robot fighting. Again, at least it has exciting music and visuals to keep me engaged, so it's only a little boring. But it's so obvious that none of the exact details of them are progressing the plot that I'm impatient the whole time for this to end, and I'm not talking about the details of this, unless there's a good reason to. Nine asks what Sonic's waiting for because he's right here. Can't Sonic just run past the robots? Tails and Mangy made an electric bomb and throw it, and it explodes, making it look like some people got blown up. It's good writing that Nine looks guilty, meaning that he's forcing himself to just act annoyed with this so he can cope with it. The sad reaction for a few seconds means that he's only coping when he points out that they were idiots for getting themselves killed in a fight they didn't have to go to. One of them could have easily flew while carrying Sonic to get him up to 9. Even if they destroyed all the robots he summoned, he could just summon more, so what's even the point? Rebel Rouge makes the plan. For once, the story is taking advantage of the idea of a Rouge that's the leader of a team of heroes. Why isn't Nine sending an army of robots after this to keep her from finishing saying her plan? He already knew something was off. With how stupid Sonic is in this show, it wouldn't make any sense if he was the one making the plan, even though he is the main character. Eventually, a laser from an aircraft hits the outer wall of a building, and Mr. Eggman says he's pulling back the airship to preserve energy, which is some nice writing to explain why he doesn't just keep doing that and end the season anticlimactically. I guess him needing to preserve energy is also why he doesn't just drive the airship directly towards 9 and just spend the whole time shooting at him. I guess the real reason is he doesn't think he could actually accurately hit him because 9 is a small target and is fast enough to dodge. Why would I be able to get invested in any fight when I only see one hit in each one? I already saw a huge amount of Sonic's allies fighting in Worlds Collide. Someone thanks an Eggman for saving him. You'd think any version of Eggman would be too arrogant that he'll win to think he has to save him to beat 9, when there's a huge army to fight him. So there's a lot of padding, with some fighting and Sonic running away to beat bait. It's such an obvious waste of time to see the other characters and Sonic doing anything. At least the story has the guts to have Big get hit in the chest and keep lying down. Never mind, he says he's never been better and talks in a posh accent. You could have a whole bunch of characters actually get injured, and that would tell us the story's actually being serious at this point. 9's confused that these people would sacrifice themselves for Sonic and asks why, even though they've been his allies for a while. I guess that makes sense since they've got less reason to be attached to him than he did earlier. And it's certainly confusing for me since they kept constantly turning on him at the drop of a hat, not trusting him at all. So it is forced that they tried as hard as they did to help him just because he was giving himself up to protect them. Eventually it's explained that 9's redirecting power to the Citadel. Why call it a Citadel when there's no people in it? There's no point in 9 making a Citadel unless he plans to make people live there. And why would he care about that? He hates people, that's the whole point. Even if it's robot people, that would just defeat the purpose of the Grim being the perfect place because there's no people there. The story wastes a lot of time and a lack of plot progression. It was cathartic when 9 got exhausted from using so much energy and had to sit down, which would only make sense if he had to use his own energy too, arbitrarily. It's melodramatic when Sonic asks how could you in response to a silly looking giant robot that looks like Big. At first I thought it had a mustache like Eggman, and I thought that was why, because he was sinking more obviously to his level, and that could have been explained because he could have made him look like Eggman specifically to taunt Sonic by getting that reaction. What's so surprising to him about this after he's already sent robots that look like his friends after him? The story ends with him somehow standing still from a missile being sent towards him that looks a little like Froggy. At least this exact thing never happened before, but it's still just a combination of old ideas, so I hardly care. This episode by Justin Peniston was nothing but Sonic and his allies fighting some robots with nothing creative going on. As usual, it was only a little boring because the music and changing camera angles and acceptably done fighting was all engaging. But that's just complimenting it on doing the bare minimum that most Sonic plots are supposed to do. It didn't even slightly try to be creative until the very end when the plot was over. I've already seen Tails get blown up by something at the end of Worlds Collide, and there we actually got to see the consequence of it happening. The fact that First 9 uncharacteristically didn't believe the heroes showed up because Sonic wanted them to only makes it feel really forced and frustrating that he ever changed his mind because he would have gone close enough to them out of curiosity from following him to hear Sonic tell them off and hear them clearly try to justify to him why they're here without knowing he can hear them, which he wouldn't need to be told if he wanted them here all along. So he would have agreed to humoring Sonic. I didn't think they could screw that up. I get that he's acting out of spite and lack of trust, but that doesn't really explain why he's so stupid as to not just say the things that would avoid their fight with him. Even if he does think they're planning on fighting with him after he restores Sonic's universe, well, so what? What's wrong with delaying the inevitable by a little bit? The only great thing about the story was that 9 felt terrible when he thought some of Sonic's allies got blown up. That made it look like a beneath the mask moment that proved that the writer knew what he was really supposed to be like. Because if he was really as over-the-top cliché villain as he's acting, he'd never react like that. It proves that while he's trying to have them get killed, he doesn't actually want them to get killed. He's just having the robots keep them occupied, and he just wants Sonic. God, why didn't Meiji and Sails just carry Sonic up to 9? Sonic Prime Homesick Home. After some times wasted by Sonic lying down for a while, because he was somehow too stupid to dodge a missile earlier, Sonic saves someone as a wish that any of the Eggmen got destroyed if the show was gonna do that to Mangy. And a huge amount of missiles fire out of the mouth of the giant big robot. At least that seems new. And the story goes back to wasting my time with plot progressing at the speed of molasses as the characters keep generically fighting with no creativity. Sonic gets annoyed and runs and gets sent flying up and lands on the ground painfully. That's good. And he pants uncharacteristically. And he reminds himself like he was told to stick to the plan. I get to see him get hurt a bunch, even though he'd actually be fast enough and experienced enough to not get hit. See, now it makes sense since he was hit from behind. You could just have that be the source of all of the slapstick. There's a menacing dark effect on the sky, and the power starts draining from the giant robot as the pacing really drags. At least it's epic. I get to see Sonic fall and get smacked away. And I get to see the guy most like Eggman, so I usually call him that, moan in fear. I get to see Sonic get punched a bunch as he doesn't fight back for no reason, like a rookie. And the robot's attacked by Shadow, who helps Sonic up and responds to being called brother literal-mindedly like he's got autism by saying, "We're not related." Has he not watched enough TV to know the slang he was using? The line also kind of annoyed me because it wouldn't make any sense for them not to be related in any way, considering that he's got all the same abilities as him, and you can't make hedgehog DNA from scratch without trying to base it off any particular hedgehog that already existed. But I get that he wouldn't want to believe that he was related to someone as stupid as Sonic. It'd be nice if the show bothered explaining how Shadow didn't drown earlier. But instead it gets right to the uncreative fighting. Shadow gets to get exact revenge by him and Sonic sending the robots over the edge. Shadow points out the Alphas are the real threat since they produce robots and the lab is guarded by Alphas. Sonic says they need the others. And Shadow tells him he's stupid for still thinking about his friends at the end of the world because he somehow missed his point that having more people with him could increase his chance of winning a fight against 9. Shadow's just being strawmanned as anti-teamwork like it's Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric again, when he's pro-teamwork in Heroes. Sonic's response to him reminds him that 9 only wants him, which gives him an idea that's pretty common sense since it was why he gave himself up. The ship gets damaged, and after Black Rose tells Rusty the honor's been all hers, they get caught by Thorn's bird. Rusty thanks Thorn and gets called sister, which is sweet, and there's a sideways hug as the one in the middle embraces the idea. This is nice, but it's already been done by Archie when Amy said Rose is almost like a sister. This is just properly taking advantage of the idea because they actually like it. After some more pointless fighting, eventually the big robot gets shot to destruction by the mothership. Why is 9 saying no when he could just make stuff in instant whenever? Sonic says that's terrifying in response to more of the same stuff he already saw in the sky. The mothership gets lasered and explodes, and all of the Eggmen complain about losing their stuff, like one says he lost essential oils. And it's not explained why he cares about essential oils when the rest of them don't. Heaven forbid one of the Eggmen get blown up when the ship explodes with him in it. I get to see 9 pant in exhaustion again, and I like that he had to hold his head in pain. Rebel Rouge says it failed. I guess she means her plan. Then us learning about it was a waste of time. I get to see 9 have to pant again while holding his side. And once again he has a brief headache like I forgot to mention in an earlier episode. Sonic shouting no drives home how much he cares about his friends. And Sonic gets some slapstick and an airship crashes. It would make no sense if the person in that airship didn't get hurt by it. I get to see the Eggman in the mech suit lying on the ground pinned down by something. Some robots attack Shadow as he stands still like a moron, and dust flies up. And somehow Sonic assumes he was dumb enough to let himself get hurt, instead of going to a spin dash to hurt them and then going away. He ends the story by running and jumping at 9, with them both mad at each other. This is only gutsy because never before has any version of Tails been a final villain. But I would have been more impressed if I had already seen an issue about Sonic fighting Tails and Archie. This episode by Patricia Valletto was about nothing but uncreative robot fights, with the story usually only focusing on one character's fight long enough for me to get invested even a bit. And it has the airships get shot down by a single laser each. I'm not really sure what took so long, come to think of it, if it was so easy. The story was a little boring because there's barely any plot progression the whole time and barely any plot with an unoriginal premise, and it's not like any characters we cared about, other than Shadow, supposedly got killed. And when it did happen to Shadow, I was just confused and not believing it because of the way it was executed. But the exciting presentation of the constant action did keep things engaging to watch. There's too many times where a character stood there and got hit or needed saving like an impossibly stupid dipshit when he's usually a combat experienced dude. Sonic Prime, the Devils, and the Tails. Sonic jumps towards 9 angrily, but then jarringly goes right back to telling him with a concerned look that they can still end this and idealistically arguing with him instead of spending the whole time attacking him like the cliffhanger thought. 9 does a spiteful speech to discourage him that's annoying to listen to, as I'm still wondering why Sonic isn't attacking him, considering how angry he was before. It's like he was only written to jump towards him angrily to have a cliffhanger. He asks 9 if he's sure he could handle all that juice he's getting. The fact that he calls him pal ends up not being good since he doesn't believe him. Even though he logically should believe him, because he believed him when he said, "You're still my friend." He makes him fall, but Sonic starts using the hover shoes. At least the music and visuals are keeping me engaged, trying to be exciting. But it's still obvious to me what little plot progression is happening. Sonic uses the regulators in his shoes to make a force field to protect himself from the lasers. Eventually there's a brief moment when 9 gets tired and falls to the floor for a little while. He's asked if he gives up, and he says he can't without providing an argument for why. So I have to assume he's just refusing to give up because of the sunk cost fallacy. It's purely emotional, because he'd obviously benefit from giving up. But he'd be too ashamed to? He's supposed to be a genius. I hate that it feels like he's an idiot the whole arc. Some noise happens, and the fighting below them resumes, and it turns out Shadow's fine. Not that anyone comments on it. Sonic acts happy about something. He jumps on the force field above 9, who says he betrayed him, and Sonic doesn't care and says he was able to carry out a plan because his friends trusted him. He says his plan was to keep 9 distracted, and Sonic again tries to calmly tell 9 to restore his world. He's given the same excuse he gave him before. Sonic keeps warning 9 that he'll destroy his universe with himself in it, and 9 doesn't believe him even though he knows about the decay. I guess it's justified because of his insane trust issues to the point of being detached from reality, and because he doesn't want to accept that he's right, because then he would have to change what he's doing. It would be a better response if he said, "I could just move to another universe anyway." The story gets kind of boring after it shows some pointless robot fighting from other characters than Sonic. I've got no reason to care about this because it's not about dealing with 9. Sonic's told that the world falling apart is just a small sacrifice he'd be able to fix with Sonic's shoe energy that he only got after going to the Shadowverse. And the story wastes a bunch of my time with more generic robot fighting. Why is Sonic panting just because he was running? He says this is gonna hurt me more than you, and 9's confused, which makes sense because earlier Sonic tried to attack him without saying this first, and he didn't look like he had a problem with it then. I get to see a version of Knuckles punch him, and 9 sends some robots after him. It's at least creative to see Sonic using a force field in particular, but I've seen force fields be used by Bunny before.
Eventually, after padding, people see Meiji and Sails in the cockpit of the giant big robot, and Sails says they flew away from the explosion. Well, Sails is a pirate, and the scavengers were real violence-prone assholes. So it actually does make sense that they were both too inconsiderate to not instantly try to tell people around them that they survived. I'm glad that this is how they survived instead of them cheapening their deaths because they got brought back. Anyways, there's a ton of filler. Sonic looks like he feels bad as Nine's using his force field to keep himself from getting punched. So he urges them to stop because he's gotta get through to someone who looks unreasonable. But again, I'm being desperate enough to try, because he still looks like Tails, and even if he kills him, he wouldn't be able to restore the universe on his own. After filler, Captain Dread looks crazy by smiling as he's looking up in the middle of a battlefield. But then he eventually defends Black Rose, and Rusty goes to protect her. And Rose helps up Dread, who says he finally realized he cares more about his friends than shiny things. I couldn't really tell what he said after shiny. He also gives up his captain role to Black Rose for no apparent reason, so that's confusing. Shockingly, Rusty reveals that she was lied to when told that the bird in her was needed to power her. There's no reason she would have found this out, because she'd have thought if she pulled the bird out of her, she'd have died. She holds it and frees it. So I was right, she literally was roboticized. So much for being a creative concept of it that's more in line with the games. But I'd rather be like this, so it's more like Zaddy M doesn't involve a bird being trapped in her forever. It's not like that even had to be explained, because we clearly wouldn't have cared if the bird never got freed. And it's not like they only had two choices. Either she free the bird or get destroyed so the bird could escape. No one cared. The story wastes a ton of time with her fighting something. And the bird goes back to her happily. Well, I guess that isn't confusing because it doesn't know how to go home. Even though it could get killed by the robots by being close to them. Nine says it doesn't have to end lethally for Sonic. And Shadow jumps into a robot causing a bunch of explosions, destroying all the robots around them. Nine asks how, and I'm wondering that too, because since when can Shadow spin dashing at a robot makes a huge explosion that does that, but magically doesn't hurt Sonic? I guess he used a force field to protect himself. Shadow didn't do a Chaos Blast, which he could do against Nine, but I guess he doesn't want to make Sonic go ballistic with them. Nine tries to siphon Shadow's power, and Sonic jumps towards Nine, and they end up in the Pillar of Light, and the story ends with them pushing each other. What did he think Shadow had Prism Energy to siphon in the first place? Sonic would have jumped towards him anyways. This story by Logan McPherson was a little boring the whole time, because almost no plot progression was happening the whole time, and it was just another Sonic story with a generic plot point of heroes fighting robots. But most of the time it was still engaging because of the constant action with exciting music and presentation. It was cool that Meiji and Sails took over a giant robot that shoots missiles. Meh. You'd think it would have been really satisfying to see a fight between Sonic and Nine, but because of the way it was executed, it didn't really seem like it hurt. It wasn't satisfying. They were barely trying. Neither of them really looks like they're suffering enough. At least, unlike in Archie, at least we actually saw them hit each other instead of flashes of light censoring it. It was frustrating to see Sonic keep failing to reason with Nine, but I'd be a lot more frustrated if I didn't know it was justified by desperation and the fact that no amount of the good old-fashioned ways worked on him yet. And the fact that he thinks he needs his help to restore the universe. At least his naivety was the only way Sonic seemed stupid instead of being constantly insanely dumb like usual in this show. And he wasn't really stupid, because it was actually smart to try whatever it takes to end this that others aren't doing, even though it seems pointless. And it always feels pointless from being a waste of time, because usually nothing's happening while he's reasoning with him and he always fails. It's too bad none of the Amy's could have been here, because they would feel more natural trying to reason with him. I wish they cut out most of its fillers so they could have room for the important contents of the next episode and put it in this one and have this be the last episode. A lot more of it should have been focused on Sonic and Nine fighting each other after all of the frustration Nine put us through. I didn't care about what most of the other characters were going through.
dreaded a sweet moment, but it wasn't relevant to the plot progression. Sonic Prime Finale. Sonic and Nine fall from the Pillar of Light in slow motion all the way down to a cave floor below where the prison shards are. Sonic uses a force field to block a big laser, and I get to see him slammed into the wall, and he sees the palm tree from Green Hill recreated, and is touched that he did this for him. Nine keeps trying to fight him the same ways he did before, despite that touched reaction, and Sonic keeps frustratingly trying to reason with him that they just wanted a better life. And clearly he'd get one if he just stopped fighting with him. Shadow confronts Nine, and he says in fear to get back. I mean, he is confronted with someone who doesn't have a reason to care about him. It makes sense that he would be especially spooked. This is all because he's outnumbered without robots. And he threatens to destroy them both, even though Sonic's not trying to fight him. And that would just cause him to stop defending him in his paranoid viewpoint. So then why is he still considering trying to fight or kill him when he's clearly sympathetic? Oh right, it's because he's insanely paranoid and mad at him for saying he wasn't real. It's just frustrating how stupid he's being, so I keep questioning it. Sonic tells him to look outside at the weird way the sky's looking from the universe decay. He wouldn't be surprised. He wanted this, and this isn't the first time Sonic called him out on it. And Nine finally regrets it. Even though he would have seen its decay a bunch of times before this. So I don't know why now it's too bad. And he wanted an excuse to stop being mad at him. I'm glad the writing was good enough to have another moment of Nine having humanity. I guess I can understand that being seen as rushed, but I'm just so tired of this I want it to end already. When it's been dragged out for as long as it has been, how can it really be rushed? Finally, Sonic says sorry for everything, and says he didn't listen to what he wanted or appreciate what he was trying to do. It's smart to lie here. But right before this, he said it was because he was focused on trying to restore his home, which was clearly something actually important as opposed to what Nine wanted. Sonic says he never meant to hurt him. When he has the best lines, I really wish his voice wasn't so deep. And that's the end of the apology. Nine says, "But you did." He tells Nine that friends don't turn on each other and try to fight to the death. And that gets Nine to look sad for a few seconds, which means he feels guilty from being told the obvious fact that everyone knows. So it's only this that gets him to forgive him. It's a relief, because I thought he was gonna go back to fighting him right after he said, "But you did." I remember someone having a big negative reaction to that line, but it was just an overreaction because it didn't even have any consequences. Sure, it makes him look like a selfish brat, but of course he would have turned out like that after the kind of life he had. It is realistic that someone as troubled as him wouldn't instantly forgive Sonic. And it said it had to be guilted into it by being told the truth that he was desperately ignoring by the one person who was always nice to him. I know at least one person was annoyed by Sonic being written to say sorry to Nine to resolve the conflict of the final season, since Nine was the one being evil the whole season, to a much worse extent. But I get why it was done meta-wise, because the theme of the show was that Sonic should learn to be a good friend instead of a bad one more often. I say that because of how often it punishes him with people turning on him for doing anything that disappoints them in the slightest. Of course, the show would be resolved by tying it all back to the moral of the first episode. And it'd be really bad faith to say that the writer didn't know Nine was more in the wrong than Sonic, in a plotline where all of reality was about to be destroyed because of his actions. That's one case where the show shouldn't have to spell things out to you. I went into the show knowing it'd end with him apologizing to Nine. And I always thought he'd say, "I'm sorry for talking as if you weren't real," and explain that he would have cared about him even if he didn't look like Tails, and respected him anyways because he's still really smart, and end up getting along with him. But that was just covered in the sorry for everything. But that's underwhelming. Even when he finally apologizes to him, he still sort of wusses out because he's too uncomfortable to say everything he's apologizing for. So he's not actually explaining why he was in the wrong. He knew that anger him by reminding him he said that. But he could have said that after he forgave him. Instead, he's vague. I have the impression that at least a few people thought that he only apologized to him to get him to stop fighting with him and didn't really mean it, which would be stupid because his voice acting makes it extremely clear that he's sincere about this. When I heard Sonic Dissected talking about this scene, I had the impression that he didn't really mean his apology and was just humoring him. I'm glad that's not the case. Maybe the reason I thought he was lying about apologizing was that it seemed weird to me that he would apologize to Nine after everything he did when he was just fighting him a second ago. One of the Eggmen makes it clear that he's gonna start trying to kill them, stupidly talking and warning him first instead of attacking them while their backs are turned. How does he expect to fix his world without him? He doesn't know the machine's here, so he doesn't know what to type. And Sonic uses a force field to protect Nine from lasers from people, who immediately seem to disprove Sonic's points because so-called friends immediately are turning on him for protecting Nine when it's clearly justified by the context because Nine looked sad, so of course he's not dangerous anymore. But at least they only turned on him for a second. Eventually Nine says he pushed it too far. I love how sad he sounds. This is exactly the kind of voice acting I wanted for this. It's good that he says, "I'm sorry." He only says sorry to Sonic. If all he apologized for was this, that would be even worse than, "I'm sorry for everything," in the lack of addressing what he did wrong and why he was wrong. But it would make sense that someone with a backstory like his wouldn't feel comfortable fully admitting what he did wrong and why. Maybe he doesn't want to start crying. Nine says that without a great sacrifice, reality's over. There's some annoying melodrama because everyone around him starts despairing. Sonic says he's gonna sacrifice himself, and Nine sounds guilty by saying he'd do that after everything he did. There's no other... He would have to sacrifice himself because if he didn't, then the reality he was staying in would be destroyed with him in it. He's just so shocked that he would end his life a few seconds earlier. It's nice for him to tell them, promise to leave Nine alone. He tells Nine to promise he won't cause any more trouble, and he sincerely agrees to it twice. He says if he could extract the remaining prism energy in Sonic, he could reform the prism to stabilize it and save reality. He could have just told Sonic that at the start of the third season. Why did they have to fight for an entire season? Sonic would have agreed to it because he wouldn't want the Shatterverse to literally die. He could have lied that this was necessary even if it wasn't yet. After some filler, he says he's worried Sonic wouldn't make it without the prism energy binding him. Even though he didn't have prism energy for his entire life. Another example of something about the prism lore being arbitrarily the case just because it's a magic gem. The show is too fantasy. I like how sad it makes Nine look right before he tries to get this done. It's quite a change from him not seeming to care if Sonic might have been killed from his powering him up. Well, it makes sense that he'd have that change from the sheer guilt of how he was acting. Nobody would have known how to do that to Sonic without Nine around. That's a good thing about him surviving. And after a while, Sonic looks weird but tired. And one of the Knuckles lets him stand up and says he's got him. It should be Nine doing this. Then the Eggmen threaten to kill them all, before Sonic saved reality. Eventually, even though Sonic warns them that they wouldn't be able to handle the power of the prism, they don't believe him, and wastes a bunch of time bragging and planning on making a new world, which is annoying but in character because they're arrogant. Villains and Sonic wanting to remake the multiverse what they want has been done multiple times. Or maybe they're just talking about remaking the Grimm. They already have a world to themselves, and this one doesn't have any people to rule over. Though it would make sense that they'd want to get the prism. You would have heard of Whippersnapper before. They knew each other for years. 9 types to open up a portal. Another thing that it would take an eternity for them to figure out how to do on their own without him, if ever. And one of the Eggmen gets thrown through it. This disloyalty is why they'd have a deroboticizer for themselves, so someone could save one of them. It's a creative twist that the show ends without deroboticizing Rusty then. Shadow uses the spin dash to send another one through it. One of them leaves through it voluntarily, which is impressively smart of him. They dealt with these guys really anticlimactically, come to think of it. But what's the alternative? Them spin jumping onto them 8 times? That would be game accurate, but it wouldn't be creative and it would be repetitive. You can't tell me that wouldn't be boring to watch. There's no room for a creative and interesting fight out of these guys because it's just another instance of Eggman fighting Sonic in a mecha or battle armor. I suppose it should have lasted 8 hits, and they could have had more room for it if they cut out the filler in the previous episode. It's an action series, so there should be more action. The one in the scary mech suit stupidly keeps standing in front of the portal and gets hit over and over and sent into the portal. This wouldn't happen. He's attacked so fast that I couldn't really remember who attacked him. They're all in a purple void. I thought this meant they were going to wait in there for a while and then they'd reach the end of the tunnel and get sent back to their home dimension. According to TV tropes, we're supposed to believe this actually defeated them for good. I can't argue that's a bad thing. I wish the show was more clear about what this is supposed to mean now, because it didn't mean anything to me at the time because no one explained what it meant, and the show immediately moved on to focus on something else. 9 eventually says you could bring back Green Hill. He doesn't explain why the Shadowverse would still exist and what changed his mind on thinking it vanished somehow. And again he types, doing something that would have taken forever to do without him. The prism vanishes with nothing changing. They walk a few feet away and look into the dark sky and see a structure put itself back together in it. Apparently, at least according to TV tropes, all of the worlds got fixed. I wish that was explained in the show more clearly, so all the worlds are not decaying anymore. The pacing sucks right now. Nothing happens for a couple seconds. Sonic somehow doubts he'd be able to survive, even though I thought all he had to do was walk a few feet to get into a portal home to be fine. And it really seems arbitrary that he's like this, just because prism energy that wasn't originally a part of him was sucked out of him. But it would only make him exhausted if it drained some of his actual energy too. But you think the vanishing would only mean that he would be sent back to his home dimension. And Nux says he'll be fine because he's got friends to help. 9 hugs Sonic, looking sad for a decent amount of time. And after being surprised enough not to, he hugs back at last. Which makes sense because he's a good person. I'm glad I got to see it. And by glad I mean I'm relieved because most of the time I don't get something I really want or look forward to in this show. I also get to see 9 wipe away a tear, and he tells him to hurry because the portal won't wait around forever. I'm really glad he was written to feel guilty enough to do that, and finally admit to himself that he cares about him. Too bad it's going to make it even harder on him when he's separated from him. Rusty picks Sonic up and uses her extending arms to get Sonic onto the giant bird. He's told there's no time for speeches, but the story still wastes my time with the little one from him anyway. You don't need to oversell the sentimentalness of the scene. Why doesn't 9 go with Sonic? He was worried earlier that something would happen to him when the Shadowverse was fixed, and for all he knows, he won't be able to go through the portal and go after him if he doesn't go through it at the same time as him holding his arm. Well, I guess he naturally assumes the portal to Sonic's home dimension would stay there afterwards. But without a way to fly up to the portal, how does he expect to get there later? He just assumes that he'll be able to make an aircraft out of the stuff here, I guess. The big bird flies through the sky, having to dodge stuff, and then something hits her wing that was right in front of her eyes. I rewatched this 4 times trying to figure out how this made any sense. I'm not sure it makes sense that she didn't avoid flying into it. It doesn't matter anyway, because they end up landing on the flying pirate ship. So the bird getting hurt was just drama that doesn't actually serve the plot. So it was just pointless shock value. And the same can be said of Sonic lying on the floor acting tired arbitrarily. They're really trying too hard to make this feel dramatic because they have to, because Nine stopped fighting him too early in the episode. And all because the fight didn't end late in an episode like I expected it to. Also, one of the Amy's is holding his hand. So that's pandering to Son Amy fans. That comes completely out of nowhere in universe because the show never implied that any of the Amy's were actually in love with him. So why did she take so long? And it's also completely out of character of him to not pull his arm away from her. He didn't even like being hugged by Amy in classic Sonic. Shadow picks him up and carries him and jumps into a portal. A portal that Nine could have easily gone after them with. There was no reason for him to willingly have him and Sonic separated. Unless he thought he didn't deserve him. And Sonic ends up back to normal in a cave, standing up, without Shadow holding him for some reason. And he says that it worked. So Sonic and Shadow's consciousness were sent back to their bodies in an earlier point in time. Why did they make a portal that also went back in time to before the prison was shattered? The prison was already brought back to normal. I assume the prism's status remains no matter what universe we're talking about. It's not like every portal to another universe in this show has been a portal back in time as well. I'm pretty sure it wasn't ever explained why he was sent back in time. That's a really bad writing decision. There's no reason that would be necessary. When did Nine ever say he was gonna also create a time machine as well as a portal? Why would he do that? Wasn't he concerned about being killed by this home dimension being restored? Why would he intentionally make the portal so that it sent Sonic back in time to prevent the prism from being shattered the first time, which could kill him? When it doesn't seem to me like there would be any consequences to sending him to that universe not back in time. Why would it accidentally send him back in time instead of forwards? You know, it's sad when the time travel felt more justified in Sonic 06. Because the Chaos Emeralds are about controlling time and space. It would be better just use the Chaos Emeralds for this purpose. Reveal that they were always right here. Instead, the Prism has a time power all of a sudden. I know it's called the Paradox Prism, but it never affected time before, and there was no paradox. Unless it'll be Sonic's new action splitting the timeline. Why is time frozen with him not looking like he was when saying Sonic wait? Why are they all really slow when at this point in time Chaos Controller hasn't been used yet? And the prism hasn't been shattered yet. Shadow didn't use Chaos Control right before he went into the portal with Sonic. Why are they in slow time right now? Because at this point in time, Shadow isn't anywhere near this cave. I thought this was right at the point where the prism was about to be shattered. I don't give a shit about him calling Amy sweet, which is completely out of character, considering the way that he acts in a romantic way when saying it. I know he knows she's sweet. And the fact that the Sega of Japan purists all shipped these two, despite the intentions of Yuji Naka, who didn't really think of them as a legitimate couple, made me 10 times as opposed to them as a couple. Sonic jumps into the cockpit of the mecha, and there's some comedy relief because it weirds Eggman out how he's showing gratitude for him. I'd be grateful too, that now he's back to a universe where it's just Eggman, and a bunch of Eggmen, and a few of them look weird. After some filler, I wonder why Eggman's doing nothing for so long and just letting them talk to each other. He says his friends and him stick together no matter what, which sounds lame the way he's phrasing it. And it's also hypocritical and delusional, come to think of it, since he didn't tell Nine to go with him through the portal. Why didn't he question Nine not going with them? I thought we were all in this together. I feel like it's new that Tails pressed a button to have some flying thing shoot a robot. Cool. It takes a long time wasting my time sounding dramatic. Tails flies while carrying Sonic. Knuckles talks as if Sonic's been acting out of character by acting cheesy about his bonds with them, which is inaccurate because Sonic Heroes had him act like them. After I watched this episode, I read on a wiki, when Dr. Eggman is about to grab the Paradox Prism as time goes back to its normal flow, a small piece of the Prism crater, which should be at the back, appears at the front of the Prism crater. This would have to mean either it's not the original universe, or the Prism was brought here looking different because it looks different because that's how Nine put it back together. And it looks different from how it used to because Nine ensured that the shadow spaces would always exist, like he said he would do near the end of Season 2, because he was saying that if he didn't do it right, people and places would be ripped from existence, which is what would happen if the shadow spaces disappeared. People dismiss this as a continuity error. I would rather believe this actually meant something, instead of the person being an idiot who didn't bother to look back at the episode that he's recreating for no reason. Eggman would attack Shadow. He gave him time. Why would he have given him time? Eventually, Shadow warps away with the prism. Too bad we don't see what he does afterwards. Because if he took it to his house, Eggman would just go to his house. That would be the most obvious place to take it. I'm giving Shadow a little more credit than that, but where else could he take it? Rouge's house? That's the second place Eggman would look. If I were Shadow, I would use the prism shards to summon a portal gun and go through the portal to get somewhere far away. And there's some more filler until Eggman leaves the cave, and we get to see Team Sonic cheer. I think if I was Shadow right now, what I would do would be use the prism to summon something that would at least let me see what Nine's planning, or will plan to do. If not, summon a portal to Nine directly, because Shadow wouldn't trust Nine. It would be best for him to make sure he's not actually planning to do anything bad after this. Like lash out at Tails from envy, or try to make himself forget what he did wrong. Because not only could he invent anything, really, he could take the roboticizer and make it so that it automatically de-roboticizes, but keeps a certain memory erased. He could always put the prism in the Grim, somewhere where Nine isn't nearby, because Eggman would never find it there. Sonic walks towards his friends holding a plate of chili dogs, and Knuckles taunts him for being late again, when there's no way he'd be late on the regular. He can do everything best. There's no excuse for him being late here. Amy teased them too, which is completely out of character. It was sort of justified in the first episode because it wasn't necessarily that she was teasing him. Her asking, "Why were you late?" could just as much make sense from a fangirl who was overestimating Sonic, and so of course she would be disappointed that he showed up late, because she expected better. It's just her facial expression that made her look like she was teasing him, but this is actually teasing him. The show usually showed them as jerks, which isn't good for making you relate to Sonic in wanting them to come back in an in-universe sense. Tails isn't defending Sonic. Who is he? And why isn't Sonic even the slightest bit concerned and confused about Nine not being here? He talked as if he wanted to have chili dogs with him after his dimension was restored. With the rest of his friends, he wanted him to meet them. That would have proven that the people from the Shadowverse didn't forget the events of the show, or die. Eventually, something happens that gets him sent flying forwards. He's hit back by this blue energy. It looks like when Ghost Hill got restored. So Prism energy. When you animate a show, everything's done with a purpose. It has to be the remaining energy the Council has. Because Shadow's really fast and can teleport. So why would he lose the Prism? And there's a big shadow in front of them. The TV Tropes page has everyone say that the Chaos Council. The show should have made that clear. Sonic does, but his friends don't act like they're seeing a new threat. So Sonic recognized the machine from the Council, and no one in the Council showed themselves. So Sonic's friends don't think it's anyone but Eggman. Based on the show, Sonic wouldn't be reacting not again if it was Eggman. He would just look forward to fighting him again because he's happy that he gets to deal with him again. It's the Council that he's tired of. If you think about it in meta logic, there's no way the writer would have written the characters in the Shadowverse to be really happy thinking that the Shadow Spaces aren't going to be destroyed if it was just going to be pointless. And there's no way they would ever allow a kids show to end with Sonic making it so that nearly everybody in the show never existed. And it would make the fact that the Prism disappeared pointless as well. But because of the ending of 06, this just isn't as intuitive to assume. Instead, the show ends without confirming if he ever sees Nine again, or what Nine's day-to-day life's gonna be like with no friends when he's completely alienated himself from everybody else who'd ever want to be friends with him. But instead, the impression I got was that nobody was gonna remember what happened in it there, or that they were all gonna die, which I'm not sure the show wanted you to believe because the main character of the show wasn't operating under that assumption since he wasn't remotely in conflict about returning home. Nine was the only reason to watch this show. It's acting like Sonic's the only main character when there are actually two main characters and Nine was one of them. I was surprised to learn that the reforming the prism shards into one prism didn't immediately make the place Nine was standing in fade to white and have Sonic get warped back to his friends. I thought doing that would destroy the other dimensions because it's called the Shadowverse. Having time travel to stop the prism from shattering just makes it needlessly confusing, because Nine already put the prism shards back together. So he had to go back in time to prevent the show from happening? But wouldn't that mean that even if the other dimensions still continue to exist anyways, after that, Nine wouldn't remember Sonic? That'd be too depressing for a kids show that didn't even have the guts to kill anyone off in the big fight that lasted so many episodes. I just have a hard time figuring out why that wouldn't also result in Nine and everyone around him being warped to their home worlds, because that's where they would be if the prism never got shattered. Unless Sonic not shattering it created a split timeline. Silver hasn't faded away from changing history, even though that prevents him from being born. So that is how time travel works in Sonic, a split timeline. I'd assume the show's going with the idea that the Shadowverse worlds are still gonna exist, because it'd be depressing otherwise, and Sonic wasn't angsty about going to the portal. Nine didn't warn anyone. Sonic somehow never wonders aloud if he prevented them from being recreated and angsted about it. So the simpler explanation is that it's simply because the writer didn't have that in mind when it comes to the show's canon. But it'd also be too depressing if nobody in the Shadowverse remembered the events of the show and then Rusty lost the friendship she formed and her character development was all for nothing. So, they do remember everything. And that would mean Nine would end up never having a friend on the same level as Sonic ever again, and end up horribly depressed anyway. I guess if the writer realized that he figured Nine deserves it and that we'd agree because he was the villain of the series. So it makes sense to give him some karma after everything. You'd think it'd have gotten him injured after a long fight with Sonic. The only karma he got was that he feels guilty, which is really impressive writing on its own because there's been no time in Sonic where a major villain apologized and became harmless. It also made sense because it was foreshadowed because he felt bad when he thought he killed people, even though they looked like himself, and he said there was only one him. I'm surprised the story didn't explain why he forgave Sonic and felt guilty about everything just because he said sorry to him when he was fighting him seconds earlier. It was self-explanatory. It made sense, and I could justify how easy it was with the fact that he wanted to believe his apology meant that he'd have liked him even if he didn't look like Tails. It's a little frustrating to think that the whole season was filler because he could have said this at the start of the third season and prevented all of it apparently. But Sonic's always had pride as one of the fundamental parts of his character. It's in character for him to have too much pride and attitude to apologize to someone who just betrayed him by doing something a lot worse than he did to him, so he felt like 9 should apologize first. This episode by Chris Millan had Sonic finally apologize to 9 for not listening to what he wanted. And it was really only the fact that he said friends don't fight to the death that caused 9 to forgive him. Most of the story was blatant padding, because there was no logical reason for the portal to be so far away when all the other portals weren't really far away. Because Sonic and 9 stopped fighting almost right away, even though they could have easily been written to have kept fighting for a lot longer so we'd get to see 9 get injured, there needed to be a lot of filler to make an entire episode's worth of content. So Sonic had to take forever getting to the portal home with the help of his friends, and inconveniently, apparently there's no way to make another one that's closer to them. All to force the story to last as long as it did because there was so much filler in the previous episode that they couldn't put at the end of it Sonic apologizing and then walking into a portal he made, and preventing the prism shatter. Or more logically, being sent to a few seconds after the prism was shattered. And the prism wouldn't be shattered because he already had it fixed in the other universe, and it was sent to that other universe. This was kind of a boring show. Really shallow world building. Sonic sucked. At least it wasn't 24/7 Sonic being an idiot. I guess it was the second best Sonic show I ever watched. The only things great about it, aside from 9, were stuff that every Sonic story is supposed to do and usually does anyway.